Chapter 1. The Pressured Marriage. Dad, I've already told you that I don't want to get married. I'm still so young. You want me to go on a blind date without even knowing anyone? In a luxurious villa located in District R, a petite girl, standing at 1.62 meters, confronted two middle-aged individuals. Her fists were clenched tightly, her teeth gritted, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Yet she managed to utter those defiant words. "This concerns the future of the company," her father proclaimed with a serious demeanor, crossing his arms in a stern fashion. Future. The word crossed Luna's mind, and she let out a silent laugh, casting a cold and noble glance at her father, who was seated on the long bench sofa. "Have you ever considered my future?" Her father and stepmother exchanged a glance, rendered speechless by her question. "I'm only 18 and haven't even graduated yet. Is this really what you want from me?" Luna sighed deeply, her voice earnest. "Do you really wish for me to marry so soon? Do you despise me?" Upon hearing her words, they exchanged another look, neither expressing any disdain. But the contract was undeniably crucial for their company. "The contract is that important, is it?" As her words fell, the tears in her eyes threatened to spill over. Memories of her biological mother flooded her mind. Shielding her eyes with her arm, she leaped towards the door, stepping out into the drizzling rain, where puddles of various sizes littered the ground. "Why did Mom leave? You promised not to remarry, yet you had a cute little girl with that woman. Isn't having me and my brother enough? My brother loves me dearly. If he knew I was marrying a complete stranger, would he really be at ease? If only Mom were still here." Bang! As Luna hurried through the rain, she accidentally collided with someone's embrace. The impact didn't hurt her forehead. Instead, it felt cool yet strangely warm, and a fragrant scent of lavender lingered in the air, making it hard to look away. "Hey girl, have you had enough time in my embrace?" As Luna inhaled the lavender aroma, she suddenly heard a woman's voice from above her, cool and serious. Slowly raising her head, she found herself staring at a woman standing 1.79 meters tall, with long, straight black hair, clad in an ancient-style brown-black suit and polished brown shoes. Her light gray pupils, finely arched black eyebrows, and rosy lips combined to create an exquisite visage. Luna had never encountered such a stunning woman before. She was captivated by the woman's aloof gaze and striking features. "Have you seen enough?" Luna was entranced by the woman's beauty, yet a cold voice pierced through her thoughts, making her uncomfortable. She stared back at the towering woman, speechless, as if lost in contemplation. "Hey, I'm asking if you've seen enough." The woman's tone grew sharper as she repeated her question. Feeling slightly indignant, Luna thought, what's wrong with looking at her? She's quite attractive, after all. However, her character. Never mind. Just as she lifted her foot to leave, she felt something tugging at her neck as a familiar voice rang in her ears. "Apologize to me." The voice, once gentle and caring, now turned cold and demanding. Huh? I have to apologize to her? Why does she have to say it in such a condescending tone? "It's just an apology. I'm sorry." Luna deliberately elongated her words, feigning reluctance as she addressed the insufferable woman before her. "Is this the attitude you take when apologizing to me?" The woman regarded her with disdain. "Then how should I apologize?" Luna murmured under her breath, glancing at the woman's haughty expression. "It's quite generous of me to apologize to you, yet you have so many demands." Humph. The girl appeared young, yet her attitude was surprisingly bold. With her glamorous attire, one could only wonder which noble family she had run away from. Luna suddenly noticed the woman's expression shift into a smirk as she gazed at a particular part of her attire, causing Luna to blush and exclaim, "What are you staring at? Don't be so self-absorbed. Just apologize and be done with it." The woman insisted, reiterating her demand for an apology. "Haven't I already apologized? Why does she want me to do it again? This woman must be out of her mind." "Fine, I won't apologize." The woman leaned closer, whispering in Luna's ear, "How do you intend to make amends?" "What? It was just a slight bump. Why the threatening tone? Wait, why should I compensate? Is she expecting me to pay for emotional damages or something? This woman must have some issues. Not acceptable?" The woman persisted, noticing Luna's silence. Ignoring her, Luna raised her left foot again, only to hear the woman's irritating voice. "Are you a runaway heiress? How does she know I ran away in a fit of anger? No, I can't let this embarrassing situation be revealed. I absolutely cannot let her know about my forced marriage. It's too humiliating." "Stay out of my business," Luna retorted angrily, mumbling a dismissive sentence as she attempted to stride past the woman. Just as she aimed to move forward toward her university dorm, she had no intention of engaging further with this threatening individual. "Stay out of my business." It was the first time anyone had used those words with her. No one had ever dared to speak to her like that before. "Miss Chi, the master and mistress are waiting for you at home," the driver, having arrived in a sleek black Ferrari to pick her up, announced. Hearing the driver call her name, the woman known as Miss Chi glanced at Luna, and a faint smile unexpectedly graced her lips. 5 minutes later, upon reaching their destination, "Miss Chi, please exit the vehicle." The driver opened the rear door with a courteous gesture. Upon hearing her driver's words, the woman made no reply. Instead, she gazed at the grand entrance of their 2-story luxurious villa, taking a deep breath as she calmed her emotions before exhaling softly. She stepped onto the second tier of the staircase, the sound of her heels echoing as she entered. "Sister." The moment she stepped inside, a familiar voice called out, as if searching for someone. "Xiaohan?" Chi Mingyi asked, gently stroking her younger brother, who was nestled in her arms. "What's the matter, Dad?" Chi Minghan suddenly looked up at his sister, his tearful expression revealing his distress. "He wants me to go on a blind date with a girl I don't even know. Forced marriage?" Chi Mingyi was taken aback by her brother's words. Their parents had not mentioned this to her, nor had they discussed the contract with another company. "Miss, you're back." A maid dressed in a black and white uniform greeted her with a polite bow. "The master and mistress are waiting for you in the dining room." Chi Minghan shot a defiant glance at the maid, his childish pride evident as he linked arms with his sister, leading her into the dining room. In the dining room, "Xiao, you're back." Upon seeing Chi Mingyi, Chi Fu rose swiftly, pushing aside her son who had been sitting next to her. "It's been so long. My precious daughter has lost weight. Ugh. I come home from work and don't hear a single comforting word from you. Now that my sister has returned after a long absence, you're all smiles." Chi Minghan regarded his mother with disdain, finding her overly dramatic. "You've returned just in time. Let's eat first," Chi Fu said, pausing briefly before continuing. "I have something to discuss with everyone. It must be about my blind date with that woman." Chi Minghan exchanged glances with his father, begrudgingly taking a seat beside Chi Mingyi, casting her a few meaningful looks. Chi Mingyi, noticing the silent communication, calmly wiped the foam from her lips, exasperated by her brother's antics. "Father, what's the matter?" Chi Mingyi pretended not to know that her brother was about to be set up on a blind date, steering the conversation away from their previous discussion. "It's about the contract I signed with Lu Enterprises. They've requested that we marry their second son to your sister," Chi Fu said, sighing slightly as he glanced at the unwilling Chi Minghan. "But your brother refuses. How am I supposed to explain this to them? A contract?" Chi Mingyi gradually comprehended that such a significant uproar was merely for a trivial contract. However, it was rather inconsiderate of his father not to consult him beforehand. That fellow would undoubtedly disapprove. "Wait, how could such a monumental matter occur without anyone informing me? What contract are you referring to?" Chi Mingyi deliberately uttered those words. "Well," before Chi Laoi could finish his sentence, Chi Minghan interjected, "It's a request for a joint rental agreement with another company, which would alleviate our burdens." TSK. That insufferable brat always attempts to seize my narrative. Upon hearing his son utter such a matter, Chi Laoi cast a cold glance at Chi Minghan, shook his head, and let out a faint sigh. Never mind, it might be good for his daughter to know as well. "Father, can we cancel that contract?" Chi Minghan resolutely continued to voice his complaints to Chi Laoi. Upon hearing this statement, Chi Laoi merely shook his head in disapproval, refraining from any further comment. "But I have someone I adore," Chi Minghan pressed on, noticing his father's silence, pleading earnestly. "Is it that woman of yours?" Chi Laoi suddenly slammed his chopsticks down onto the table, expressing his dissatisfaction with a sharp retort. "Her status is lowly and has tarnished our family's reputation. So, my younger brother indeed has someone he fancies. Who would have thought? He usually behaves like a scoundrel, flirting with other girls." Chi Mingyi stifled a chuckle as she watched Chi Minghan beside her. "I don't care. I want her to be our Chi Tai Tai," Chi Minghan stubbornly insisted, refusing to concede. "Fine, if that is your wish." Chi Laoi, infuriated by Chi Minghan's declaration, sat down heavily on the chair beside the dining table, exclaiming, "If you step out of this door, don't ever return." Upon hearing his father's words, Chi Minghan cast a despondent glance at the enraged Chi Laoi before stepping towards the threshold of their home. This brat is genuinely running away from home, truly a son unworthy of his father. Master, Qi Furan approached, attempting to soothe Qi Laoye's temper, saying, "Don't let it affect your health. That child is simply obstinate. It's our fault for indulging him. Is that what I'm concerned about?" Qi Laoye sighed heavily. "I'm worried about how to explain this to others tomorrow. We had already made arrangements. What shall we do then?" Qi Furan found herself at a loss, as their son was unwilling to consent to such a marriage contract. Replacements were hard to come by. With this thought, the couple exchanged glances at their daughter, Qi Mingyi, who was seated at the dining table. Sensing something amiss in their gazes, Qi Mingyi cautiously swallowed and stammered, "Why are you looking at me like that? Xiao, why don't you go on a blind date in place of your brother?" Qi Furan was pondering the same notion when Qi Laoye promptly voiced it. But Qi Mingyi, perplexed by their intentions, continued, "Am a girl, wouldn't that be easily uncovered?" Upon hearing their daughter's words, Qi Laoye and Qi Furan seemed to find her reasoning valid. Then Qi Laoye proposed a brilliant idea. "How about you cut your hair short? Dressing as a man?" Qi Mingyi was taken aback by her father's suggestion, letting out a resigned sigh as she continued, "There's no way to reason with you two old folks. You've truly cornered me." "Our beloved eldest daughter." Qi Laoye beamed, displaying a warm smile. Resigned to their whims, Qi Mingyi found herself compelled to shoulder the burden of her brother's marriage contract. Surely, attending a meeting with the prospective bride wouldn't pose a significant issue. Chapter 2. Is it her? The sun shone brightly, with birds chirping merrily upon the branches outside. The glaring rays pierced through a room, where the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind created a melodious backdrop. "Xiao Yi." At that moment, the door burst open as Qi Furan forcefully entered, calling out her daughter's name, shattering the serene ambience. "What is it, Mom?" Qi Mingyi, blissfully asleep, pulled the covers over her forehead and lazily addressed the intruding Qi Furan. "Couldn't you let me sleep in peace this early in the morning? Get up and wash your face and brush your teeth." Qi Furan, unfazed by her daughter's protests, pulled the covers off her and declared, "Your personal high-end hairstylist has arrived." "What? Why is there a personal high-end hairstylist? Can I just enjoy a leisurely morning?" After returning from such a long trip from America without a good night's sleep, coupled with the workload that old man imposed. "Come on, why are you still in bed?" Qi Furan, noticing her daughter curled up like a caterpillar, urged, "Get up. Don't keep them waiting." "All right, I'm getting up," Qi Mingyi replied as she sat on the edge of her bed, stretching lazily before slipping into her slippers and yawning once more. "This daughter has always been a source of worry for me," Qi Furan thought as she watched Qi Mingyi saunter into the bathroom, exhaling a sigh. After a few moments, when the high-end hairstylist saw Miss Qi descending the staircase, he exclaimed, "Oh, how radiant!" The two elderly figures nearly jumped at his words, merely smiling politely at the stylist, as if pondering something. "This stylist is quite intriguing." "You are." Just as Qi Mingyi began to speak, Qi Laoye interjected, addressing the stylist politely, "Hello. Please create a dashing and imposing hairstyle for my daughter." A dashing and imposing hairstyle? Qi Mingyi felt that this description was somewhat outdated. "Never mind, whatever this old man desires shall be done as his daughter. I am not in a position to meddle with such matters." "Certainly, leave it to me," the high-end hairstylist assured, guiding Qi Mingyi to his side, pulling out a pair of silver scissors from his bag while retrieving a comb from his pocket, meticulously examining how to style her hair to captivate everyone. Several minutes later, as Qi Mingyi gazed into the mirror, her long, sleek black hair was suddenly transformed into a bob. "I am Qi's esteemed young lady, the sole daughter of the Qi family, and after 3 years of growing my long hair, it has been cut by this stylist summoned by these two old folks. Yet it actually looks quite good. Miss Qi, does this hairstyle suit you?" The stylist, placing the comb in his pocket, expressed his satisfaction earnestly. "It's passable." Qi Mingyi started to respond, but was interrupted by Qi Furan, who approached with a plate of green grapes, suddenly exclaiming, "So handsome." With that, she dropped the plate of grapes and rushed to retrieve a traditional Chinese suit jacket that her husband had never worn, draping it over Qi Mingyi's shoulders, envisioning her daughter captivating a crowd. "Hey, why are you taking out my treasured suit?" Qi Laoye, unable to tolerate Qi Furan's imagination, retorted angrily, "Put it back, I need it for a wedding. After knowing you for so long, you still appear so miserly and reluctant. What's wrong with letting our daughter wear it?" Qi Furan found herself unable to bear Qi Laoye's selfish demeanor. "Xiao Yi, try on this outfit," Chi Foreign urged, handing the cherished suit to her daughter. But this suit. Chi Mingyi glanced at her father, who was still fuming, but Chi Foreign insisted, forget about it, hurry up and change. We want to share our thoughts. Sharing our thoughts after changing outfits? Chi Mingyi found herself speechless at this matter. There was no choice since her brother refused to comply. All responsibilities fell upon her shoulders. In a moment, Chi Mingyi emerged from the bathroom dressed in her father's cherished black-brown traditional suit. She had already captivated her mother and was on the verge of enchanting the high-end hairstylist and the gathering of servants. With thick, dark eyebrows, light gray eyes, smooth and fair skin, delicately tinted eyelashes, and rosy lips, combined with the bob hairstyle, the hair at the nape of her neck had a slight twist. Absolutely perfect, the high-end hairstylist exclaimed, admiring Chi Mingyi in the men's suit. This is the ideal image for a woman disguised as a man that I have sought for so long. Simply stunning, Chi Foreign echoed, unable to find any other words. Chi Laoi gazed at his daughter, unaware of why tears welled in his eyes. He grasped the stylist's hands, offering heartfelt thanks, truly grateful. Yet within, he thought, how could my long-awaited daughter's image be forcibly altered to that of a son? Yet, I must admit, I am quite satisfied. After escorting the esteemed hairstylist out the door and into the yard, Master Chi contentedly turned to his beloved daughter, Chi Mingyi, and smiled at her. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, he abruptly grasped her right wrist and swiftly ushered them both into the car, exclaiming, "Hurry, we have no time to waste, we mustn't keep them waiting too long." It was indeed her irresponsible brother who had instigated this contractual marriage arrangement. Why must it fall upon me? Chi Mingyi sat in the back seat beside her father, propping her chin on her left hand as she gazed out the window, exhaling a sigh of warm air. Perhaps it's merely a meeting with that girl, it should have no bearing on me. After approximately 10 minutes of travel, father and daughter arrived at their company's building, where a sleek black Mercedes was parked in front of the entrance. "Director Chi, Director Liu is waiting for you in your office," announced a polite female secretary who hurried out from within the company. Upon hearing the secretary's words, Master Chi said nothing, instead leading his daughter, who was disguised as a boy, through the company doors. It was at this moment that the secretary noticed the unassuming young man accompanying Director Chi. Could he be Director Chi's illegitimate son? Nevertheless, he appeared quite handsome. If only I were not more than 20 years older than him. "I wonder why you keep staring at Director Chi's son," a male secretary remarked disdainfully as he approached the female secretary. "Are you smitten with him? Is he really Director Chi's son?" The female secretary gasped, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "He's so handsome. This is the first time I've seen such a striking young man as Director Chi's son." Seeing the nauseating expression on the female secretary's face and hearing her gushing tone, the male secretary felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. "Please refrain from making such sounds. Director Chi's son wouldn't look twice at someone like you," he said, covering his mouth with his left hand, genuinely feeling ill while clutching a thick stack of documents in his right. The female secretary, upon hearing his words, adopted an expression of indignation and made a face at the male secretary as he walked past her. "Does he really need to say that? I don't require a glutton like him to judge my beauty," she thought as she strutted confidently into the company. Upon entering an air-conditioned office, Director Chi spotted Director Liu sitting in a corner with his daughter, Luna. Luna was slackening her hold on her father's wrist. A reluctant expression etched on her face. She had returned home late the previous night, but upon reaching the school entrance, a butler had seized her and locked her in her room, forcing her to accompany her father to this matchmaking meeting. "This is..." Director Chi comfortably settled into his chair and regarded the demure and charming Luna. "Is she your daughter?" "Indeed." Director Liu offered little elaboration and swiftly transitioned to discussing the upcoming contract. "Shall we proceed with the marriage agreement?" Director Chi, noticing the two women still in the office, cleared his throat and interjected, "You two should find a place to get to know each other better." Upon hearing the old man's directive, Chi Mingyi exhaled a subtle breath of exasperation. "Is it her?" As she raised her gaze, she recognized the young woman her brother was to meet. "Surely, she wouldn't recognize me. Not when I had appeared before her last night as an older sister with long, straight black hair." "Shall we step outside for a moment?" Luna suggested, gently tugging at Chi Mingyi's right wrist. "The air here is a bit stifling." "Stifling, aye?" Chi Mingyi, still processing the request, was cautiously led out of the office. After casting a glance back at the two gentlemen engrossed in their contract discussions, she finally released her grip on Luna's wrist. "Why did you let go?" Chi Mingyi inquired warmly as Luna relaxed her hold. Why should I keep holding on? Luna retorted, sizing up the man beside her. Are we that familiar? With a smile, Chi Mingyi leaned closer, whispering in her ear, how about we grab a cappuccino together? What do you think? Upon hearing the term little girl, Luna felt an eerie familiarity, as if she had encountered it before. Is this a figment of my imagination? Or have I encountered the shadow of that woman once again? Is that all right? Chi Mingyi gently pinched Luna's soft cheek, encouraging her to respond. As Luna registered the proximity of the handsome man before her, she abruptly pushed him away, expressing her disdain. You think a cup of milk tea will suffice to win me over? Do you really believe that? Why not? As long as you agree, Chi Mingyi replied, leaning in closer, their lips almost touching. Anything is possible. Luna, witnessing his advance yet again, pushed him away with renewed determination, her eyes appraising him critically. No, it cannot be her. I distinctly remember that woman from last night. Cold and fierce, it is absolutely impossible. Why do you keep pushing me away? Chi Mingyi seized Luna's wrist, tenderly caressing her cheek. Come on, let me take you for some milk tea. Brother? The term, combined with his tone, felt somewhat unsettling to Luna. Before she could respond, he had already dragged her away toward the tea shop. On their way from the company, before they had even reached the tea shop, Luna abruptly released Chi Mingyi's wrist and calmly stated, You go ahead, I have something to attend to. I'm leaving now. Something to attend to? Shall I escort you? Chi Mingyi interjected, blocking her path against the wall. For heaven's sake, does this man have some issues? Why can't he just leave me alone? Luna glared at him, repulsed, as she freed herself from his grasp. No need. I can manage on my own, she declared defiantly. As her mind drifted back to last night's events, she mused that had it not been for that old man's subordinates forcibly returning her home, she would never have been set up with this man. Chi Mingyi stood coolly with his hands in his pockets, a faint smile gracing his lips. Who would have thought that in this vast world, I would encounter her again? It truly is a miracle. And to discover that the girl my younger brother was set to meet is none other than her, how intriguing and delightful. Chapter 3. Unfortunate. Luna strolled outside the school gates, her gaze lifted towards the expanse of blue sky adorned with white clouds, shielding her eyes from the glaring sunlight with her right hand. Her thoughts drifted to her recent encounter with that man. Was she being a tad too harsh, leaving him alone by the roadside? Well, he appeared to be much older than her. Surely he wouldn't encounter any unsavory characters. No, wait. Why was she even worrying about him? Was she truly that idle? As Luna stepped through the school gates, her mind raced with thoughts of the paper she had yet to write that it was all that old man S. fault. She had returned to school in good spirits, yet he had forcibly dragged her back. She had clearly expressed her desire to avoid meeting that unfamiliar man, yet he insisted on compelling her to return. Enough of that. She ought to hasten to her dormitory and pen her paper. Otherwise, she would truly miss the opportunity to deliver her speech at tomorrow's sports meet, a matter of utmost importance for a freshly enrolled university student like her. Oh, dear Luna, upon reaching the dormitory corridor, just as she opened the iron gate, a tall, slender woman with a dark complexion suddenly sprang from inside and lunged at her, gripping her shoulders tightly, gazing intently into Luna's eyes without uttering a word. What is wrong? Luna queried, looking at the woman who had just dashed towards her. Have you prepared your paper? The woman, clad in pajamas and casual slippers, inquired with a tense expression. Paper? Luna exclaimed, hurriedly attempting to return to her dormitory to write her paper. But was obstructed by this woman that I'm just about to write it. Luna feigned a nonchalant demeanor. Quickly. The relaxed girl suddenly grasped her wrist, muttering those 4 words incessantly. Luna was perplexed by her urgency. What could possibly be the matter? Had something occurred? No, wait. This girl had initially mentioned the paper. Luna's mind flickered. Could it be related to her paper? Or perhaps the schedule for the school's opening speech had been unexpectedly altered. However, the paper assigned by her homeroom teacher remained a blank canvas, void of any content, let alone words. What is going on? Luna followed her into the dormitory and sincerely expressed her intention to write. Of course, it's good news. The girl named for reasons unknown, suddenly transformed from a visage of anxiety to one of cheerful composure. What is the good news? Luna inquired, her head tilting in curiosity towards I heard that a representative from the Chi family will be attending our women's college's opening speech. E exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. However, Luna was at a loss. Who was this individual from the chief family? I say, Luna, hurry up and finish your speech paper. E urged, pulling out a completely blank sheet of paper and, with a nervous glance, remarked, You've only written half a line. Luna, still maintaining her relaxed demeanor, nodded and replied, Yes, what's the matter? It's tomorrow morning. E's eyes widened in astonishment that you've only written half. What's the rush? You need to sit here and write seriously. E insisted, pushing her onto the chair and hastily tidying her desk. Luna pondered why E was so frantic today. She had never been this anxious about a paper before. Something must be amiss. Why are you staring at me? Hurry up and write. E chided, noticing Luna lost in thought. All right, Luna replied, glancing at E's anxious expression, that I'll write it now, right away. With that, Luna deliberately took her time to pick up the pen from her desk, her gaze fixed on the overly anxious girl beside her. What was her deal today? Fretting over her writing. She wasn't refusing to write. What was the fuss about? 10 hours passed. Luna sat there, resting her chin on her left hand, yawning, while her right hand twirled the pen, her eyes drooping. The draft on the table was nearly complete. How many words have you written? E asked, occasionally glancing at her phone and then approaching Luna. 19,000 on the computer. Just 1,000 more to go. Luna replied, setting down her pen, That you're writing on the computer? E scratched her head in confusion. Huh. But don't I need to bring my laptop for the speech? E, usually so composed, seemed unusually dazed. Isn't that how you always write your speech? Luna teased. Upon hearing this, E merely smiled at her, as if to say that was indeed the case, and returned to her chair at the desk. Exhaling in relief, Luna felt something was off. E typically wrote her speeches on the computer. Why the sudden shift to paper? Writing on paper was merely for the sake of revisions, to later transcribe onto the computer. E, is something wrong with your head? Luna jested, typing away at her keyboard at this. E glanced at the photograph on the desk, then quickly changed the subject. Lulu, are you done writing? Once you are, let us go get some food. Just a bit more, Luna attempted to continue, but E abruptly pulled her out, exclaiming, We can write later. I'm starving. What on earth was this girl doing? In mere seconds, they arrived at the center of the playground. Looking up at the sun, Luna thought, Is it really this hot in the middle of winter? My idol, E mumbled under her breath. Where's my idol? Luna caught this and wondered, Idol? What is this girl talking about? Weren't you just going to get food? She reminded E. What food? E suddenly ducked behind a large tree, tugging Luna along. Did you know? The second young master of the chief family is coming to our school to give a speech. I am so excited. Huh. The second young master of the chief family? Who is that? Can we eat now? Luna said, patting her stomach. Wait. E continued to gaze intently at the mysterious figure she referred to as the second young master of the chief family. Who was she looking at? Luna wondered, sensing a familiar shadow passing by. Wait a minute. That silhouette struck a chord with her, as if she had seen it before. Just then, E exclaimed, Who is that man? Why isn't he my idol? Hearing E.'s lamentations, Luna turned to the figure in the distance, her mind racing back to a rainy day by the roadside. Could it be him? No way. What would a person like him be doing at their college? Yet, he looked so familiar. Luna, let us go. E tugged at Luna's hand, glancing at the unfamiliar man with evident dissatisfaction. Without uttering a word, Luna simply nodded and turned her gaze back towards the distant figure in the playground, in the center of the playground. Chiming stood beside the college president, seemingly engaged in conversation. He sighed. Looking up at the blinding sun, he had anticipated this trip back home to be a pleasant escape, a chance to enjoy drinks with friends. Yet, this old man insisted that he substitute for his beloved younger brother in attending college affairs, even coercing him into matchmaking. Couldn't he catch a break? Are you the second young master of the chief family? The principal gazed at Kaminji and cautiously remarked, No, I am Kaminji. Just as Kaminji was about to respond to the principal's topic, the old man interjected, continuing, He is the eldest son of our family. Upon hearing this, the principal instantly grasped the situation. It turned out the chief family had 2 sons, and he had mistakenly assumed there was 1 son and 1 daughter. Clearing his throat, the principal returned to the main topic, stating, The entirety of our speech draft depends on you. Since our 1,000th freshman has just arrived and is unfamiliar with the rules, I must trouble you. All right, the principal concluded. while Kim Ji-ai's grandfather politely grasped the principal's wrist, graciously awaiting his turn, that I would like to take a look around this college first. I will return by 10 o'clock, Kim Ji-ai stated, disappearing swiftly from the old man's sight without seeking permission. This daughter is still the same as she was in her childhood. She hasn't changed at all that I thought that after spending a few years abroad, I could rest easy handing the company over to her. He mused, recalling his son who, after studying abroad for a while, returned constantly complaining that the environment and dietary habits there did not suit him. The old man, seated in the back of the car, sighed in exasperation at the memories. These two children truly give one a headache. Bang! Luna stepped out of the dining hall, still holding her steaming meal, only to feel as though something had struck her forehead. Yet there was no pain, just a gentle and faintly fragrant essence that was remarkably pleasant. "Hey, do I smell good?" she mused, inhaling the scent of someone nearby, when suddenly a familiar voice whispered in her ear, reminiscent of a place she had heard it before. "Are you done?" Recalling a misty rain, she was startled by another similar sound, even louder and more serious than the last. Feeling somewhat displeased, she raised her head and was taken aback by the familiar face before her. Instinctively distancing herself by 2 meters, "Wow, why is it you?" she exclaimed, echoing the thoughts that had escaped her lips. "How unfortunate. Why do I keep encountering this man? Does he harbor some grudge against me?" Yet, the earlier voice felt oddly familiar. Was it merely an auditory hallucination? It sounded like that woman's voice. What a coincidence, encountering Kim Ji-ai here, who with a playful smirk looked at the girl standing before him and remarked, "Who said it was a coincidence? I'm leaving." Just as Luna lifted her foot to depart, it felt as though something had tethered her back to the ground. "How about joining me for a meal?" The warm breath against her ear was much gentler than before. "Is it customary for men to stand this close during a first encounter?" "I have matters to attend to," Luna replied, clutching her food containers tightly and refusing to meet the man's gaze, coldly passing by him. What an intriguing girl, Kim Ji-ai thought as he observed her retreating figure, a subtle smile gracing his lips. How unfortunate. To encounter this man, even at school, that I thought I could escape this matchmaking ordeal. Yet here I am. Moreover, that Liang Yi was truly something. She couldn't even muster the courage to approach her idol, insisting on fetching food for that annoying woman, that if she hadn't helped that woman, perhaps I wouldn't have crossed paths with him. That as Luna walked back to her dormitory with 2 food containers in hand, she lamented the unfortunate meeting with that man. By the way, is that person male or female? Chapter 4. Information. Liang Yi, your meal. Upon returning to her dorm and opening the iron door, Luna called out loudly for someone. It was then that she realized why Liang Yi had been urging her to finish her paper quickly. It was because she might see her long-desired idol during the speech. Knowing when her idol would arrive during dinner, Luna's words were cut short as Liang Yi pulled her out, citing the need to fetch food. Who would have thought that this woman had such a myriad of thoughts? "Thank you. I was starving," Liang Yi exclaimed, setting her phone down and dashing to Luna's side. "Why did you leave me alone and rush back to the dormitory? Claiming you would help me get food?" Luna forcefully placed the food container in her hands, while Liang Yi silently opened her own box, eating her meal in quiet contemplation. She's quite skilled at ignoring others, Luna thought. Ding dong. Just as Luna sat down and prepared to open her food container, her phone buzzed on the table. Noticing the familiar number, 136875903, she wondered, whose number is this? The message seemed a bit off. "Meet me at the campus gate at 9. Who the heck is this? Why would I meet you at the campus gate? I'm not even acquainted with you." Yet if she didn't go. Nah, have you finished your speech draft? Liang Yi asked, concerned as she chewed her food. Almost, Luna replied, putting on a dependable expression and patting her chest. "Whether I write it or not doesn't really matter." Liang Yi suddenly blurted out, "What is going on with you?" Luna was puzzled by her sudden change in demeanor. Had she not been urging her to write faster? Was it because she hadn't seen her idol this afternoon? Luna was curious about her friend's inner thoughts. Ding dong. Almost immediately, another message arrived. Luna glanced at her phone again, chewing on some vegetables while her mind raced. "Girl, I've changed the time. Come to the campus gate at 8:30. These words feel so familiar, as if I've seen them somewhere. "What are you doing? Eating for so long?" Liang Yi leaned closer to Luna, glancing at her phone. "Wow, which man is asking you out?" What man?" Luna realized and stammered. "You must have misread." She quickly turned off her phone, offering Liang Yi an awkward smile. Speaking of which, whose phone number could that be? She had instructed her personal bodyguard that no one could obtain her number. Not even her biological father or stepmother. How strange. How did this person find out? An hour passed swiftly, and soon it was 8 o'clock. Luna had just finished her dinner and sat at her desk, resting her chin on her hands, her lips pouting as she gazed blankly at the white wall, seemingly troubled. Only 1 minute until 8:30. Should I agree to meet this stranger I've never encountered? What if they turn out to be a bad person? What should I do? Will you accompany me out at 8:30 tonight? Luna took a deep breath, ultimately deciding to discuss this with her inquisitive roommate. Out for what? Liang Yi, still munching on her chicken wings, suddenly had an idea and turned her chair closer to Luna, whispering, "Are you going on a date with a boy from another college?" Wow, Yi is quite perceptive. She has already guessed my intentions, Luna thought. Should I praise her intelligence or her gossiping nature? No, it's just for a brief outing, Luna quickly replied at ITS late at night. The college is quite deserted, and I feel a bit scared. You usually go out at night without a care. Why are you scared now? Before Liang Yi could finish her sentence, Luna interrupted, "That has settled then." Hearing this, Liang Yi felt a bit speechless but agreed to accompany her at 8:30. But it's interesting to see Na so eager to meet someone. Could it be your boyfriend? As 8 o'clock approached, Liang Yi had been waiting at the dormitory entrance for quite some time. "Are you ready?" She called out impatiently, crossing her arms. "Do you really need to dress up so beautifully?" Inside, she thought she must be going to meet a boy she hasn't seen before. Otherwise, why would she dress so nicely? "All right, just a moment," Luna responded, hurriedly applying lipstick as she stood by the door. "Come on, hurry up. If you take any longer, I won't go," Liang Yi urged, checking her watch. "Let us go," Luna declared, having finished her preparations, spritzing herself with expensive French perfume. Wow, did this woman apply too much perfume? Liang Yi thought as she caught a whiff of the fragrance, quickly stepping back to inhale the fresh air from the nearby greenery. What's wrong? From such a distance, Luna noticed that Liang Yi suddenly stepped within a meter of her. With a puzzled expression, she remarked, You've applied too much perfume." Liang Yi deliberately leaned closer, taking another whiff of the fragrance enveloping Luna, and covering her nose, responded, "Next time, spray a little less. Is it really that strong?" Luna, somewhat skeptical of her claim, sniffed herself again and replied, "Isn't it quite potent? I can smell it from this distance." Liang Yi chose not to respond verbally, merely voicing her thoughts silently in her mind. Yet she refrained from sharing. "Then I shall use less next time." Luna rolled her eyes at Liang Yi and, while still assessing her own scent, sincerely stated, "I know it without you saying it." Upon hearing this, Liang Yi felt utterly speechless and rolled her eyes once more. Luna noticed her expression but simply smiled without saying anything. Suddenly, as they walked through the center of the academy, Luna shouted, startling Liang Yi, who was leading the way. "Why did you suddenly scream?" Liang Yi turned around, looking at Luna with irritation. "You scare people easily." "I forgot to reply to that message," Luna said, a bit flustered. Gazing at Liang Yi. "What happened?" Liang Yi's expression shifted to one of surprise as she exclaimed, You didn't ask him where he is, did you?" Luna remained silent, merely nodding in response to Liang Yi's inquiry. This woman hasn't changed at all. She still fails to inquire about unfamiliar messages. I am truly baffled, Liang Yi thought, rolling her eyes at Luna once again. "What do we do now?" Liang Yi asked, observing Luna's anxious demeanor. The truth was Luna was equally unsure of what to do. To be honest, she merely wanted to see who had sent her a message that somehow included her own phone number. And she was determined to find out who it was. Just then, while lost in thought, Luna heard a familiar voice near her ear, prompting her to quickly turn her head to her astonishment. It was him. "What? You didn't expect to see me here?" he stammered. "Why can't I appear here?" Chiming replied with a gentle smile, "This is the place we agreed upon. After all, that smile is a bit unsettling. It looks rather lewd. I've never seen a man smile in such a creepy way." Wait a moment. Upon hearing his words, Luna's mind recalled the message she had seen on her phone, which mentioned waiting at the campus entrance. She had almost forgotten about it. No, this is not the right time to be thinking about the campus entrance. Why is he here? And is he mentally unwell? Did he just escape from a mental institution? Always grinning creepily at people. What a weirdo. Are you not happy to see me? Qi Mingyi suddenly closed the distance, gently running his fingers through her soft hair, prompting Luna to swiftly retreat behind Liang Yi. "Don't touch me casually," she exclaimed. "Why make such a fuss?" Chi Mingyi chuckled at her reaction, glancing at Liang Yi. "Shall we head back to the dorm?" Luna ignored his words and whispered to Liang Yi, "Hey, so soon?" Liang Yi looked at her in confusion. "Isn't he the person you wanted to meet? This is nowhere near the person I wish to see," Luna retorted, instantly pulling Liang Yi's wrist as they hurried towards the dormitory. "What on earth is Yi talking about? What does she mean by the person I want to meet?" Suddenly, Luna's mind recalled something, and she pulled out her phone to check the message. Could it be? Her hand trembled slightly, her gaze shifting as she swallowed hard. This unfamiliar message can't possibly be from him. Can it? How could it be him? If I had known, I wouldn't have come out. Truly unfortunate. She encountered this matchmaker yet again. That Chi Mingyi watched as she clung to Liang Yi's side, a subtle smile forming at the corners of his mouth, as if pondering something. Is it really that terrifying to see me? Do you dislike me so much that you won't even come close to talk to me? After all, I am merely the wealthy heir, helping my brother with matchmaking. Upon returning to the dormitory, Luna quickly took off her shoes and rushed to her bed, retrieving her phone to meticulously scroll through the earlier message. Ultimately finding him in a fit of frustration, she deleted the message along with the phone number. Why am I so unlucky today? I keep running into this man everywhere. It's infuriating. Wait a moment. How did he discover and track down my phone number? Why does he know how to trace this program? I explicitly instructed my private bodyguard that no one would be able to trace this program. How does he know? With that thought, Luna suddenly pulled the blanket over her head and rolled around on her bed, mumbling to herself, "Luna, what's wrong with you?" A soft, adorable voice came from below, and Liang Yi, seated on the lower bunk, heard her. Luna realized she had been caught and lifted the blanket, saying, "Oh, it's nothing, you carry on." Afterwards, she awkwardly smiled at Liang Yi. Liang Yi paid her little mind, casting a brief glance her way before returning to her phone. Luna truly hadn't anticipated that the sudden, unfamiliar message would indeed come from the man from earlier in the afternoon. It seemed she could encounter him anywhere, in a way. Tomorrow, during the presentation, I absolutely cannot run into him. It simply cannot happen. Thus, while mumbling about that person, she unknowingly drifted into slumber. Chapter 5, Tension Ding Ding Ding. As dawn broke, Luna, still nestled in her upper bunk, was stirred awake by her alarm clock. She reluctantly emerged from her blanket, stretching her stiff body lazily. Suddenly, her right hand shot out from under the covers, frantically pressing the snooze button. "Luna, aren't you getting up yet?" A familiar voice echoed in her ear, startling her into sitting up abruptly. "What is the matter?" "What do you mean? What's the matter? Have you forgotten everything from yesterday?" Liang Yi observed Luna's dazed expression, blinking her eyes as if still stuck in sleep. "Oh, right." Luna's mind raced as she recalled the urgent paper she had been scrambling to finish yesterday, almost forgetting that it was meant for the upcoming presentation. "Why are you still dazing off?" Liang Yi stood by her bed, casually patting her shoulder. "Hurry up. It starts at 9:09, as the realization struck her. Luna grabbed her phone from the bedside, glancing at the time. "What? 9?" she exclaimed, tossing the covers aside and rushing to get ready without even making her bed. Liang Yi watched her frantic movements with her hands on her hips, shaking her head and letting out a sigh. This woman has been like this since high school. When will she ever mature? Always appearing so juvenile. What man would be attracted to her? An hour later, Luna hastily donned a white top and blue jeans, slipping on her black canvas shoes. She shot a glance at Liang Yi and exclaimed, "Let's go, let's go." After saying this, she grabbed Liang Yi's wrist and dashed out. "Luna, about your presentation." As they reached the dormitory corridor, Liang Yi suddenly halted, unexpectedly voicing her concern. "Huh?" Luna, still caught off guard by her statement, fuzzily replied, "Didn't the homeroom teacher say we were both responsible?" "It is indeed our responsibility. You write the new paper, and I'll present it," Liang Yi said, her gaze drifting to the flowers and trees nearby before she quietly continued, "But I am not really feeling it." "Not feeling it?" Luna recalled the earlier encounter with her crush, realizing the issue. Her crush was absent, and Liang Yi wasn't planning to present, intending for her to take the stage instead. Wait a moment. If I have to create a new paper and present it, won't that be self-sabotage? This woman is truly not to be trifled with. Is Nana doing well? Liang Yi, noticing that Luna had not responded to her words, continued to cling to her arm and whined playfully. Luna sighed, silently nodding in agreement to take the stage and present the paper on her behalf. 3 hours later, Luna and Liang Yi found themselves in the center of the auditorium, gazing at the crowd of new students seated before them. Luna tightly clutched the paper she had just finished writing yesterday, her heart racing as if a mischievous little deer was prancing about within her. Why am I so incredibly nervous? Her right hand, holding the speech, trembled slightly as she surveyed the auditorium filled with over 1,000 boisterous students. She swallowed slowly, trying to calm her nerves. This was her first time speaking in front of so many freshmen, and she felt somewhat unaccustomed to it. That a glance at Liang Yi, standing nonchalantly beside her, revealed that she seemed entirely unfazed. Perhaps she thought, "It's not my speech. Why should I worry? Why must it be me to take the stage? I am responsible for the words, and now I must present them as well. How utterly unfair. Nana, hand me the speech." Amidst her rising anxiety, Luna suddenly heard Liang Yi's voice, seemingly addressing her. "What is it?" she responded, only to have Liang Yi swiftly snatch the speech from her hand. Luna stood there, momentarily stunned, as she watched that woman stride confidently onto the stage with the paper in hand. What on earth is this woman doing? She claimed not to want to speak, yet here she was, unexpectedly seizing the opportunity. Luna gazed at her retreating figure, utterly perplexed by her intentions. Wait a moment. Who is that man seated in the front row of the auditorium? I don't think I've seen him before. Is he a new teacher? No, that can't be right. As she focused, Luna noticed a familiar face seated next to him. Who is that other man beside him? He looked strikingly familiar. Could it be that Liang Yi snatched my speech to impress the man in the front row? Her eyes widened as she locked onto him, a spark of admiration evident in her gaze. Surely, this woman must be eager to showcase her speaking prowess, to catch a glimpse of her ideal man. What a conundrum, watching Liang Yi earnestly deliver the speech on stage. Luna suddenly felt her throat dry. She decided to step outside to buy a bottle of pure mineral water. As she approached the door, the scorching sun beat down upon her forehead, and the incessant chirping of cicadas filled the air, indicating the heat of the day. She swallowed repeatedly, sweat trickling down her brow, her throat parched. Glancing at her watch, it read 9:20 a.m. That it felt like the sun was blazing as if it were midday. Despite it still being spring, why does it feel like summer? Is the universe playing tricks on me? Luna stood at the door of the auditorium, contemplating whether to buy water, perhaps even a bottle for E. Suddenly, a soft, endearing voice broke her thoughts. Turning to her side, she noticed a somewhat familiar man standing beside the girl next to her. Could that be the man seated in the front row of the auditorium? Wait a moment. Isn't he the one he has been dreaming of? Who is the woman next to him? I'll ask the butler to fetch a bottle of water, the man said, gently caressing the girl's chin. The girl did not respond verbally, but nodded in agreement, clearly pleased with the gesture. So, E's dream man is already taken. She must be heartbroken. Luna observed the couple laughing affectionately at the entrance of the auditorium. Hey, why did you suddenly come out? The presentation hasn't ended yet, came a very familiar voice, interrupting Luna's thoughts. Big sister, the man exclaimed, quickly releasing the soft-spoken girl beside him. What are you doing here? I wanted to ask you the same. He began, but abruptly shifted his gaze to the girl beside him, his tone growing serious. Have you found a new girlfriend at this academy? The boy lowered his head, seemingly unable to meet her gaze. Second young master, please return to your seat, the butler interjected, bowing slightly. The presentation is not yet over. Don't think you can slack off just because your father is occupied with other matters. Yes, he spoke. He cast a cold glance at the girl standing behind him. I summoned you here to ensure you learn to handle your responsibilities and not to burden me with trivial matters. The girl exchanged a glance with the cold woman, as if wanting to say something. She thought to herself, his sister is rather intimidating. Luna quietly observed their conversation, her mind racing with thoughts. Suddenly, she remembered. Right. I need to get some water. Leaving the auditorium for a moment, Luna made her way to the campus convenience store, with a bottle of freshly purchased mineral water in her right hand. She vigorously twisted off the cap with her left, tilting the bottle to her lips as the refreshing liquid flowed into her stomach. How invigorating! After consuming nearly half of the bottle, she gently capped it and exhaled a sigh of relief. Grabbing another bottle she had just purchased, she headed back towards the auditorium. Just then, halfway through her journey, she spotted a familiar silhouette ahead. Why does he seem so familiar? Where have I seen him before? Never mind, it doesn't matter. He doesn't recognize me either. I should hurry and see how E's presentation is going. Bang. Luna's forehead collided with something solid. The bottle of water slipped from her grasp, crashing onto the concrete floor. As she bent down to retrieve the fallen bottle, she noticed a pair of black-brown shoes standing motionless before her. Is this a new statue that has recently been installed at the academy? Statues don't usually stand so still, do they? But wait, this statue seems to emit a subtle laughter. Am I imagining things? Surely, that cannot be. Do you need a few seconds to pick up the bottle? A familiar voice echoed near her, emanating from the figure above her. Wait, this statue can talk. Luna, startled, quickly picked up the fallen bottle, not daring to glance up. Just as she was about to step away, she felt a tug at her sleeve, as if something was holding her back, trying to run away. Are we? As she was about to flee, that familiar voice resounded in her ears once more. Unmistakably recognizable, Luna halted, whispering to herself, "Can it really speak? It must be a dream. I need to wake up from this dream. Hold on, what is that delightful fragrance? It smells wonderful." Just then, as she pondered those thoughts, a floral scent wafted into her nostrils. She lifted her gaze and found herself staring at someone standing right in front of her. "How could it be you?" Luna blurted out. "Are you that surprised to see me?" Chi Mingyi remarked, a devilish smile gracing his lips as he observed her astonished expression. "Surprised? I'm more like unfortunate to encounter you," Luna retorted, ready to take her leave. But just as she lifted her foot to walk away, her sleeve was tugged once more. "What do you want? Why speak to me in such a tone?" Chi Mingyi chuckled. "Join me for dinner tonight, Dio. We know each other well enough for that." Luna replied, visibly displeased. "We've barely met once." "Is that so?" Chi Mingyi suddenly leaned closer, their faces nearly a mere centimeter apart, as he gently brushed her hair aside. "After all, we did meet during that blind date at the restaurant. What are you doing so close?" Luna felt herself blushing as she gazed at his warm lips, stammering, "See, could you please step back? What if I choose not to?" Chi Mingyi feigned innocence, moving even closer, his left hand resting on her waist while his right continued to caress her hair. "What will you do? Am I dreaming? This woman seems to have no qualms about holding onto my waist so tightly." Luna struggled to free herself from his grip, stepping back, yet it felt as if he held her captive. "What is the matter?" Chi Mingyi leaned in, teasingly whispering, "Are you reluctant to push me away?" What on earth is he talking about? I find it hard to push him away. Just kidding. If he weren't holding my waist so tightly, I would have easily shoved him aside. Speechless from excitement, Chi Mingyi, upon noticing her silence, leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Am I excited? Please don't say such things, all right?" After speaking, Luna suddenly pushed away the chest of the girl disguised as a boy and remarked, "You've got some strength, huh? My brother's blind date is quite interesting." Luna's straightforward gaze shifted awkwardly for a moment as she averted her eyes and mumbled, "It's nothing, that I'm heading back to the auditorium." A second later, Luna arrived at the foot of the auditorium stage. Observing Liang Yi clutching her speech manuscript, her lips seemingly murmuring something to there's something on her mind. Why does she seem like a different person once she's on stage? You've worked hard. Have some water." Luna didn't pry further but silently offered her a bottle of mineral water, speaking kindly to Liang Yi, upon seeing Luna present the bottle, responded with a grateful thank you. What is wrong? You look so dispirited," Luna said, twisting open her own bottle of water. Liang Yi, hearing the voice of her dear friend, suddenly burst into tears and hugged Luna tightly, crying out, "Nana, when I was giving my speech, I saw him leave his seat and was flirting with a girl from our college in a corner. This must be about her crush, right? Wait a minute. Why does this scenario sound so familiar? Did I not encounter this at the auditorium entrance? There's no doubt about it." After hearing this, Luna began to comprehend what Liang Yi was saying. Nonetheless, she felt quite unfortunate to have run into that man earlier today. It seemed she could find him anywhere, that he even invited me to dinner tonight, which I absolutely refused, that I hope I don't encounter him again tomorrow. Chapter 6. The First Kiss. I'm so hungry. While Liang Yi busied herself with her manuscript, Luna incessantly exclaimed about her hunger beside her. Liang Yi, growing somewhat impatient with her constant whining, replied, "I know. We'll go out for lunch soon. Just let me finish this first." Hearing this, Luna glanced at her slow pace and sighed. "How long do I have to wait for you to finish? Minutes? Hours? Are you done yet?" Luna stood at the entrance of the auditorium, her hands cradling her stomach as she lamented. Muttering phrases of starvation, What are you blowing about? Liang Yi, increasingly annoyed by Luna's complaints, retorted, I said we'll go soon. You don't know how long I've been hungry. Luna continued to caress her rumbling belly, exhaling frustrated sighs. Fine, I'll wait a little longer. Just then, Luna thought she heard a familiar voice nearby. Turning her head, she caught a glimpse of a man clad in dark attire. What? How could it be you? She gasped, her reaction immediate. Why wouldn't it be me? Qi Mingyi, standing beside her, shot her a charming glance and said, What bad luck? Why do I keep running into this man everywhere? Is he intentionally appearing before me? Wait, the person next to him looks oddly familiar, as if I've seen him before. Wasn't he the one flirting with another girl at the auditorium entrance? Why are you staring at my brother? Qi Mingyi noticed Luna's unwavering gaze upon him and provocatively asked, Are you hoping to be my future sister-in-law? What on earth is this person talking about? Why does he think I'm staring at his brother and that I like him? Is there something wrong with him? Who would want to be your sister-in-law? Luna snapped back, realizing what he meant. Qi Mingyi smirked, observing her stunned silence, and teased, Oh, so you want to be my brother's wife? What is wrong with this man? Is he out of his mind? Who wants to be your sister-in-law? Luna, regaining her composure, replied excitedly, What if I wanted to be your woman? Qi Mingyi, seizing the moment when no one was around, leaned closer to her cheek and whispered softly in her ear. Luna, taken aback by his words, was momentarily speechless. Her hands instinctively wrapped around his waist as her cheeks flushed. She seemed to want to voice something, but couldn't find the words. What is he even saying? He thinks I should be his woman just like that. Is he a bit delusional? Not willing? Huh. Qi Mingyi continued to tighten his grip around her waist, whispering in her ear. Could you please not get so close? Luna struggled against his embrace, muttering, We shouldn't be so intimate. What a lovely notion of propriety. Qi Mingyi chuckled at her remark, amused by the irony of being mistaken for a boy despite being a girl. Nana, are you here? Liang Yi, carrying a hefty stack of speech manuscripts, approached and noticed the unfamiliar presence beside Luna, questioning, Who is he? Luna quickly released her hold on the man beside her, stating, Just passing by. Let us finish up and go eat. I'm starving. Eat? Qi Mingyi, upon hearing the word, smirked slightly. How about I treat you? Before either of them could move, Qi Mingyi, observing the two of them, casually remarked under the setting sun. You retreating? Liang Yi's eyes sparkled at his words as she inquired, Are you serious? Qi Mingyi nodded affirmatively, and Luna fell silent, watching as Liang Yi grasped her wrist, exclaiming, We just saved some money on living expenses. Luna was utterly perplexed by this man's intentions. He's still not satisfied from that blind date. I must find out what he's up to. 2 hours later, the trio arrived at a 2-story restaurant and casually selected a window-side table. Luna had no desire to engage with the greasy man across from her. Instead, she gazed out at the sunset, while Liang Yi meticulously perused the menu for suitable dishes. Why aren't you picking anything? Qi Mingyi remarked, watching Luna, who was lost in thought, staring out the window. Luna remained indifferent, her chin resting on her hands, her gaze still fixated outside. This little girl is completely ignoring me. All right, Liang Yi, after choosing, handed the thick menu to Qi Mingyi and asked, Are you sure you don't want to select something? Qi Mingyi glanced at the menu and calmly replied, I want to choose. Before Luna could finish her thought, Liang Yi interjected, I'll pick for her. This woman is quite perceptive. She knows what I want to eat. Luna thought of hugging Liang Yi in gratitude, but was unexpectedly pushed away. What are you doing? Luna questioned, feeling somewhat displeased. What is wrong with two women hugging? Liang Yi retorted, unaffected. Can't two women hug? Luna nearly exploded at Liang Yi's comment, muttering, What are you afraid of? I'm not a man. Don't mind that. Liang Yi shot a glance at Qi Mingyi, whispering, Why is that woman's face so red? Luna sensed something amiss and followed her gaze, realizing the situation. Hey, stop staring so obviously. Luna admonished Liang Yi, who denied it vehemently. The two seemed to be enjoying their conversation, seemingly forgetting Luna's presence. Excuse me for a moment. Qi Mingyi suddenly grasped Luna's wrist, leading her outside, where he leaned against a white pillar, gently cupping her chin with one hand while his body inched closer to hers, their lips nearly brushing against each other. Terrified, Luna quickly stepped back, only to find herself cornered against the pillar. Staring into his eyes, her mind racing with thoughts of what this man was doing. Why is he getting so close? We're not even that familiar. What on earth does he want? Just then, Luna caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance, a subtle blend of jasmine and perhaps matcha, wafting between them. What is this scent lingering by my lips? Is it delicious? As Chiming-yi gradually released her lips, he playfully licked the edges of his mouth, smoothly declaring, delicious. Upon hearing his voice, Luna was instantly taken aback, her eyes wide with astonishment as she fixated on the man before her, who stood over 1.7 meters tall. She had never anticipated that her precious first kiss would be so unexpectedly stolen by this rather unsavory character. Gone, she mumbled. Noticing her silence, Chiming-yi continued to caress her chin and remarked, could you refrain from such indiscreet touching? Luna was thoroughly repulsed by his greasy gestures and forcefully shoved him away, retorting, we've already kissed. Must you still insist on touching? Unfazed, Chiming-yi leaned closer, wrapping an arm around her waist, and teased, you're shy now? You certainly weren't shy during the blind date at the restaurant. Quite interesting, indeed, that my blind date has a certain charm. What are you two up to? Liang-yi interjected, approaching them as the dishes were being served. Upon hearing Liang-yi's voice, Luna hurriedly pushed Chiming-yi away, her face flushed, her gaze darting nervously as she quietly replied to Yi and then lowered her head. Making her way back to her seat at the dining table. Once seated, she dared not look at the very man who had just kissed her, instead focusing on the bowl of white rice before her. Nana, why aren't you eating your vegetables? They were specially selected for you, Liang-yi observed, watching Luna as she continued to eat only her rice. Luna chose not to respond, silently consuming her meal. Don't be shy. Eat more, Chiming-yi said gently, offering her a piece of meat, urging her, don't just eat rice. Have some vegetables too. When Luna saw Chiming-yi's kind gesture of placing meat into her bowl, memories of their earlier kiss flooded her mind, and her face turned crimson. Internally, she chastised herself. What am I thinking? Why do I keep recalling those awkward moments and my hard-earned first kiss, taken away by this blind date? Chapter 7. A hasty departure. Having just finished lunch, the trio exited the restaurant. Luna glanced at her watch, then stretched and yawned, saying, let us head back to the dormitory. I'm feeling a bit tired. You want to go back already, after just eating? Liang-yi gently nudged Luna's shoulder, whispering in her ear, aren't you going to spend some time with him? Spend time? Why would I? I barely know him, Luna retorted, pulling Yi's wrist as if to leave, but felt an unexpected resistance, as if something was hindering her progress. Turning to see what was amiss, she noticed the woman exhibiting an expression of affection. Who is she enamored with? As the male driver stepped out of the car, preparing to address Chiming-yi, Chiming-yi deliberately cleared his throat, prompting the driver to change his address. The driver leaned closer, whispering, young master, old Master Chi requests your immediate return. What does that old man want now? Fine, I understand, Chiming-yi sighed, his words escaping in a puff of white mist. Just then, as Chiming-yi finished speaking, Luna, following Liang-yi's gaze, finally realized to whom the woman was directing her affectionate glances. It was the handsome driver who had just exited the vehicle. And no wonder I felt so restrained. This woman's eyes sparkled with hearts at the mere sight of a dashing young man. Day after day, she swooned over unfamiliar handsome faces, weeping rivers of tears after a breakup, only to seek comfort from me, the one who endured her romantic misadventures. Let us go. Stop staring, Luna urged, pulling Liang-yi away. He is not yours anyway. Oh, come on. That guy is really handsome, Liang-yi insisted, her voice tinged with infatuation, causing Luna to shudder at the thought of her friend's romantic fixation. Are we leaving in such a hurry? Chiming-yi mused as he observed Luna's hasty retreat, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Why should I leave? Am I waiting to visit your home? Wait a minute. Luna suddenly recalled a familiar term, as if she had heard it before. Did she just call me girl? The moment she turned her head, she found herself captivated by the charming smile of the man before her. Of course. It couldn't have been her. I must have misheard. Instantly, her expression darkened. Then aren't you going to respond? Liang-yi queried softly. Why should I respond to him? He is merely a stranger from a blind date. Are you certain you want to reply? Liang-yi, noticing Luna's silence, glanced back at the man still waiting by the school entrance and remarked, he is still waiting for you. It was unusual for Liang-yi, who rarely showed concern for campus matters, to suddenly care about this blind date. Let us go, There are plenty of handsome guys at school, and no need to fixate on just this driver. How does she know I've been staring at that driver? Does she possess some sort of psychic ability? That is preposterous. Luna was left pondering Liang Yi's insight, bewildered by her friend's uncanny perception. Perhaps I'm overthinking this. Nana, is it truly fine to ignore him? 5 minutes later, the two found themselves at a small pavilion. Liang Yi stood at the entrance, gazing intently at Luna, who had just taken a seat on the stone bench, uttering words she did not wish to hear. Why should I respond? I barely know him. Nana. Liang Yi looked at her, a hint of frustration in her tone. Why aren't you replying to him? He did invite us to lunch. Why does she keep repeating that? If she wants to engage with him, she should do so outside the university, not keep pestering me. Luna felt a bit exasperated by Liang Yi's persistence, unsure how to articulate her thoughts, and therefore chose to remain silent. Oh no, I still have a package to collect. Liang Yi remarked, casting a furtive glance at Luna, awkwardly smiling as she added, Nana, will you accompany me to pick it up? Oh, just go by yourself. Luna replied, reluctant to concede that if you want to join me, it's clear our friendship isn't deep enough. Liang Yi pouted, squatting outside the pavilion in a display of feigned sorrow. Oh no, not this tactic again, that I want to fall for her tricks. Luna vowed to resist Liang Yi's manipulative charm. Nana, you must hold firm. Don't be swayed by her antics. It seems our relationship is more superficial than I thought. She lamented, squatting outside with a pitiful expression while Luna pretended not to hear her cries. Nana. Liang Yi stood up again, shaking Luna's arm, pleading, just accompany me for a moment. Nana, feigning ignorance. Luna continued to murmur softly to herself. Nana, Nana, Nana. Liang Yi persisted, noticing Luna's lack of response, continuing to shake her arm. Please, just come with me, all right? Ugh, this woman is truly annoying. Fine, I'll go with you. Luna finally relented. Unable to withstand Liang Yi's pitiful tone, that I knew you'd be the best, Nana. Liang Yi exclaimed joyously, wrapping her arms around Luna's waist and exclaiming, let us go. Luna feigned leading the way, exhaling a sigh as she added, just don't speak any more of your sarcastic remarks. Liang Yi merely chuckled, unbothered by Luna's words, and linked arms with her as they headed toward the school gate and the package collection point. However, Luna seemed preoccupied with a pressing thought. Several hours later, the two arrived at the package collection point, where Liang Yi released Luna's arm, stepping inside with evident excitement. That man's still here. He must have left by now. Luna thought, reluctant to accompany Liang Yi to collect the package, genuinely hoping to avoid encountering that unsavory man. The mere thought of him clouded her mind, detracting from her ability to concentrate on her studies. But, is he truly gone? Has he left? Why are you back again? At that moment, as Luna glanced left and right, she seemed to hear a familiar voice whispering in her ear, though it sounded somewhat off. Could it be that I am experiencing auditory hallucinations? Why is this voice echoing in my mind? Upon seeing me, are you not going to respond? Chi Mingyi, noticing Luna's disregard, suddenly locked eyes with her and smiled. Saying you before Luna could finish her thought, her gaze fixated on the rather lecherous man before her. What about me? Chi Mingyi, observing her incomplete sentence, gently smiled and directly addressed her cheek. Is it that I am too handsome for you to speak? Ugh! Upon hearing his words, Luna felt an overwhelming urge to slap him awake. This man truly a bit off in the head, so self-absorbed to such an extent. She immediately rolled her eyes. Are you ready yet? Ignoring his presence, Luna turned her gaze towards Liang Yi, who was rummaging through the package collection at the courier service, and called out loudly, "Oh dear." Liang Yi continued to search for her online purchases while responding to Luna, who stood at the entrance. Don't rush me, I'm looking. Hurry up. As Luna's words trailed off, she glanced at the man still staring at her, exhaling a puff of white breath. Why did I have to run into him at this moment? She had assumed he would have left the campus by now, yet he had not departed. Are you done yet? Luna once again urged Liang Yi, who was still searching for her packages. All right. Liang Yi held up a package box while meeting Luna's gaze. Then let's go. Luna feigned ignorance of the man standing opposite her and continued to link arms with Liang Yi as they walked toward the dormitory. This girl, is she truly ignoring my existence? The younger brother's blind date. With this thought, a devilish smirk crept across his lips, revealing a hint of mischief as he softly uttered 4 words. Chapter 8. Family Matters. Young Master, it is time to return. Old Master Chi is waiting. The male driver politely announced as he gently opened the rear door that Chi Mingyi glanced at the academy before him, hands nestled in the pockets of his deep black suit trousers. He first stepped into the vehicle with his left foot, followed by his right, commanding the driver seated in the front to proceed. As the car set off, Chi Mingyi gazed out the window, observing the scenery whizzing by, seemingly lost in contemplation about something of great significance. What on earth does that old man want from me? Is it something concerning my younger brother? I can never fathom what that old man is up to. Always shrouded in mystery, harboring secrets he refuses to share, leaving me to wallow in my own thoughts. Upon returning to the Chi Group headquarters, you are the young lady seated at the customer service center. Noticing Chi Mingyi's masculine attire, frowned and inquired to Chi Mingyi, sensing the awkwardness of the situation and unsure how to respond, recalled the old man's warning not to reveal her identity as his daughter. This is young Master Chi, who just returned from abroad a few days ago, the male driver interjected. Commodore A. So it is the son of Director Chi. The female customer service representative immediately transformed her demeanor from cold to exceedingly polite, pausing to say, I thought it was someone else. Please come in. With that, Chi Mingyi followed the driver into the chairman's office. As soon as they opened the gray glass door, bang! Shards of glass cascaded down at Chi Mingyi's feet, accompanied by the sound of raised voices from within the office. How many times have I told you? Do not secretly date. Old Master Chi glared at Chi Minghan, his eyes blazing with fury. I am not secretly dating, Chi Minghan retorted defiantly, meeting his father's gaze. Oh, really? Then what is this? Old Master Chi snatched a stack of various photographs from the male secretary and hurled them at Chi Minghan. What is this? How could father know about this? Chi Minghan stammered, his eyes widening at the scattered, intimate photos of him and another person, his lips quivering as if he wished to protest. Xiao Yi, you arrived just in time. Chairman Chi, upon seeing Chi Mingyi enter his office, handed her the pile of documents he was holding, pausing to say, please revise these documents thoroughly. What is this about? Why am I the only one handling this? Chi Mingyi questioned, staring incredulously at the old man. Did I ask this a mistake made by an employee? What employee error? Chairman Chi coldly regarded Chi Minghan, who was standing there in a daze. These are all documents that your younger brother has mishandled. He is utterly careless. Now it all makes sense, Chi Mingyi thought. Did I hope that before you return to the country? Chairman Chi's words were abruptly cut off as he picked up a freshly filled glass of warm water from the table, adding, you need to be more diligent, unlike your brother, who neglects his responsibilities and sneaks away. Ugh, my younger brother and I are not as you imagine us to be. Understood. Chi Mingyi sighed nonchalantly as she clutched the pile of erroneous documents. Why are you still standing there? Chairman Chi shot a glance at Chi Minghan, who was lingering, admonishing him. Follow your sister to the small company and start from the ground up. Chi Minghan felt a twinge of indignation at the old man's words, but ultimately had no choice but to acquiesce to his wishes and begin at a small company's grassroots level. Why do I suddenly feel so useless? Sister, did you inform that old man about my activities at the academy? After leaving Chairman Chi's office, Chi Minghan took the passenger seat and gazed at Chi Mingyi. Chi Mingyi placed the stack of documents inside the car, also taking the passenger seat beside him, and replied, I didn't say anything. Did I know nothing? Really? You didn't say anything? Chi Minghan, seeing Chi Mingyi shake her head while looking at the documents, pressed on. Then how does he know these documents? Oh, just forget how he found out, Chi Mingyi said, her brow furrowing as she examined the papers. Suddenly, she looked up, fixing a serious gaze on her younger brother. Brother, how did you manage to create these documents? They are all a jumbled mess, sister. Chi Minghan replied, looking at her with a mix of indignation and grievance. I have been quite diligent. Diligent? Chi Mingyi pondered his words carefully, contemplating the meaning of diligence. This younger brother must have some misunderstanding of the term. And no wonder the old man insisted you start from the basics at the small company. That Chi Mingyi sighed softly as she scrutinized the documents. Sister, I am just not accustomed to the lowly status of a small company. Chi Minghan continued to look at Chi Mingyi with a pitiful expression. Of course, you are used to the high status of a large corporation. Chi Mingyi recounted the realities of her younger brother's past experiences, explaining, you need to start from the small company. Even you are like this, sister. Chi Minghan protested, resembling a petulant child. This younger brother truly knows how to play the victim. I find it increasingly difficult to deal with him. By the way, Chi Mingyi suddenly recalled his lack of diligence at the academy, where he was preoccupied with dating a university girl. She paused briefly before continuing. Brother, have you started dating someone new at that academy? Indeed, Chi Minghan affirmed resolutely. How long have you been together? Chi Mingyi's question was interrupted by Chi Minghan's eager response. For a year now. Oh, no wonder that old man is so furious. So you handed your blind date over to your sister? Chi Mingyi remarked, locking eyes with him. Making me dress up as a refined gentleman? Sister, that is not fair. Chi Minghan interjected, only to pull out a mirror from somewhere in the car. Presenting it to Chi Mingyi. Look, I haven't changed at all. I'm still the same refined gentleman. With a high nose bridge, smooth and fair skin, dark brown eyes, and a thick set of Korean-style brows, complemented by deep red lipstick. He appeared even more like the old refined gentleman than before. When did this little brother become so cultured? It's hard to tell, little brother. Could you perhaps share your thoughts on your blind date? Just as Chi Mingyi was about to finish speaking, he suddenly noticed a few strands of hair had fallen onto his chest. Holding those strands in his hand, he took a serious glance, wondering if it was perhaps due to my fatigue from work. All sorted. Taking advantage of Chi Mingyi's distraction, Chi Minghan snipped away at the excess hair at the nape of his sister's neck, playfully looking at her and saying, now that is how a girl disguises herself as a boy. Wait, did you just cut the back of my hair? And it was you who did it. Why did you cut it? Chi Mingyi lifted the recently snipped hair from his chest, gazing intently at Chi Minghan. Did I ask this really how a girl disguises herself as a boy? Chi Minghan looked at his sister's face and sweetly pouted. Isn't it, sis? Sigh. Chi Mingyi, observing her brother's expression, let out a sigh from her lips, feeling helpless against him. What were you saying about my blind date? Chi Minghan recalled Chi Mingyi's previous words, pausing momentarily before saying, do you want him? How does this little brother know I want him? Chi Mingyi said nothing, merely nodding quietly in response that in any case, I have no fondness for that blind date. Chi Minghan abruptly shifted the topic, pulling out a photograph from his pocket, stroking it gently with his left hand before pausing to say, moreover, my heart only belongs to her. Her. Is she the girl I saw at school this morning? Yet, that old man has always opposed, so does that mean? Chi Mingyi, observing Chi Minghan's discontented expression, paused to ponder, unable to voice the thought that lingered in her mind, and instead continued, you have her approval. After examining the photo in his hand, Chi Minghan slowly tucked it back into his pocket, saying not a word, merely nodding in silence that it seems my little brother truly has feelings for that girl. The Liu family. Old master, I wonder if that girl has any feelings for her blind date. Lady Liu remarked, reclining on the living room sofa while applying her nail polish. Will she adapt? Old Master Liu continued to munch on the last segment of an orange, offering no commentary. Aren't you the least bit concerned about your daughter? Lady Liu, noticing Old Master Liu's silence, fixed her gaze upon him. What is there to be concerned about? She has grown up. Old Master Liu paused briefly, chewing the final piece of orange, then added, let nature take its course. But she is your own daughter. Lady Liu was taken aback by his unexpected response. When did this woman become so compassionate? Typically, she shows little concern for my second daughter, only caring for her youngest and my eldest son. What is she scheming this time? However, upon reflection, I realize I haven't truly paid much attention to my second daughter either. Where are you going? Lady Liu asked, noticing Old Master Liu suddenly rise, her eyes fixed on him. I'm going to visit Xiao Na. As he spoke, Lady Liu quickly stood up beside him, linking her arm with his, exclaiming, I want to go too. Old Master Liu offered no retort, merely sighed softly as they exited the villa. Stepping into a black BMW, heading towards their second daughter's school, at a certain university dormitory. Hey, what are we having for dinner tonight? Lu Nana approached Liang Yi, inquiring, are you serious? We just had lunch. Liang Yi paused her work on the computer, taken aback by the question, Lu Nana said nothing in response, instead placing her hands on her stomach. Her gaze lifted to the dim sky, letting out a soft sigh that released a breath of white mist. Liang Yi, observing her sighing demeanor, shook her head in disbelief, muttering to herself, I really can't deal with this girl. Lunch hasn't even settled yet, and she's already thinking about dinner. And why is it getting dark so quickly? Xiao Na. Just as they stepped outside the dormitory, a familiar voice echoed in their ears. Dad? Lu Nana stared in shock at her father, utterly unprepared for his visit. What brings you here? I came to see you. Old Master Liu gazed at his daughter, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, then added, Where are you off to? I was about to go eat, Lu Nana replied. Meeting her father's gaze, did I ask there a problem? Eating. Old Master Lu glanced at his watch, realizing how late it had become. Would you like to join us for dinner? He suddenly proposed. Join us for dinner. Why are they being so kind all of a sudden? Do they have something to say? What is wrong? Old Master Lu noticed Lu Nana's silence and pressed on. Is it so bad to have dinner with your mother and me? Mother, she's my mother? Lu Nana, taken aback by Old Master Lu's words, cast a cold glance at the woman beside him, and why mother has long passed. Before she left, you promised her you would never marry another woman. But now look at you, your words mean nothing. Slap. Upon uttering this, Lu Nana felt a sudden sting on her cheek. Confused, she wondered what she had said to provoke such a reaction. Wasn't I only speaking the truth? Why hit me? Why did you hit me again? Lu Nana grasped her cheek with her left hand, crying out in anger. Did I say something wrong? My brother said the same to you. Yet you showed no reaction. Old Master Lu, upon hearing her words, remained silent, merely letting out a sigh. I asked it because my brother is the general manager of the Lu Group. Lu Nana, seeing his lack of response, continued to voice her thoughts. So you wish to keep him to inherit your business? And what about me? Did you ever care for me as a child? All the good was reserved for my brother. If only my mother were still here. Slap. This time, the slap was even more forceful. Lu Nana pressed her left hand against her cheek, glaring fiercely at her father standing at the dormitory door. Her lips trembling as a single tear floated in the air before she dashed out of the dormitory. Liang Yi almost called out to her, but instead offered a polite glance at her parents, giving a faint smile before following Lu Nana in the same direction. Isn't this a bit too much? Lady Lu observed as Lu Nana hurried away, linking her arms proudly with Old Master Lu. Too much? Old Master Lu did not respond to her words, but silently uttered 2 words before disappearing from the dormitory entrance. Chapter 9. An unexpected encounter at the restaurant. Where on earth did that little girl run off to? Liang Yi dashed from the large lecture hall to the expansive playground, repeatedly murmuring the girl's name. Suddenly, she spotted a familiar figure seated on a stone bench. Xiaona. Liang Yi softly called out to the familiar silhouette on the bench. Lu Nana, sitting there with her arms wrapped around her legs, buried her head between her knees. Hearing someone call her name, she slowly lifted her head. What brings you here? She gently replied, recognizing Liang Yi. At that moment, Liang Yi noticed that Lu Nana's cheeks were red and swollen, indicating she had been crying more than usual. Was this her true emotional state? She typically wore a cheerful and endearing expression after conversing with her parents. But today it was evident that she had been deeply hurt. Xiaona. Liang Yi sat down beside Lu Nana, gently patting her back. Why are you crying? Lu Nana offered no response, merely casting a sidelong glance at her before burying her head once more. It seemed her parents' visit had caused her significant distress. Liang Yi chose not to press further, instead sitting silently beside her. I'm hungry. As time passed, dusk gradually turned to night, with the 2 girls sitting on the playground's edge. Enveloped in darkness where even a hand could not be seen, in the midst of the somber silence, Lu Nana suddenly spoke up, and Liang Yi was taken aback. What is wrong? Luna inquired, gently grasping Liang Yi's wrist. I'm a bit hungry. Shall we go eat? She truly is not all right. Why does her expression evoke a sense of melancholy, while the joy displayed on her cheeks seems deliberately feigned? Then let us go. Liang Yi refrained from voicing her true thoughts, merely uttering this phrase casually from her lips. Upon seeing Liang Yi rise from the stone bench, Luna joyfully stood up alongside her, linking her arm with hers. Is this merely a fade of happiness? Clearly, she is in great distress, yet she conceals it so well. Is she enduring it silently? What are you thinking about? As they reached the school gate, Luna continued to hold onto her arm, harboring some unspoken thoughts. She smiled faintly and said, Liang Yi, taken aback by her words, responded, nothing. You seem to be troubled. Luna observed intently, her expression softening. Troubled? Perhaps that's your own sentiment. Liang Yi retorted, feeling somewhat speechless, unsure of how to articulate her feelings. Why does she assume I have concerns when she herself harbors them? No. Liang Yi didn't express her innermost thoughts, but instead casually remarked, Do you think I have any? Upon hearing this, Luna abruptly fell silent, realizing that Liang Yi's words reflected her own feelings. which she struggled to articulate. The last time they dined at a certain restaurant. She recalled being coerced by her father into meeting a stranger for a blind date, only to find herself still at the school gate. After years of neglect, her father had suddenly come to inquire about his second daughter. One could only wonder what new schemes he had in mind. Just then, as Luna reminisced about her recent blind date, she was startled by Liang Yi's exclamation beside her. "So handsome." It seemed she had uttered the word handsome, though it was unclear whom she was referring to. "What are you on about?" Luna ignored the comment and casually chose a seat at the dining table, shaking her head in disbelief as she gazed at Liang Yi. "Nana, Nana." Liang Yi remained standing beside Luna's table, waving her right hand eagerly. "It's that guy who offered to treat me to a meal before. He's here too." "Which guy? Do I know him?" Luna regarded her with a hint of exasperation, genuinely not wanting to engage in the conversation. "Why are you ignoring me?" Liang Yi sensed the lack of response and glanced at Luna, who sat at the table. "Hurry and order something to eat." Luna feigned ignorance, shifting the topic. "I'm about to starve." "Then let us order something." Liang Yi glanced at the man at the cash register, whom she had seen earlier that afternoon, and sighed. "Do handsome guys not look my way?" "Is Nana not a woman?" As Liang Yi observed Luna earnestly perusing the menu, a sudden thought struck her. "Wow, that has quite a strong taste. What do you want to eat?" Luna inquired, still focused on the menu. Liang Yi responded, "Oh, anything is fine." "Anything? You're so indifferent about your meal?" Luna's gaze shifted from the menu to Liang Yi's face, her disbelief palpable. I think I'm nearly ready to order." With that, Luna closed the menu on the table, exhaling a sigh, inadvertently voicing her thoughts without revealing her true feelings. Upon seeing the waitress retrieve the menu, Liang Yi quietly asked Luna, "Do you perhaps favor women?" Cough, cough. "What did you just say?" Luna, caught off guard, raised a glass of water to her lips, nearly choking as Liang Yi's words registered. "Did I mean to say, do you like women?" Liang Yi leaned closer, speaking softly. "What? You're the one who likes women," Luna responded, her excitement evident. Laughter erupted from Liang Yi, who found Luna's reaction amusing. "What are you laughing at?" Luna, feeling slightly indignant at Liang Yi's mirth, demanded. Liang Yi simply shook her head, continuing to stifle her laughter. "What on earth is this woman laughing about? She questions my preferences while clearly harboring her own. Mine are perfectly normal. Thank you very much that I have no desire to converse with her any longer." Just then, while observing Liang Yi's hearty laughter, a familiar voice drifted from behind, sending chills down her spine. Was it that man again? Should she turn to look? But she was reluctant. "Why are you ignoring me?" Qi Mingyi suddenly appeared across from her, his expression hinting at concern. Indeed, it is him. The sight of his lecherous grin incited a desire to kick him. It seemed he turned up wherever she went. Luna merely rolled her eyes at him in silent disdain. "That you am, miss." A male driver entered the establishment, about to address her as miss, but Qi Mingyi cleared his throat, prompting the driver to correct himself. "Young master, second young master is causing a ruckus at the small company." "Then let us hurry back." Qi Mingyi responded, casting a glance at the girl seated nearby, a smirk forming on his lips as he followed the driver out of the restaurant. Luna watched his smile, feeling a shiver run down her spine. It appeared distinctly sinister, with an underlying intrigue. What a stroke of bad luck, encountering him time and again throughout the day. Chapter 10. Fracas throughout the ride in the sleek black BMW. Qi Mingyi gazed at the watch on his wrist, unconsciously exhaling a sigh, as if he wished to voice something. This brother of mine truly is a source of worry, always causing trouble wherever he goes. Leaving me, his elder sister, to clean up the mess. Drive faster. Qi Mingyi suddenly commanded the driver with a stern tone. Upon hearing her words, the driver promptly pressed the accelerator, speeding towards the small company. Occasionally stealing a glance at the woman masquerading as a man in the back seat, that it seems the second young master is in for it. After a 5 to 6 minute drive, the black BMW halted outside the small company. Just as Qi Mingyi opened the rear door, Supervisor Qi, the second young master, a female secretary, her arms laden with a thick stack of documents, rushed out from the company, panting as she gazed at Qi Mingyi. He is about to get into a fight with a colleague. Without further ado, she dashed inside the building, and as the sounds of commotion and scuffling reached their ears, Qi Mingyi inquired of a front desk attendant. "What is happening upstairs?" Supervisor Qi, this," the receptionist faltered, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Chi Mingyi sighed softly, muttering a resigned "never mind," before stepping towards the elevator, with the secretary trailing closely behind her. They soon arrived at an office, where the ruckus grew louder. This little brother truly is a handful, always bringing trouble my way. What on earth is going on? As the secretary opened the door for her, Chi Mingyi raised her voice, her seriousness palpable. Upon hearing a voice they hadn't encountered in years, everyone turned to see Supervisor Chi re-entering the office, and no one had expected her to return so soon. Wow, it's been over 2 years. This is quite unexpected. Chi Mingyi fixed her gaze on the group, her expression turning stern as she addressed Chi Minghan. And you, instead of focusing on your work, are getting into fistfights, sister. Chi Minghan approached her, his voice low. Why did you just arrive? On my first day back, someone is bullying me. Really? This little brother has learned to whine. I wonder who taught him that. What trouble did you stir up this time? Chi Mingyi, mindful of the audience, gently pinched his cheek and asked, Have you finished the tasks assigned to you? Ah. Kim Minghan clutched his face, which was stinging from being pulled, and called out to his sister Kim Minji, who was situated 10 meters away. Sister, it hurts. You ran off to play while father assigned you a task that remains unfinished. After speaking, he gently caressed his cheek with his right hand, seemingly mumbling something under his breath. Has this elder sister completely abandoned my side? He was clearly the one who bullied me first. Coughing lightly, Kim Minji pretended to clear his throat and shifted the topic, saying, Let us discuss the matter at hand. Oh, here we go again. Changing the subject, Kim Minghan observed his sister's quick pivot in conversation. It was just like when they were children. Nothing had changed. Supervisor Chi, please manage this new male assistant. A male assistant suddenly interjected. I asked him to print a document, but he refused to do it, that I have so much on my plate. Kim Minji, upon hearing the assistant's words, turned his serious gaze towards his younger brother and asked, You have taken to defiance? Kim Minghan met Kim Minji's stern eyes and cautiously, yet proudly, replied, How could I, a distinguished second young master, be ordered about? Ah, so you've also learned to talk back. This little brother is becoming increasingly unruly. No wonder that old man transferred him to my small company. I am the one who instructed you to carry out tasks. Kim Minji paused, having just gathered the erroneous documents from another desk, and added, Be obedient. I have matters to attend to. This younger brother, in his 20s, still could not be relied upon to work diligently, constantly creating chaos. The stars twinkled in the night sky. Who is it? Just as he settled into his office chair, a phone call interrupted him. Kim Minji sighed, exhaling a puff of white air, picked up his phone, glanced at the notifications, and casually pressed a button. Hello, he answered languidly, his voice tinged with concern. Xiao Yi, how is your brother faring in the small company? A gentle and kind voice emanated from the phone. Did I ask that old man on the line, upon hearing the elder's words? Kim Minji let out a silent sigh, contemplating whether to voice his thoughts. Would the old man be furious if I relayed the details of this ruckus? Or should I? Why the silence? The elder's voice broke through the quiet. Has something happened? Kim Minji snapped back to reality and hastily offered an excuse. No, of course not. How could anything go wrong with me watching over him? You needn't worry. Before the elder could finish speaking, Kim Minji swiftly hung up, inhaled deeply, and prepared to tackle the stack of documents before him. Armed with a pen to correct the mistakes, that as he revised the files, a certain girl's image flickered in his mind, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch ever so slightly. Supervisor Chi, here are the documents you requested. The female secretary, upon exiting Kim Minji's office, noticed him muttering to himself, seemingly amused by something. Timidly, she inquired, Supervisor Chi, that, as Kim Minji lifted his gaze, he noticed the thick stack of documents she held, and realizing she was there, he responded, just place them here. I will look at them shortly. Hearing his directive, the secretary obediently set the files down on his desk and politely exited his office. Just as she reached the glass door, she discreetly stole a glance back. Why is Supervisor Chi smiling so gently? I've never witnessed such a rare expression on him. Could it be that he has a fondness for someone? However, why does his hairstyle today seem rather boyish? Is he indulging in some cross-dressing? At that moment, Kim Minji happened to glance up and catch her eye. Flustered, the secretary immediately lowered her head, crossed her arms, and retreated to her desk, feeling utterly bashful at having been spotted by him. How embarrassing! Supervisor Chi suddenly looked over. She murmured to herself, blushing, at a certain university campus. Are you done yet? Liang Yi stood outside the bathroom door, waiting for Luna to finish her shower. Why is it so quiet in there? All I hear is the sound of dripping water. Could it be Luna has fainted in there? Surely not. With that thought, Liang Yi instinctively yanked the door open, only to have Luna emerge just in time, nearly colliding with her. What do you think you're doing? Upon opening the door, Luna's eyes immediately fell upon Liang Yi's face, and she exclaimed, "Are you trying to spy on me while I bathe?" No. Liang Yi, noticing that Luna was clad only in a light-colored dress, felt a blush creeping up her cheeks. I just didn't hear anything from inside and thought I'd check in case something went awry. Before Liang Yi could finish her sentence, Luna brushed past her, towel in hand, and replied with a simple, "Oh, does this woman even listen to what I'm saying?" Liang Yi sighed in exasperation as she watched Luna stride into the bathroom. Ding dong, just as Luna placed the hairdryer down, her phone lit up with a familiar number, accompanied by a text reading, "Little girl, I'll pick you up after school tomorrow." Huh. Who is this? This number looks familiar. Could it be that man? No way, he is actually coming to pick me up from school. Wait a minute, tomorrow is Saturday. Oh no, I completely forgot about that. No, why would I want him waiting for me at the school gate? I have my own driver to take me. Why should I wait for him? I need to avoid his gaze entirely. Chapter 11. Picking up and dropping off Nana, since class is off tomorrow. How about we go shopping at the supermarket together? At that moment, Liang Yi emerged from the bathroom, dressed in a black lace camisole and a towel around her neck, droplets of water cascading down her wavy hair. This woman, who typically shunned such attire, had suddenly become quite alluring. I truly don't understand what goes on in her mind. Nana. Noticing that Luna was unresponsive, Liang Yi continued, "Can't you join me tomorrow? Or do you have plans?" "What do you mean by have plans?" No, of course not." Upon hearing the phrase of plans, Luna's mind quickly shifted, and she replied, "Sure, I can go with you tomorrow." This was perfect, as it allowed her to avoid that shameless blind date. "I genuinely don't want to see him. Wherever I go, he seems to show up. Why is he so insufferable?" "Nana, why does your expression seem?" Liang Yi noticed Luna's cheeks were slightly puffed and gazed at her intently. "What do you mean?" Luna snapped back, meeting Liang Yi's inquisitive gaze. "You looked quite reluctant just now." For reasons unknown, Liang Yi playfully pinched Luna's cheek and grinned. "Are you upset with some man?" "What, upset with a man?" "Nonsense. You're the one who's upset." Luna retorted, clearly displeased with the topic, and stormed off to her bed in a huff. "This Nana has not changed one bit. Fine, I'll just dry my hair and get back to work on the school materials." 10 minutes later, bang. A sudden noise jolted Luna from her comfortable slumber. Startled, she had no idea where the loud commotion was coming from, but it was disrupting her sleep. Who on earth is making such a racket at this hour? Luna grumbled, pulling the covers over her head in an attempt to muffle the sound. Yet the noise only intensified. Who was causing such a disturbance? Unable to contain her frustration, she unwittingly voiced her thoughts aloud in the dead of night. "Xiaona." Liang Yi, who had been peacefully dozing, abruptly awoke and shouted, "Why are you up? Why would I be awake at this hour? I was rudely awakened by your noise. What were you doing up so late anyway?" Lanana refrained from expressing her innermost thoughts, yet uttered a single phrase. Upon hearing her words, Liang Yi realized she was sitting at the table in the dead of night, indulging in a bowl of instant noodles. And she awkwardly chuckled, explaining, "I suddenly felt a bit hungry, so—" "Hey, you." Upon hearing this, Lanana fixed her gaze upon Liang Yi's plump figure, finally understanding the reason for her sudden weight gain of 5 kilograms within a few days. She had gone from 98 to 103 kilograms. Which was hardly surprising. "What are you doing? Aren't you going to share?" Liang Yi observed Lanana's scrutinizing gaze, and after a moment's pause, she queried, "Why not?" Just then, Lanana suddenly lay back on the bed, pulling the blanket over her head, and after a brief silence, whispered, "Be quiet, don't disturb my sleep." Liang Yi, upon hearing her words, made a face, as if she had something to say. Eating instant noodles at this hour is so stingy. In that fleeting moment, as Liang Yi peeled back the lid of her noodles, the enticing aroma wafted throughout the dormitory, rousing her 2 roommates from their slumber. "Who is eating at this late hour?" One of them, rubbing her sleepy eyes, languidly remarked, "It smells so good." Indeed, Lanana, who was still half asleep, also caught a whiff of the noodles, pausing to inquire, "Where is that delicious scent coming from?" "Hey, why is everyone awake?" Liang Yi replied, slurping her noodles. Can you blame them for waking up to the aroma of your instant noodles? She asked, only to be met with silence from Liana, who remained ensconced in her blanket, murmuring her heartfelt thoughts, which Liang Yi failed to hear. Meanwhile, in a small office nearby, as the night deepened, all the staff had left the office, leaving only Qi Minghan, who was diligently working to complete his tasks for the day. At that moment, he sat engrossed in his work, yet his hands were occupied with his phone, seemingly engaged in a cheerful conversation with someone, which caught the attention of Qi Mingyi, who happened to observe him. "What are you grinning about?" Qi Mingyi had approached him without his realizing it, holding a freshly brewed cup of coffee in her right hand. "Sis?" Upon hearing her voice, Qi Minghan quickly turned off his phone, hastily placing it on the desk, his body stiffening as he turned to face Qi Mingyi, awkwardly smiling. "You scare me to death. You walk so silently. And this frightened you?" Qi Mingyi took a sip of her strong coffee. Feigning a smile, "Is there a secret on your phone?" What secret could there be?" Qi Minghan stammered, attempting to organize the incomplete documents on his desk. "Your brother has no secrets," still denying it, pretending to be serious while sorting through those papers. "You must be chatting with that girl again. I've seen right through you. Finish your work quickly," Qi Mingyi teased, deliberately ignoring the messages on his phone. "Only then can you go home and sleep." After saying this, Qi Minghan made a face at her retreating figure, inwardly lamenting, "Making me work late at night. I'm nearly falling asleep." Sis's tea changed a bit that a few minutes later, having completed half of his work. Qi Minghan succumbed to fatigue, resting his head on the desk, snoring softly, white bubbles escaping his nose, a smile etched on his lips. What kind of dream is this little brother having, smiling like that? One wonders if he is dreaming of a beautiful girl. Qi Mingyi observed his slumbering visage and, shaking her head with a sigh, let out a soft chuckle. Ahem. A light cough from her prompted Qi Minghan to sit up abruptly. Hastily composing himself and grabbing a document from the desk, while glancing at the information on his computer, "That you're quick on the uptake, little brother," Qi Mingyi noted as he straightened up. "Sis, why are you here?" Qi Minghan stuttered, "I'm not slacking off. Such grand claims. Just like when we were kids, you not changed a bit that if you're tired, just finish up and go home to rest." Qi Mingyi observed the clock on her wrist. Taking a deep breath, "You don't need to push yourself so hard. Since when did my sister become so lenient?" Qi Minghan thought incredulously, cautiously regarding her. Qi Mingyi said nothing, simply nodding and murmuring her agreement that he could go home to rest. "However, sis, can I sleep at your place?" After tidying up his belongings, Qi Minghan suddenly whined to his sister. Qi Mingyi responded, looking at her brother, who often sought her affection. "What about your own place?" Upon hearing her question, Qi Mingyan's demeanor soured and he lowered his head, exhaling a heavy sigh. "What could be the reason for my brother wanting to stay in my modest 30-square-meter apartment? Wait, could it be because of Dad?" Qi Minghan fidgeted with his fingers, mumbling, "To share a room with me. I knew it would come to this. All right, just for one night." Qi Mingyi sighed. Just one night?" Qi Minghan protested reluctantly upon hearing her words. "What else with the attitude? Just be grateful you can stay." Qi Mingyi glanced at the clock on her wrist, urging him. "Let us go, little brother." Reluctantly, Qi Minghan followed her home. This apartment was meant for her convenience during business trips, and she was feeling weary, desiring solitude without disturbances. Thus, the two siblings departed from the office, a gentle breeze wafting through the night air. Chapter 12. Pick up and drop off, sis. "What are you doing up so early?" Qi Minghan inquired, awakened by the commotion outside his room, that he quickly got out of bed, lazily yawning. "You're making so much noise I can hardly sleep." Qi Mingyi ignored his complaint, continuing to busy herself with her tasks. Observing her indifference, Qi Minghan approached to see what she was preparing. "Wow, sis," he exclaimed, taken aback by the sumptuous breakfast she was preparing. "That you're making breakfast this lavish." Upon hearing his words, Qi Mingyi rolled her eyes, finding them somewhat absurd, as she typically dined alone in her small apartment, and this was just her usual breakfast routine. Nothing extravagant, merely an occasional treat. "That it looks delicious." Qi Minghan gazed longingly at the splendid breakfast she was crafting, nearly drooling. "Can I have some?" "All right, there's enough for you," Qi Mingyi replied, feeling a bit uncomfortable with him leaning so close. Hearing that his sister was making him breakfast for the first time, Qi Minghan couldn't contain his excitement, exclaiming joyfully as he rushed to the bathroom to wash up, then sat eagerly at the dining table. Does he think I'm oblivious to his thoughts? After 20 years of siblinghood, I know him well. An hour later, Chi Mingyi found him sitting at the table like a child, reminiscent of their childhood, when she would prepare meals while he patiently awaited her culinary creations. He was still as adorable as ever. It smells so good. Chi Minghan noted as Chi Mingyi brought over 2 bowls of congee toast and 2 glasses of milk, pausing to ask, wait, is there steak too? Did I just imagine that? What steak? Chi Mingyi placed the utensils down and leisurely sat at the table, slowly savoring her bread and taking a sip of milk. You must be imagining things. But I distinctly saw a plate of steak earlier. Why did it suddenly transform into 2 bowls of plain congee? It feels like my sister played a trick on me. Aren't you eating? Not hungry. Chi Mingyi observed Chi Minghan sitting there, staring at the bowl of plain white congee as if he were reluctant to eat it. After a brief pause, he remarked, if you're not going to eat, then I shall. Gurgle, gurgle. Upon hearing his stomach emit such a sound, Chi Minghan immediately reacted to his sister's words, his eyes widening that he hurriedly snatched the last piece of bread from the table and stuffed it into his mouth, fearing that his sister would finish the final morsel. Puff. All right, no one is competing with you, Chi Mingyi said, unable to contain his astonishment at this comical display of eating, and he chuckled softly. Put the milk down for me. Chi Minghan, noticing Chi Mingyi's intent to take the warm glass of milk before him, replied indignantly, Puh, this little brother is just as adorable as ever. What are you laughing at? Chi Minghan, witnessing his sister's hearty laughter, puffed out his cheeks and said, looking quite aggrieved, all right, finish eating and hurry back to the company to complete your work. With that, Chi Mingyi stood up and headed to the kitchen to retrieve the freshly made steak. Glancing back at his little brother sipping his milk, he paused momentarily, saying, just tidy up the bowls and chopsticks. Upon hearing this, Chi Minghan wore a particularly aggrieved expression and murmured, you're asking me to wash the dishes again. Don't try to be clever with me. Just muddle through it. Chi Mingyi suddenly warned him at the door. Sigh, this sister only knows how to bully me in a dormitory of a certain academy. Shao Na. Are you ready yet? Liang Yi looked at the clock on her arm, her foot tapping impatiently as she called out to the flustered Luna. Luna, undeterred by her words, was fervently packing her clothes for home, urging her to hurry and call the delivery driver back early, adamant about avoiding any men, did I say. Miss Lu, are you ready yet? Seeing Luna busy with her belongings and receiving little response, Liang Yi continued to nag. Time waits for no one, that almost done. Just wait a moment, Luna replied, continuing her task while addressing Liang Yi, who stood at the door. You can tidy up when you get back. It's almost noon. Liang Yi glanced at her watch, pausing to ponder why she was in such a hurry. Sigh, noon. Upon hearing Liang Yi's words, Luna abruptly halted her packing, glancing at the alarm clock on her desk. It's barely past 8. Where on earth is this noon coming from? This Liang Yi always had a knack for exaggerating situations. It left her utterly speechless. With that thought lingering, Luna resumed her packing, still far from finished. Oh dear. Liang Yi seized her wrist and pulled her outside, exclaiming urgently, we need to hurry. Is she really that eager to get to the supermarket? Never mind, we can tidy up later, but no. I absolutely cannot encounter that man before I leave. If I do, it would be truly disastrous. A few seconds passed. Nearly 3 or 4 minutes later, the two arrived at an opulent supermarket. Luna called out to Liang Yi from behind to grab a shopping cart. But after several attempts with no response, she took it upon herself to fetch one. Honestly, every time we come to the supermarket, you never push a cart. I end up carrying everything. Why don't you take a cart when you come in? It's ridiculous. Ugh, I bought too much. Liang Yi gazed in astonishment at the cart Luna had just pushed, her eyes widening as she assessed the excessive items selected. That you've bought far too much. Haven to you. These are just everyday essentials that I in mere seconds. I push a cart, and she is already filling it up faster than those mothers post-marriage. Is it too much? Not really. It'll be gone in no time. As she spoke, Liang Yi unceremoniously tossed all the selected items into the cart, saying, so now you've become clever, willing to push a cart. Upon hearing this, Luna was momentarily left speechless, not wishing to engage with this unreasonable woman. Quickly check if there's anything else to buy, Luna lazily urged, pushing the cart forward. That if not, let us head to the checkout. There's nothing else, she stated, and Liang Yi cast a glance around before following Luna to the checkout counter. After a few moments, they arrived at the register. Liang Yi retrieved her phone and scanned the code for the cashier. Just as they were about to finish loading their items, Luna caught sight of a familiar figure nearby, thinking perhaps she was mistaken. But lo and behold, What a coincidence, little girl. A familiar voice rang in her ears, and just as she turned her head, she was suddenly enveloped in darkness, as if something had obscured her view. Wait a minute. What is this scent? It's so familiar. The fragrance of lavender. Quite pleasant. Can my heart convey the fullness of my affection for you, as Luna inhaled the scent from someone else's embrace? A familiar voice echoed in her ears. When she finally looked up, she found herself gazing at a man she recognized, her pupils dilating in surprise as she slowly uttered, "Why is it you again?" "Why wouldn't it be?" Chi Mingyi responded, his gaze fixed on Liang Yi as she tidied up the items in the cart, that he paused before asking, "Did you really buy so much? Do you need a ride?" "No need," Luna interjected before Liang Yi could respond, her refusal clear. "Why so quick to reject me?" "Yi, are you ready?" Luna abruptly turned the conversation back to Liang Yi. "Huh." Liang Yi, her hands filled with the heavy shopping bags, responded in surprise, "But it's so heavy." "Heavy? Surely this woman isn't considering riding with him." "Nana, how about we ask that man for a ride?" Liang Yi whispered, casting a glance at the handsome man beside Luna. It was evident this woman was eager to ride in his car. Her eyes sparkled at the sight of a handsome man, as if she wished to leap into his embrace. "That I'm not riding." "I'll walk," Luna declared, preparing to pull Liang Yi's wrist when suddenly, Liang Yi hopped into his sleek black car, exhaling a puff of white breath. "Wow. You're fast." Luna found herself at a loss for how to deal with this situation. Her friend was so enamored with handsome men. "Hey there, miss. Are you sure you don't want to join me in my car?" Chi Mingyi called out from the driver's seat, leaning out the window. "Miss, is he calling me?" "No, surely not. He must be addressing someone else." Suddenly, as Luna walked along the path, a sleek black BMW came to an abrupt stop before I sent to the car from earlier. "What does he want now?" "Get in, little girl," Chi Mingyi said, bringing the car to a halt in front of her, leaning out the window and whistling. Luna, however, chose to ignore him, continuing to walk past the black car when she felt a tug on her sleeve. "I wondered why you couldn't move." "You have 3 seconds," Chi Mingyi said, his gaze fixed intently on her eyes as he uttered this phrase. "What does this mean? Is he inviting me to get in?" "No way. I would rather walk back to school than ride with him." "Nana." Liang Yi suddenly opened the back window, halting Luna's steps. "Just stay with me for a moment. I'm afraid to get into a stranger's car alone." Luna felt a bit speechless at this. Wasn't it she who jumped into someone else's car? "You're scared of what exactly?" "Nana." Liang Yi, seeing Luna's silence, suddenly gazed at her with a look of feigned innocence. Sigh. Luna sighed softly and, at that moment, reached for the back door. Just as she was about to open it, Chi Mingyi's serious voice interrupted her. "Who said you could sit in the back?" "Huh." Hearing this statement fell off. What did he mean? If I can't sit in the back, should I sit on the roof? Damn it. I don't care. I'm sitting in the back regardless. That if not, how would I leave my friend alone with a man? "I am sitting in the front," Chi Mingyi warned again, realizing that Luna seemed not to grasp his words. "The front? Where is the front?" Luna feigned ignorance regarding the passenger seat, resolutely taking a seat in the rear of the vehicle. At that moment, Chi Mingyi happened to catch sight of this scene in the rearview mirror. He chose to remain silent, a subtle smile gracing his lips. How amusing. After a segment of the journey, Luna occasionally glanced at the swiftly passing scenery through the window, her lips seemingly engaged in some form of murmuring. This expression did not escape the notice of Chi Mingyi in the driver's seat, who mused that she must be gossiping about him. "Luna, why do you keep staring out the window?" Liang Yi inquired, having observed Luna's fixation on the fleeting sights outside. After a brief pause, she added, "Are you perhaps admiring some handsome fellow?" "Handsome fellow? Where?" Luna replied, maintaining her gaze outside while feigning agreement with Liang's playful insinuation. "Why are you questioning me?" Liang Yi playfully patted her shoulder, her gaze fixed on Luna. "I was asking you." Luna met Liang Yi's heart-shaped eyes with sincerity, gesturing with her hands to indicate that she had nothing to say. This woman seemed perpetually preoccupied with the existence of handsome men, shedding tears over heartbreak, and dragging me along for 5 or 6 cans of beer, which, as rumored, could induce forgetfulness akin to the mythical Meng Po's soup, erasing memories best left unremembered. Here we are. As Chi Mingyi's words trailed off, Luna seized Liang Yi's wrist, urging her to exit the car in haste. "That I'll wait for you at the school gate." "What do you mean?" "He's lingering at the gate." How am I supposed to gather my things and head home? Luna, wait for me to leave together, Liang Yi said, nearly prepared to depart upon reaching their dormitory. She exhaled, casting her gaze towards the man inside the vehicle below. You go ahead. I'll catch up. With that, Liang Yi glanced back at the man who seemed to be staring blankly out the window, before continuing, I'll take my leave now. Just remember to lock the dorm door. Luna offered no response, merely signaling an understanding with a casual okay gesture, feeling somewhat exasperated. Ugh. Why isn't he leaving? How long will he linger here? Having nearly finished packing her belongings, the man still had not started the car. Ding-dong. Suddenly, as Luna stared at the windowsill of the dormitory, her phone buzzed, the notification indicating an incoming message from an unfamiliar number. Upon retrieving her phone, she was startled to see a familiar number illuminated on the screen. Wait, could this be that man's number? The message read, Hurry down, don't think of escaping under my nose. Luna found herself at a loss for words. Was this his way of demanding her presence? Did he even understand how to flirt? If it were another girl, I would relish seeing how he would extricate himself from such a predicament that I refuse to go down. Ugh. The front entrance is off limits. I could use the back gate, but recalling the ghost stories that circulated about the back of the school, Luna hesitated. Once, a couple deeply in love sat in the courtyard, separated from a swimming pool by a mere distance, beneath which lay a dark, garage-like storage area filled with forgotten school materials. Moreover, the door behind the storage room often emitted eerie sounds at night, reminiscent of a heartbroken girl weeping inside. One could only wonder what transpired within those walls. Whenever someone approached the storage room, the door would inexplicably creak open, revealing nothing but emptiness. The unfortunate souls who ventured too close often reported feeling a pair of eyes watching them, leading to inexplicable panic and bodily convulsions. By the time the academy had concluded evening studies, the paths were largely deserted. It was at this moment that a couple in the courtyard shared a kiss, only for the boy to notice something lurking behind a large banyan tree. Observing their affection, the darkness obscured any details, leading him to assume it was merely an envious student. However, the following morning, he awoke in a state of distress, his body racked with spasms, his complexion pale, and his eyes bloodshot. His roommates, alarmed by his condition, rushed for help. By the time the medical staff arrived, he lay rigid in bed, his eyes sunken, his face even more ashen than before. The haunting events of Dormitory 109 and the storage room beneath the swimming pool swiftly became the stuff of legend. Recalling these ghostly tales, Luna contemplated her decision for a long while, ultimately resolving to brave the perilous journey to evade that man, despite the trepidation swelling within her. Luna, muster your courage. Boldly venture forth. Chapter 13. The back gate of the academy. Arriving at the back gate of the academy, Luna glanced at her watch, exhaling a cloud of warm breath. It was now 5:30. Fortunately, it was summer, and the dusk had yet to fall. She hurriedly exited the campus as if nothing had transpired. As she approached the storage room beneath the swimming pool, the proximity made her uneasy. She tread cautiously, swallowing repeatedly, her gaze darting towards the door of the storage area, wary of any strange presence watching her. The rustling of leaves in the breeze sent a shiver down her spine, the coolness brushing against her neck. Was that a voice she heard? Perhaps the wind? Suddenly, she sensed footsteps behind her. Was it merely an auditory hallucination, or had a student passed by? Yet, Luna scanned the vicinity, noting the absence of anyone nearby. Why did it feel as though someone was trailing her? Surely, that entity wouldn't be so fortuitous. As the footsteps drew nearer, something tapped her shoulder, prompting her to cry out in surprise. It's just me. Luna, Chi-Ming chuckled, pausing to add, Don't be scared, little one. The voice sounded familiar. As Luna turned around, she realized he had been following her all along. Why scare me like that? Luna glared at him, somewhat annoyed. You do realize startling someone could be dangerous, right? Did I frighten you to death? Chi-Ming chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. Feigning anger, Luna chose to ignore him, yet her feet continued towards the academy's back gate. It felt imperative to vacate the area. The absence of any other students lent an eerie quality to the place. Truly, a location deserving of its ghostly reputation. Where are you going? Chi-Ming observed her persistent stride towards the back gate, gripping her wrist. That haven't you heard about the ghostly occurrences in the storage room beneath the swimming pool? Why does she, a non-student, even know about the hauntings? Could he possibly be a senior here? Unthinkable, absolutely impossible. What's your deal? Luna suddenly pondered aloud, casting a startled glance toward the back gate. Swallowing hard, she declared, I'm taking the back way home. Is she really that brave? Venturing to such a place alone? Aren't you afraid? Chi Mingyi asked, deliberately emphasizing his concern. Luna began, her courage swelling. What is there to fear? It's just a ghost, after all. Are you sure? Chi Mingyi chuckled softly at her, deliberately quickening his pace before pausing to say, Well, I'm off then. Suddenly, Luna felt a chilling breeze sweep past her ears, causing her to shiver involuntarily as her throat swallowed nervously. Wait, she said, inexplicably grasping Chi Mingyi's wrist, glancing back at the eerily quiet back entrance of the school, where hardly anyone passed by. Take me with you. Just go to How is it that your blind date is so adorable? Despite feeling utterly terrified, she couldn't help but call herself brave and a truly charming girl indeed. Are you not scared? Chi Mingyi observed Luna's startled expression and chuckled mischievously. What's this? Not letting me leave now? Luna's face turned crimson upon hearing his teasing remark. Could you please stop talking so much? Such a cute little girl. Moments later, having quickly vacated the frightening, eerie, and deserted area, Luna glanced around and unconsciously exhaled a sigh of relief. Do you enjoy holding onto my hand that much? When she heard Chi Mingyi's words, she realized she had been gripping his wrist all along. Startled, she quickly released her hold, wiping her hands on her clothes repeatedly. What the hell? How did I end up holding his wrist? Luna continued to clean her hands while gazing ahead toward the school's front entrance, thinking to slip away while he was distracted. Hey girl, where are you in such a hurry to go? Just as she was about to step forward, something seemed to tug at the back of her collar, rendering her unable to escape. A familiar voice echoed in her ears. Ignoring his words, Luna exerted all her strength to free her collar from the grip, but to no avail. Damn it. Is this man really that strong? Could you please let go? She said, frustrated. There are boundaries between men and women. Boundaries, you say? Chi Mingyi chuckled, his grin somewhat mischievous. What is so funny? Luna glared at him, her expression reflecting her confusion. Do you really wish to avoid seeing me? Suddenly, Chi Mingyi pushed her against the wall, leaning closer to her ear, whispering, Still not fond of me picking you up after school? At that moment, as Luna scrutinized his face, her heart raced inexplicably. Was she imagining things? Yet his features were undeniably captivating. Dark brows, deep gray eyes, fair skin tinged with a rosy hue, smooth red lips, and a piercing gaze. Why was her gaze fixated on his lower lip, stirring an urge to kiss him? She struggled to swallow, her lips pressed together in a futile effort to resist the impulse. What are you doing with your eyes closed? Chi Mingyi asked, noticing her tightly shut eyelids. Afraid to look at me? Is my appearance that unappealing? No, I'm not. Luna quickly retorted, her face flushed. Can I go now? Want to leave? Chi Mingyi pushed her back against the wall again, leaning in closer, murmuring softly, Let me, your brother, take you home. Shall I? Are you out of your mind? Luna brushed off his words, squatting down to evade him, but suddenly realized her feet couldn't touch the ground. What is happening? Why do I feel so weightless? Am I hallucinating? Then, a familiar scent wafted through the air, reminiscent of the fragrance she had encountered earlier by the roadside. Was that woman here again? Hold on tight, girl, Chi Mingyi said, seizing the opportunity to lift her effortlessly into his arms, whispering a warm breath against her ear. Wait, did he just princess carry me? How did I not notice that? But that scent, is it his? Did he steal his sister's perfume? It's quite possible. What are you thinking about? Little one. Chi Mingyi settled into the driver's seat, fastening her seatbelt as he asked, lost in thought. Nothing. Luna crossed her arms, pouting. Just drive your car to This little girl is simply too adorable. Pouting like that, so feisty. It makes me want to kiss her. A few minutes later, as the black BMW passed the foreboding back entrance of the school, Luna shivered unexpectedly, her mind racing as she stared at the door that had never opened. From afar, it felt as if a cold breeze swept over her. She was grateful not to have exited from there. She had no idea what she would have done. What are you staring at the back door for? Chi Mingyi, while driving, noticed her gaze and softly asked, Are you thinking of going on another adventure? Luna snapped back to reality, quickly glancing at the man beside her, saying nothing, merely giving him a deep, contemplative look. Silence speaks volumes, does it not? Chi Mingyi teased, sensing her reluctance to answer. Why is this man so annoying? No, I don't want to. Luna stammered, finally expressing her thoughts, that if you want to go, go by yourself. Dante dragged me along. You seem quite eager to join. Chi Mingy continued to jest. I'm just trying to avoid you, the lecherous man. Otherwise, I wouldn't even think of going to such a place. I don't want to go. I never said that. Luna crossed her arms defiantly, though her expression suggested otherwise. You said it yourself. Why is this blind date so charming and adorably clueless? As Chi Mingy drove halfway, Luna suddenly remembered where he was taking her. In the stillness of the black car, she cautiously asked, Where are you taking me? You're not planning to abduct me, are you? Why does this little girl think I'd abduct her? Chi Mingy chuckled, amused. Do I look like a kidnapper to you? Luna, feeling somewhat exasperated, merely muttered an affirmative sound, adding, You do seem a bit like one. That I really resemble a kidnapper. Chi Mingy feigned laughter, pretended to be hurt. Where do I look like one? This man talks too much. Why are we even discussing this? Where are you taking me, kidnapper? Kidnapper? She really thinks I'm a kidnapper when I'm her blind date. Chi Mingy chuckled, increasingly entertained by her innocence. Hey. Luna suddenly felt his hand stroke her head, her irritation flaring. Kidnapper, don't touch me without permission, okay? How adorable. Even when angry, she remains so charming. All right. Chi Mingy continues to stroke her head without pausing his gestures, smiling as he bids farewell to her ire, saying, Brother will take you to eat something, what on earth? But I want to go home. I don't want to go out with this lecherous, narcissistic man. I already said not to touch others' heads. Luna glances at Chi Mingy's grinning and somewhat lascivious face. Pouting in dissatisfaction, she retorts, Go away. All right. Chi Mingy retracts his left hand and, gripping the steering wheel, keeps smiling by his lips, saying, I'm going away. After a brief journey of about an hour, the sleek black BMW suddenly halts at the entrance of a luxurious 9-star hotel, where a multitude of attendants clad in alluring red kipayos are gathered to welcome them. Sitting in the passenger seat, Luna gazes at the throng of beautiful women outside. How captivatingly these kipayos are worn. Oh, I didn't expect this man to have such a penchant. Is this a form of perversion? No, wait, could it be that this man is bringing me to a bar? However, to speak of it, I've never seen such a grand bar before with artificial hospitality. Quite impressive. Why am I still sitting in the car? Chi Mingy, appearing quite aloof and expressionless, glances at the line of women in red kipayos waiting to greet them, commanding, Hurry up and let me out. Luna, infuriated by this man, finds herself momentarily at a loss for words. Swallowing her retort, she sighs in resignation and follows him into the hotel that resembles a bar. Just as her right foot crosses the threshold, a gasp escapes her lips, the dazzling ceiling, adorned with ancient dragon motifs, and the lifelike scales carved into the dragon's body. The grand hall is draped with opulent crimson carpets, and the banisters are adorned with vibrant red roses. Luna soon realizes this is not merely an upscale bar, but rather a paradise for the rich and affluent. What am I dawdling for? Chi Mingy notices Luna's distractedness and admonishes her, Stay close to me, girl. Luna hears his warning, but refrains from responding. She is captivated by the grandeur before her. Unlike the modest gatherings she usually attends with her brother and father, this place is overwhelmingly vast, dwarfing the mere 1,000 square centimeters of their usual haunts. It is no wonder her father sought to marry her off to the heir of the Chi family. He is capable of supporting such grandeur. How to put it, he seems to be someone who relishes in appearances. To Luna, this ostentatious display is merely a superficial embellishment of life. She yearns for a simple existence among ordinary people. Xiaona. Just then, a familiar voice calls from behind, startling Luna as she turns around. Dad, what are you doing here? I came to discuss a contract. Before you can finish, Mr. Chi, accompanied by 2 men in dark suits and sunglasses, strides into room 503. Interrupting him, Chairman Liu, we apologize for our tardiness. Their gaze shifts to Luna and Chi Mingy, and with a faint smile, they invite, Since you're here, why not join us for a meal? Luna senses an unusual coincidence. Is it mere happenstance that both their families are gathering in the same restaurant? Surely there must be something amiss. How has your development been? Mr. Chi inquires as he takes a seat at the dining table. Quite well. Just then, Chi Mingy seizes her wrist, glancing at their elders with a contented smile. We've reached a rather sweet stage in our relationship. The older gentleman observed the sudden transformation of their demeanor from aloofness to warmth, evidently pleased, as they realized the contract has effectively been sealed. Mr. Dechi, can you provide me with an agreeable clarification regarding this contract? Mr. Liu asks, pulling a thin sheet of white paper from his butler. The contract. Mr. Chi takes the paper, casually replying, "No problem." As a bodyguard hands him a pen. He swiftly signs it. Luna watches the contract, pondering. Hasn't it already been signed? Why the need for a re-signing? Perhaps it's just her imagination. Never mind, the affairs of these large companies are beyond a girl like her. Her name will never grace their shares, so why bother with the details? Wait. Why does my right hand feel unusually warm? Is something wrong with my palm? It feels as if something is persistently clinging to my hand, making it difficult to exert any strength. Don't move. Just as Luna struggles to free her wrist, a gentle voice whispers in her ear. Pretending not to hear, she silently mumbles the word "let go." I told you not to fidget. Chi Mingyi, growing impatient with her antics, urges her to settle down. Ugh, does this man even know how to flirt? His words are so brusque. Yet as Luna observes the grandeur surrounding her, she wonders if signing a simple contract is all there is to this encounter. Could it truly be just a coincidence that their families are meeting here? If only she had left with Liang Yi. She wouldn't have to endure this lavish charade, that if there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. Luna intends to stand and extricate herself from the awkward situation, but Chi Mingyi rises alongside her, once again taking her wrist, asserting, "I'll leave too." "You all take your time." Mr. Chi's eyes widen in astonishment, muttering, "Wait, when did their relationship improve?" Mr. Liu, overhearing, turns to Mr. Chi and inquires, "What is wrong with them?" However, Mr. Liu remains oblivious to the truth, that Chi Mingyi is actually the daughter of the Chi family, masquerading as its heir. No, let us continue discussing how our companies can collaborate. Mr. Chi quickly diverts the conversation. Mr. Liu remains silent, merely opening the documents on the table, while he is still oblivious to the reality of the Chi family's daughter in disguise seeking a match. As Mr. Chi surveys the documents, he occasionally steals glances at Luna, as if contemplating revealing something. Yet he knows that for the sake of their future, he must resolutely uphold the engagement with his daughter. As they exit the restaurant, Luna continues to glance at the man beside her, whose grip on her wrist remains firm, even as her hand grows clammy. Sighing, she ponders how to completely free herself from his hold, but suddenly, she finds herself enveloped in someone's embrace, the familiar scent of flowers wafting through her senses. The onlookers and Kipeos at the hotel entrance are left speechless, their eyes fixated on the newly formed couple. Wait, why do I sense a familiar fragrance wafting from my lips, as if I've encountered it before? In the midst of a bustling restaurant, a tall man, exceeding 1.70 meters, unexpectedly corners someone against the wall. Their gazes locked, lips nearly touching, a mere centimeter apart, their breath suspended in the air, as the sound of their heartbeats reverberates. A refreshing mini-floral scent envelopes them. Why does it differ from before? Has he switched to another fragrance? How does it smell? As Luna found herself lost in thought, a soft, whispering voice, almost like a breath, suddenly floated into her ear, uttering 4 words that made her realize that she had just fallen into the arms of someone she had only recently met on a blind date. I remarked that the scent felt somewhat off. It turned out to be the unpleasant odor emanating from this man. No. Tonight, I must thoroughly rinse my mouth for 2 hours. Aren't you going to answer me? The little one, Chi Mingyi, observed her indifferent expression and pressed on with his inquiries. How annoying. Luna deliberately glanced at the crowd near the hotel entrance and quickly covered her cheeks with her hands, distancing herself from this embarrassingly awkward situation, saying, "Don't block my way." Chortling softly, Chi Mingyi noticed that his woman had created a path for herself and couldn't help but break into a devilishly charming smile. This little creature could still feel shy. How adorable. Chapter 15. A night away during the holidays when, after leaving the throng of people, Luna wandered into a desolate area devoid of vehicles. She twirled in circles, having traversed several large loops without any sense of direction. In a flurry, she opened her phone to check the GPS, scanning the information diligently, yet she still couldn't ascertain her whereabouts. Recalling the words of that woman surnamed Liang, could it be that she was indeed right about me being directionally challenged? Luna stood still, clutching her phone with both hands, utterly bewildered by the myriad of forked paths displayed on the navigation screen, leaving her uncertain about which route to take. Which way are you heading? Just as Luna was about to recalibrate her route, a familiar voice rang out from a distance, causing her to spin around in excitement. She was utterly stunned to see the person standing before her. She had never anticipated encountering him. Suddenly, Luna struggled to find a topic for conversation, settling for a casual remark. Yeah, why was I heading in this direction? What a cute little creature, lost yet still trying to maintain her pride. One couldn't help but feel amused. Luna noticed that Chi Mingyi was still trailing behind her, innocently turning around with sparkling eyes as he urged. Lead the way, human trafficker. Chortling softly, Chi Mingyi merely smiled slyly, muttering a soft good accompanied by a prompt for her to hurry along. A few minutes later, as Luna spotted the parking lot's exit, she inhaled sharply and let out a sigh of relief, feeling like a jubilant child as she exclaimed, Finally, I'm out. Chi Mingyi observed her gaze lingering on a row of receptionists dressed in deep red kipayos at the entrance of a luxurious hotel, nearly bursting into laughter. Was she truly so thrilled to exit that ordinary parking lot? She was such an innocent little darling, using her phone's navigation just to find the exit. What are you laughing at? Luna turned to Chi Mingyi, her expression a mix of annoyance and curiosity. Am I that funny? I'm laughing at your cuteness. Chi Mingyi had opened the front passenger door with an elegant flourish, bowing slightly as he said, Come on, my lady. Where are we going? Luna stared at the now open door in bewilderment. She distinctly remembered it being closed. How had he managed to open it so swiftly? Is he using some kind of special ability? She thought, momentarily distracted. What am I even thinking? That's impossible. Coughing lightly, Chi Mingyi, unable to endure her dazed expression any longer, said, Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and get in. Ugh. Does this guy even know how to flirt? His actions are quite gentlemanly, and he has handsome features, but his speech is a bit brusque and impatient. Fine, I get it, human trafficker. Luna mimicked his impatient demeanor as she climbed into the car. Why the rush? This little darling continued to call me human trafficker. It seems she rather enjoys that title. Buckle up, Chi Mingyi said, deliberately fastening her seatbelt himself. Taking advantage of her momentary distraction, he playfully pinched her cheek, whispering, So much chub. Caught off guard by his playful gesture, Luna felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. What is wrong with you? Why are you so handsy? After a moment, she quickly covered her lips, wiping away the remnants of his kiss, grimacing at the thought of his saliva possibly carrying germs. Great. Now I really need to scrub this off when I get home. Are you repulsed by my saliva? Chi Mingyi teased, noticing her incessant attempts to clean her lips. Luna rolled her eyes in exasperation, choosing to ignore him. After several hours, Luna realized that the route Chi Mingyi was taking was rather unusual. Just when she thought they were finally heading home, the car took a sharp turn, and she glanced at the man driving, her frustration boiling over. Hey, that direction leads to my house. Without paying much attention to Chi Mingyi's expression, she firmly tapped his robust arm. Are you lost? Lost? Is that so? Chi Mingyi felt the warmth of her touch and smirked. Nope, this is definitely the right way. Ugh. Is this guy out of his mind? Can he even comprehend what I'm saying? Luna thought, suddenly realizing that they were not heading toward the affluent neighborhood she expected. Instead, they were approaching a modest residential area with small apartment buildings. Wait a minute. Wasn't he the heir of the Cheshire Group? Why was he staying in such a humble abode? Suddenly, a thought struck her. In a cramped 30-square-meter apartment, they would share meals at the same table, sleep in the same bed, and, oh no, wasn't this akin to cohabitation after marriage? Moreover, I'm just a Na'vi girl, still inexperienced, sharing a living space with a man 11 years my senior. How could I possibly face anyone in college if word got out? No, I must think of a way to escape. Hey, where are you going? Just as the car came to a halt, Luna was about to exit when he called out, You're unfamiliar with this area. It's easy to get lost, little directionally challenged one. Unfamiliar. Luna glanced around, taking in her surroundings. He was right. She was indeed lost. Wait a minute. Did he just call me directionally challenged? How could he possibly know that? Did he install a tracker on me? This is utterly impossible. What on earth am I thinking? Let us go to Chi Mingyi, lost in thought, placed the car keys in his pocket and cast a cool glance towards her, softly uttering, How long do you intend to stand there? By the time Luna realized what was happening, she found that the man had already moved far beyond her line of sight, standing elegantly in front of the glass doorframe of a building in Zone F. Clad in a deep black suit and dark brown leather shoes, his jacket casually unbuttoned at the front, a white shirt adorned with a light black tie at his chest. His tall stature gave him an air of something unsettling. Wait a moment. What am I even thinking? Why does my mind whirl with thoughts upon seeing his cool figure? What is so attractive about him? I truly question my own judgment. Esteemed young lady. Chi Mingyi, hands in his pockets, stood outside the glass door of the building in Zone F, continuously gazing at her as he called out, "How long will you remain standing out here? Here he comes." Luna, with a disdainful glare at the man before her, hurriedly exclaimed in impatience, though internally she felt quite indignant. "What is the rush? I'm merely standing here, admiring every white cloud in the sky." Just as she approached the elevator, an unpleasant and distasteful thought suddenly crossed her mind that as the elevator neared the 5th floor, she noticed her hands were tightly clasped together, cold sweat forming in her palms. Is this a sign of nervousness, an accelerated heartbeat? Wait, why am I feeling this way about him? How shameless. Ding dong. As the elevator reached the 5th floor and the doors opened, Luna observed the man, retrieving his keys from his pocket, leisurely making his way to open the door of what was supposedly his home. The top-ranking man of the family resided in such a modest modern apartment. Truly unfathomable. The space measured barely 30 square meters that Just a moment. How could I, a second young lady of the Liu family, possibly cohabitate with this unfamiliar man? Moreover, we've only known each other for a few days. As a college student, how could I even consider living with a man? No, I must escape quickly. Where do you think you're running off to? Just as Luna lifted her foot to leave, Chi Mingyi caught her by the collar. In an unfortunate misstep, she lost her balance and fell back into his arms. That you enjoyed being in my embrace that much, before Luna could react. He leaned closer, whispering into her ear, "Get away from me." Luna, upon hearing his words, immediately pushed against his chest, creating a distance of roughly 2 meters as she warned him, "I advise you not to come any closer." Feigning ignorance to her admonition, Chi Mingyi slowly advanced, only to be met with her shouting, "I told you not to come any closer. Stand still. This is my home." Chi Mingyi, undeterred by her protests, stole a glance at her and confidently stepped into the kitchen. Smiling slightly as he remarked, "Why shouldn't I move? You're quite adorable." It seemed to make sense. This was his home, and I am an outsider. No, something feels off. If this is his home, then stepping across his threshold means I might indeed be sharing a residence with this man. Is this even conceivable? What do you wish to eat tonight? Chi Mingyi asked as he opened the refrigerator, assessing the available vegetables while casually addressing Luna, who stood in the living room. Luna, lost in thought over an important matter, glanced at her watch. It was already 6:50. Time had flown. She wanted to go home, but as a girl unfamiliar with this place. With that thought, she sighed silently, watching him rummage through the fridge, realizing she would have to rely on him. "Why are you silent?" Chi Mingyi, noticing Luna's lack of response, inquired further, "What do you want to eat tonight?" Luna, ignoring his question, simply sat on the sofa and vaguely replied, "Whatever you like. Let us order takeout." Chi Mingyi said, glancing at the empty fridge, half exasperated. Sometimes he truly wished she would answer his questions. "After dinner, I should be able to return home, right? I have no desire to cohabitate with this man. Luna awkwardly surveyed the 30-some square meters of the apartment. Speaking softly, "Can I go home after dinner?" The question she had held back finally escaped her lips. "What do you think?" Chi Mingyi replied coolly, selecting items for takeout. His tone suggests that might not be feasible. Am I truly expected to spend the night in this small apartment with him? This is absolutely impossible. Cohabitation with this man is out of the question. Do you wish to go home tonight? Just as Chi Mingyi placed his phone down after finalizing the order, he looked at Luna with an upward curve of his lips and stated, "What if I say no? I don't care whether you allow it or not. I intend to go home tonight. Do you even know your way around here?" Chi Mingyi, noticing her silence, continued to tease her with the very issue she had been contemplating. I've mentioned this before. Can this man not consider others' feelings? Knowing I'm directionally challenged, he still insists on subjecting me to this verbal barrage. What is the matter? Chi Mingyi, observing her silence, leaned closer, lifting her chin with his left hand, softly asking, "Are you dissatisfied with my words, little one?" "Hey, why are you getting so close?" Luna retorted, noticing his face was uncomfortably near. "We're not that familiar." "Pfft, you truly are adorable," he chuckled. Ding dong, just as they inched closer. The doorbell rang, prompting Chiming to release her chin, bending down to whisper in her ear, "Wait a moment. I'll grab the takeout." Luna watched as he donned fluffy black slippers and strolled to the door. The intimacy of the preceding moment flashed in her mind, prompting her to rush to the bathroom to wash away any lingering germs from her lips. "Are you disgusted by my saliva?" As Luna swished water in her mouth, she was startled to see Chiming standing at the bathroom door, questioning her. "Did you come here to rinse your mouth?" When did he get there? Did he retrieve the takeout so quickly? How did he manage to move so silently? Luna, startled, spat out the water she had been swishing, quickly wiping her lips and chin with her hands. "I just wanted to rinse my mouth after eating." "I am a bit hungry," that he observed her. This man always seemed to move without making a sound, like a mouse. "Are you trying to avoid me?" Chiming queried with a playful smile as Luna settled on the sofa, his gaze fixed on her. "Why would I want to avoid you?" She shot back, "You're such a pest." Luna's thoughts suddenly halted as she gazed at the table laden with takeout. Her stomach growled audibly, and she swallowed hard, surprised by the richness of the meal he had ordered. How could a simple dinner be so enticing? "Are you hungry?" Chiming observed her intense gaze on the steaming dishes. Chuckling softly, "Go ahead and eat. There is no need to be so courteous. Is it really okay?" Luna cautiously asked, her eyes searching his. That Chiming offered no verbal response, only nodding. Upon seeing his agreement, Luna eagerly seized a freshly opened box of fried chicken, taking a hearty bite as grease dribbled down her collar, completely oblivious to her mess as she devoured the drumstick voraciously. "Slow down. No one is competing with you," Chiming remarked, noticing a droplet of oil nearly spilling from her lips. He reached for a pristine white napkin, saying, "Look at you. You're making a mess." As he attempted to dab the napkin to her lips, for some reason, he hesitated, his hand retracting as Luna snatched the napkin from him, asserting, "I can manage myself. You don't need to trouble yourself. Are you sure you don't need my help?" When Kaminji heard her utter those words, his mind drifted to the matter for which he intended to ask for her assistance later that evening. With a playful smile, he responded, "No need, no need." Luna once again declined his kind offer, dabbing at her lips with a tissue while savoring the chicken leg in her right hand. "Does this little girl find my gestures bothersome?" He mused, observing her relish her food with such delight. "But I'll just go turn on the water heater in the bathroom," he added, casually grabbing a French fry and popping it into his mouth, stretching languidly as he sighed. Luna seems utterly indifferent to what this man is up to, focused solely on the half-eaten chicken leg in her grasp. That a few hours later, the moment Kaminji exited the bathroom after turning on the water heater, he was greeted by the sight of the dining table, now cluttered with a plethora of empty food containers, leaving behind only scraps like chicken bones and food wrappers. Has it all vanished so quickly? This girl certainly has quite an appetite, he chuckled to himself. That a voracious eater, indeed. "Once you're done, do help tidy up," he remarked, gathering the takeout bags while gazing into her gluttonous eyes. "That don't sleep too long. Rise and move about a bit, or your belly will spill out." Feigning ignorance to his words, Luna rolled over on the couch, a sense of drowsiness enveloping her as she yawned lazily, succumbing to the embrace of sleep. When she eventually awoke, she found herself nestled in a certain someone's bed. Chapter 16. A Night in the Holidays, Part 2. In the room, on the desk, lay a small bottle of fragrant perfume, its neck adorned with a vibrant bouquet of roses. Beside it rested a laptop, next to which sat a freshly prepared cup of steaming hot water. The curtains by the window were pulled apart just enough to reveal the enchanting scenery of dusk, while the air conditioning hummed at a comfortable 26 degrees. Yet, sprawled by the bedside was a frail and helpless little girl. Luna felt a chill creeping in, reaching out to grasp a nearby blanket. "Is it winter? Why do I suddenly feel so cold?" she wondered, her brow furrowing as she encountered the blanket, which seemed to resist her attempts to pull it over her. Despite her efforts, she found herself unable to drag the fabric closer. As if something were binding her down, Luna, disregarding all else, exerted all her strength to wrest the blanket from its confines. Just as she was preoccupied with the task, her forehead collided with something, and she heard a faint breath beside her. Warm air brushed against her lips, and she felt a weight pressing down on her, making it difficult to catch her breath. When Luna finally opened her still dreamy eyes, she was startled to find a familiar figure looming above her, pressing down on her. With a sudden scream, she pushed the man away and immediately sat up in the corner of the room, her hands shielding her chest, astonished and speechless at the sight before her. What are you doing? Kaminji chuckled at her shocked expression. Why are you hiding over there? Who told you to suddenly pin me down? Luna retorted, her face a picture of indignation as she glared at him. Get away from me. Huh. How adorable you are, he laughed softly. What are you laughing at? Just as Luna attempted to get off the bed and distance herself from him. Kaminji's light chuckle caught her attention, his gaze teasingly warning her. So, you are quite the forward one. Seated elegantly at the desk, he blew gently on the steam rising from his cup. Hearing his words, Luna was perplexed. When was I ever forward? I have no recollection of such behavior, she questioned, her brow furrowed in confusion. Did I ask there such a thing? Luna pressed, locking eyes with Kaminji, who sat beside the laptop. Ah, little girl. As he set down his cup, Kaminji gently lifted her chin, leaning in closer to meet her gaze. Feigning amnesia does not suit you. When did I ever pretend to forget? I was merely asleep. How absurd, she protested, shoving him away as she hastily donned her slippers and strode toward the bathroom. That don't block my way. Such a charming little sister. Ding-dong. Suddenly, a phone by the bedside rang, illuminating the screen. Kaminji, curious, picked up the device to see who had messaged her. Sister, when will you be back? I want to sleep with you, not with my brother. His armpits smell funny. Stinky. Ha, so was my little sister. I thought it was some man or woman, he mused, amused. Stepmother. At that moment, as he was about to place the phone back on the desk, he noticed a familiar phrase that made his brow furrow slightly. Unconsciously, his fingers opened a private conversation. Have I treated you poorly? Always hiding things from me while reporting to your real father. Will reporting to him be of any use? Will he even listen to you? Let me tell you, his authority lies in your stepmother's hands. Whether you want to go on a blind date or not, you have no choice. What is this record? The timestamps indicated messages from 5 or 6 days ago. Was she being forced into a blind date by her family? He had assumed she was willingly participating. Kaminji was taken aback as he read her conversation with her stepmother, realizing that her family was coercing a mere 18-year-old into an arranged marriage. He set the phone down and turned to the laptop, where his father had just sent her a contract from the Lu Group. His brow furrowed deeper as he contemplated the implications. After a moment, he picked up his phone and dialed a number beginning with 130, Sioux Police Department. Please monitor the connections of the Lu Group. Understood, Mississippi. After hanging up, he placed his phone gently on the desk. Leaning back in his chair, slowly closing his eyes as he exhaled a warm breath. How does one operate the water heater in the bathroom? Luna pondered, struggling to figure out the mechanism. Ultimately, she found herself needing to trouble that man again. How do you turn it on? Let me take a look. Kaminji began to rise, but as he stepped toward the bathroom door, Luna realized she was not wearing any clothes. That in a moment of panic. She spotted a bathrobe nearby. She had no idea to whom it belonged. Disregarding her concerns, she hastily wrapped herself in the robe, just as Kaminji opened the bathroom door. Did you not ask me for help? Why do you need me now? Stop asking so many questions, Luna protested, clutching the robe tightly around her chest, fearful of revealing any skin. Just help me turn it on quickly. I'm not short enough to need you. So it was a matter of height. You are truly adorable, he chuckled. All right, after activating the water heater, Kaminji lowered his gaze, a soft laugh escaping him. Why are you covering yourself there? Luna blushed as she noticed his gaze. In a flurry, she pushed him out of the bathroom and slammed the door shut, exclaiming, Get out already, you pervert. A pervert, you say? Have you just given me a new term? How intriguing. Kaminji returned to his laptop, diligently analyzing the contract for any hidden secrets, questioning why they were signing with their company and what ulterior motives lay beneath. He recalled that the Lu Group had previously partnered with the Yang Group, only for a trivial matter to sour their relationship, leading to the latter's downfall, a mystery that police investigations had yet to unravel. Why is there no laundry detergent in your bathroom? Having just emerged from the bathroom, Luna, towel in hand, was attentively drying her hair while fixing her gaze upon Kaminji. Human traffickers, laundry detergent. Next to the washing machine on the balcony, Kaminji, upon hearing Luna step out from the bathroom, quickly responded. It's too late. I'll do the laundry tomorrow. Luna said nothing, merely nodded in indifference, uttering a detached, oh, your outfit. Kaminji's eyes wandered along her waist and legs, stealing glances at her slightly plump figure. Before he could voice his thoughts, Luna abruptly interjected, her anger flaring. What do you mean by that? She instinctively covered her chest, wrapped in her bathrobe. Well, Your reactions are quite swift. This is getting more intriguing. He chuckled. Come here. Let me help you dry your hair, Kiminji-ai said, casually picking up the hairdryer from the table and gazing at Luna across from him. No need. I can do it myself, she replied, snatching the hairdryer from his grasp. That I'm not a child. Kiminji-ai, facing the wall as he dried his freshly washed hair, paid little mind to her. His gaze returned to the 2 contracts displayed on his computer screen, pondering why one would compel a newly adult girl to attend a matchmaking session. Was it merely to safeguard the prospects of his company? Or perhaps waiting for a notification from the police would suffice? Human traffickers, I want to go home. Luna, having dried her hair, placed the hairdryer aside and sat on the bed, her hands tightly clasped together. Could you take me home? Home? It's quite late now. Kiminji-ai glanced at the clock on his wrist and suggested. Why not stay the night here? Staying over doesn't seem quite right. Luna's grip tightened further, her heart racing. After all, propriety dictates that men and women should maintain a respectful distance. Kiminji-ai almost forgot that this girl only perceived him as a boy, oblivious to the fact that he was actually a girl disguised as a boy. Hearing her words, he felt a tinge of awkwardness and casually offered an excuse. I can sleep on the sofa. You can have the bed, that I still have work to do. Luna did not dwell on the matter. As she lay down, a sudden thought crossed her mind. What if this man intended to do something inappropriate? Why was he looking at me like that? Kiminji-ai noticed that Luna, who had just settled into bed, abruptly sat up, her eyes filled with suspicion and anxiety, but he awkwardly chuckled. I wouldn't engage in such lewd behavior. Really? Luna expressed her disbelief, her gaze fixed on him. Kiminji-ai smiled gently at her, his eyes narrowing in mirth, before returning his attention to his laptop, seemingly deep in thought. Luna paid him little mind, her thoughts consumed by the prospect of leaving this house the following day. As Luna lay down again, her back turned to Kiminji-ai, her eyes remained fixed upward, her body tense, as if she were holding her breath, afraid to fall asleep lest this man engage in some indecorous act. The more she thought about it, the heavier her eyelids grew. The thought of this man perhaps taking advantage of her while she slept quickened her heartbeat. Yet, Luna fought to remain alert, determined not to let him draw near again. She must not fall asleep. Absolutely not. By the way, what is your name? Kiminji-ai recalled a question he had yet to ask, but when he turned to look at Luna, she was already snoring softly. Well, she truly is a child who falls asleep in an instant, that I'll ask her name tomorrow. Ding dong. Just as he thought this, Kiminji-ai intended to continue reviewing the contracts, when suddenly he heard a phone ringing nearby. It appeared to be Luna's phone, buzzing with messages, the screen illuminating incessantly. Curiosity piqued, he stealthily reached for her phone resting by the pillow, glancing at the persistent notifications. Xiao Nana. Are you asleep? I need to tell you something. Nana, Luna, I guess she is really asleep. Good night. He chuckled softly at the messages from her friend calling her name, a smile creeping upon his lips. So this girl's name is Luna, a truly adorable name. No wonder she is so innocent and charming. Chapter 17. Overnight during the holiday, Part 3. Don't come over. At 6 in the morning, Kiminji-ai sat before his laptop, intending to stretch lazily, when he heard someone murmuring softly beside the bed. Intrigued, he approached to see what this little one was dreaming about that prompted such fearful words. He quietly left his chair and stealthily approached the bed, unconsciously drawing near to her sleeping form. With one hand, he gently caressed her cheek, pinching her chubby little face, admiring her long, dark eyelashes, her doll-like nose, and her rosy cherry lips, which were slightly flushed, a sign of a peaceful slumber. She seemed to be mumbling in her sleep, unaware of the dream she was in. Human traffickers. I told you, don't cross the line. At that moment, Luna inadvertently uttered those words, just as Kiminji-ai was beside her, one hand cradling her face while the other continued to stroke her soft, plump cheek. Hearing her murmur made him realize that she was dreaming about him, and he couldn't help but wonder what unspeakable thing she imagined he might do to her that caused her such fear. This little one was quite amusing. Her cheek was so soft and warm. He felt an overwhelming urge to kiss her. Surely, a kiss wouldn't be too inappropriate, would it? Just as he leaned in closer, his lips almost touching her cheek, Luna unexpectedly turned over, letting out a soft, lazy sound, and their lips almost met. Not long after, Luna instinctively licked her dry lips, and in that moment, she sensed a strong flavor spreading within her mouth that as her breathing intensified, Luna slowly opened her sleepy eyes. only to be met with the familiar silhouette of Kaminji, who had his eyes shut, as if his lips were caught by something, and her breathing became increasingly shallow as her vision cleared. She realized it was indeed that man. In a panic, she forcefully pushed him away and quickly sat up by the pillow, clutching the small blanket that had covered her, shielding her chest with her hands, her eyes glaring defiantly at him. "What are you doing, you pervert? What do you think I could possibly do?" Kaminji replied, playfully tugging at his deep black tie, exposing his fair, delicate collarbone. That he gently lifted her chin, his lips inching closer to hers. "Hey, do you even understand the concept of propriety between men and women?" He chuckled, finding her adorably naive. "All right, I'm just teasing you." He released her chin, glanced at the clock on his wrist, and stretched lazily, jokingly adding, "Time to brush our teeth and wash our faces." "Brush my teeth? Wash my face? Do I have a toothbrush and towel here?" Luna, realizing the oversight, questioned hesitantly. Kaminji suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to buy morning toiletries for her the previous day. "Wait, what are you looking for?" Lanana suddenly caught sight of Kaminji rummaging beneath the computer desk, seemingly in search of something. With a puzzled expression, she inquired, "What are you looking for?" Kaminji, offering no further explanation, silently placed what he had found into her hands, adjusted a few buttons at his collar, and made his way to the door, stating, "I will prepare breakfast. You should freshen up first." After he exited, Lanana covered her flushed cheeks with her hands, her heart racing inexplicably, as if a fawn were dancing within her chest. Her mind lingered on that intimate gesture, replaying the scene in her thoughts. His gaze was warm and gentle, his nose elegantly straight, lips possessing a moist allure, and his eyes were a deep shade of black. What was I thinking? Why was I contemplating the appearance of that man? I am not one to be swayed by looks. Never mind. I should focus on freshening up and figuring out how to escape this wretched place. Time passed slowly, just as Lanana finished washing her face and brushing her teeth. She stealthily glanced at the man standing in the kitchen, hoping for any sign of distraction that might provide her a chance to flee. As she approached the threshold of the kitchen, she cautiously peeked in, her eyes lazily drifting over to him, who remained oblivious to her presence. Was this a perfect opportunity to escape? "Little girl, where do you think you're going?" Just as Lanana stepped past the kitchen door, something suddenly tugged at the back of her collar, and a remarkably gentle voice whispered in her ear that it was unmistakably him. After being discovered, Lanana sat alone on the living room sofa, cheeks puffed and face round, her right hand frenetic with the remote control as she switched through channels, while her left hand gripped the hem of her skirt tightly. Kaminji placed a plate of stir-fried rice noodles on the dining table, occasionally glancing at her, who was visibly sulking, suppressing a smile. "Nabeo, it's time for breakfast." As Lanana continued to fidget with the remote, she suddenly heard her nickname being called, her gaze fixing on the man standing by the dining table, whose grin was unsettlingly lewd. That smile was truly irksome. "Wait a minute. He called me Nabeo. Could it be referring to me? The name gives me the creeps. Aren't you hungry?" Kaminji, noticing she had yet to sit at the dining table, saw her shake her head in silence. That he knelt beside her, his knees together, gently holding her delicate hands, saying, "Why not eat something?" Though Lanana heard his words, she suddenly released the grip of her right hand and resumed flipping through channels on the remote. She fought against the urge to be swayed by his gentle tone, but her stomach betrayed her with its persistent growling. "Get up and eat breakfast," he urged, "and yet you claim you aren't hungry." Just then, her stomach's rumble caught Kaminji's attention. He chuckled softly. "Look, your little belly is calling for food. It truly knows what's needed." "You're mistaken." Lanana adamantly denied the sounds emanating from her stomach, fabricating a lie. "Is it?" As he leaned closer, placing his hands on her waist, his head tilted to listen to her belly, he softly remarked, "Let me hear it." Ugh. This man has a rather peculiar side to him. "I won't listen. I'm not hungry." Lanana, growing impatient with his antics, abruptly pushed him away and made her way to the dining table, rolling her eyes in exasperation. "I already knew." Kaminji followed her to the table, sitting down with his hands resting beneath his chin, a gentle smile illuminating his face as he watched her devour her food, whispering, "So adorable." "Why aren't you eating?" Lanana, holding a piece of toast, shot him a glare. "What are you staring at?" "I'm just watching you eat breakfast," he replied with a gleeful expression. "That it's quite odd." Lanana thought, perplexed by his fascination with her eating. What was so captivating about this? Her appearance was average, her looks unremarkable. What could he possibly find appealing? The more she pondered, the more confused she became about what drew him to her. Never mind, I should finish my meal and make a swift exit. After breakfast, don't even think about escaping, she mused internally, formulating an ingenious plan for her getaway, oblivious to the man who seemed to anticipate her thoughts. The DOI really seemed that predictable. Lanana stubbornly denied the schemes that had flitted through her mind. Interrupting his speech, whether I appear so or not, I can't say, but I know you must be thinking about making a quick escape after breakfast. That there's nothing I can't see, Kaminji replied, his piercing gaze making her feel uneasy, stripping her of any appetite. Just then, a phone rang sharply, interrupting the atmosphere. As Kaminji stood to leave the table, he hurriedly grabbed his phone, quickly retreating into his room. Lanana wondered what could be so urgent that he rushed off without a word. Wait, wasn't this a perfect opportunity for me to escape? Why hadn't I thought of this before? Half an hour later, Lanana, having finished her breakfast, lounged on the sofa, occasionally glancing at the door, hoping he would remain inside long enough for her to make her move. Was this her chance? If she could find a way to call a ride, she could escape, but what if he returned before she made it to the exit? The thought was incredibly frustrating. She needed to investigate further. Lanana crept towards the door, pressing her ear against it, straining to hear any sounds from within. It seemed eerily quiet, as if something grave were afoot. Just as she leaned closer, the door swung open, knocking against her head, causing her to crouch down and cradle her head while exclaiming, "Why did you open the door so forcefully?" "It hurts." Kaminji, witnessing the scene, was unaware that Lanana had been eavesdropping on his confidential phone call. He wondered if she had overheard anything he said. Yet, he had spoken softly within the confines of his room, and surely she couldn't hear him. "What are you doing out here, trying to spy on me?" Seeing Lanana crouched outside his door, he inquired, "I have to step out for a moment. You stay put and I'll be back to take you home." With that, Kaminji swiftly donned a black suit jacket and slipped on his shoes before leaving the house. Lanana peered down from the balcony, watching as he drove away in his sleek black car, her heart sinking as his figure receded from view. What could he possibly be doing? He could at least have taken her home. Her day off was almost over. After 2 days of freedom from school, couldn't she enjoy at least one day of blissful leisure? 3 escape plans thwarted. Chapter 18. Corporate transition. How dreadfully dull. Where could that man be? Lanana lay on the sofa, her right hand incessantly flipping through the television channels, exhaling sighs of frustration. When would he return? How could he abandon her in this strange environment? Leaving her alone in this room? At the headquarters of the Chi Corporation, Miss Chi, Master Chi is waiting for you in his office. As Kaminji stepped out of his black sedan, the elderly butler of the Chi family approached. Having been waiting at the entrance, upon seeing the young lady arrive, he hurried over, glancing around at the company staff, and whispered in her ear, "Outside, you must refer to her as young master." Kaminji, caught off guard by the butler's comment, coldly replied, "What business does that old man have summoning me?" "I'm not sure, but he asked me to call you," the butler replied, pausing before adding, "You'll find out once you enter the office." Kaminji cast a dispassionate glance at the butler. Realizing that asking him would yield no answers, that it would be better to confront the old man directly. Why couldn't he simply manage his corporation without involving her? What could have prompted the old butler to suddenly send me a message? Upon entering the internal office of the company, the butler, with great courtesy, pushed open the deep brown wooden door, only to be met with an unpleasant odor permeating the room, reminiscent of the scent of a human being intoxicated and having vomited. It was particularly unbearable that I had no idea who occupied this office. "Xiao Yi, you've arrived." Master Chi stood by the large glass door, his weary, profound gaze cast upwards at the fluffy white clouds against the pale blue sky. Resembling cotton candy, exuding a sugary aura. Under the blinding sunlight, the entire high-rise was enveloped in its glow, while a flock of light brown geese flew overhead in perfect formation, graceful and elegant, without a single flaw. "Why the urgency in calling me?" Chi Ming, he asked, holding his nose with one hand as he scrutinized Master Chi's serious demeanor. "It's nothing major. I merely wish to—" Master Chi began, exhaling a puff of white vapor from his lower lip before pausing to continue. "You and your brother shall switch your positions within the company." Switch positions? Chi Ming, he exchanged a puzzled glance with the old butler, bewildered by the old man's reasoning that Chi Ming Han had been performing admirably in this large corporation. Why would he choose me? Wait a moment. What about the small company I manage? Chi Mingyi inquired, maintaining a serious tone, that I put in so much effort to nurture that small company. I cannot possibly hand it over to my younger brother. Listening to Chi Mingyi's words, Master Chi appeared to ponder this with some reason. The young man had not been particularly disciplined in the large company. Would it be wise to entrust him with the management of a smaller one? It was unexpected how much his daughter had matured after returning from abroad after so many years. Old master, I believe it would be quite suitable for the young lady to manage both companies. The old butler seized the moment, while Chi Mingyi was distracted, whispering softly into Master Chi's ear, "Just look at how the young lady has revitalized your previously struggling small company." Upon hearing this, Master Chi seemed increasingly convinced. His daughter had indeed changed significantly since her time abroad. Perhaps it would be beneficial for that young man to have an overseas experience. However, as he contemplated Chi Minghan's situation, a sudden headache struck him. Perhaps it was best to let him gain some experience in the small company before making any further plans for abroad. Xiao Yi, you will be in charge of both companies. Master Chi sighed as he gazed out at the towering skyscrapers beyond the glass window. You will transition from supervisor to general manager. Chi Mingyi was about to protest against the old man, preferring her previous role as a supervisor, where her responsibilities were minimal and life felt as carefree as a journey abroad. However, it was too late for objections. Master Chi had decided to assign her the highest position in the large company due to that farcical marriage agreement, ensuring that the Liu Group would remain unaware of his eldest daughter masquerading as a male to enter into a contractual engagement with their daughter. Without pondering the matter further, she resolved to check on how her younger brother was faring in the small company. General Chi, a female secretary, called out as Chi Mingyi stepped out, only to find a row of male and female employees greeting her enthusiastically, addressing her with her new title. She blinked for a moment. Unaccustomed to such grandeur, being handed both positions was a significant adjustment for her. She recalled that a little girl was waiting for her at home, and she needed to take her back today. General Chi, please take care. The voice sent shivers down her spine, further intensifying her discomfort. She hastened her steps, exiting the company building. As she settled into the driver's seat of her car, she exhaled a breath of pure white vapor, gripping the steering wheel, and swiftly drove away from the Chi Group, inside a residential building in District C. As Chi Mingyi unlocked the door, she heard the sound of a television blaring from within. Was that little one watching TV in the living room? With the volume turned up so high, didn't Tishi worry about disturbing the neighbors? Upon entering the living room, her gaze fell upon Luna, peacefully asleep on the soft couch, with delicate white bubbles emerging from her nostrils. The adorable child had fallen asleep while watching TV, a true little sleepyhead, as if she could never get enough rest. Ugh, it's so hot. Just as Chi Mingyi placed her keys on the table, she heard the little girl mumbling about the heat. Turning around, she noticed Luna, still deep in slumber, tugging at the buttons of her shirt, seemingly oblivious to the presence of another person nearby, who was watching her with a smirk. Why are you so hot, little one? Can you tell your brother? At that moment, Chi Mingyi leaned closer, whispering softly in her ear, to half awake. Luna seemed to catch wind of some familiar voice, as if a gentle breeze was brushing past her. Wait, why does that voice sound so familiar? Is that man back? With that thought, Luna jolted awake, her wide eyes meeting the smiling face of Chi Mingyi. She quickly sat up, covering her chest with her hands, her lips trembling as if she had something to say. Why are you so nervous? Chi Mingyi chuckled at her startled reaction. I haven't touched you. You haven't touched me. Luna retorted, still covering her chest, glaring at Chi Mingyi. But your boundaries have crossed into my space. So step back. Is that so? Chi Mingyi lifted her chin with one hand, leaning closer to her gaze, while his other hand rested at her waist. The distance between their lips was merely a breath apart. Luna held her breath, her lips sealed as she felt him inch closer, contemplating whether he would indeed kiss her. He can't really kiss me. No, I absolutely cannot let that happen. My hand hurts. Ugh, Luna whimpered, looking up at him with a soft, pleading expression. Please move away from me. Does it hurt? Chi Mingyi leaned in closer, whispering in her ear while his hand caressed her shoulder. What about now? Does it still hurt? Where is he touching me? Luna thought, annoyed. Does he think I'm a pet? Does he even understand the meaning of personal space? What do you mean? Chi Mingyi feigned ignorance, locking his gaze with hers. Does this man truly not know? Or is he just pretending to be clueless? Luna thought, growing frustrated that if he doesn't understand, then fine. As Luna attempted to pull away from his grip, Qi Ming suddenly yanked her down onto the sofa. A wicked grin spreading across his face as he uttered, "Be my one and only little princess, will you?" Has this man gone mad? Confessing to a girl barely out of her teens. There's definitely something wrong with him. It hurts when you hold my hand down. Luna feigned ignorance, still struggling to break free. Please, just get off me. Want me to get off? Qi Ming took advantage of her continued resistance, planting a soft kiss on her cheek. Promise me, and I'll let you go. What a creep. If he is losing his mind, you should see a doctor. Luna pretended not to hear him, pushing him away with all her might, quickly sitting up to fix her disheveled shirt and pouting. When are you taking me home? After being pushed away, Qi Ming smirked, his lips trembling slightly. Luna, seeing that smile, couldn't help but wonder what ridiculous thoughts were swirling in his mind. Let us go. I'll take you home. Qi Ming said earnestly, picking up the car keys from the table. Is he really so kind as to take me home? Is it possible that I have taken the wrong medication? He actually said he would send me home. Just the night before, I pleaded with him to take me back, and he refused. Why the sudden change today? Regardless of the reasons, I can finally return home and revel in the freedom of living. Qi Ming watched her dash towards the elevator with the exuberance of a child. Does she really long to be home that much? Is she truly uncomfortable staying in my modest abode? The more I observe her, the more I find her innocent, lively, and endearing. Chapter 19. The Liu family matters. Qi Ming swiftly maneuvered around the corner, nearly causing Luna's head to press against the car window. With a displeased glance, she admonished him. Can you drive a little slower, human trafficker? This young master drives this way. If you're not satisfied, you can get out. Qi Ming replied, gripping the steering wheel and pretending to embody a manly persona, deliberately addressing Luna with a hint of mischief. Seriously, can't you be kinder to girls? Luna thought to herself. Does this man even know how to charm a woman? What kind of man would speak to a girl in such a manner? Hearing his words made her want to slap him awake, convinced he must be an enemy from a past life, intentionally trying to infuriate her. Please drop me off at the intersection ahead. We're almost home. Luna recalled the previous night and wondered how he knew her nickname, which he had never disclosed. Gazing into his eyes, she asked, How do you know everyone calls me Xiao Na? Chuckling, he replied, I'll tell you in a moment. Qi Ming parked the car in the middle of a narrow alley, noticing that she seemed reluctant to leave the vehicle. With a gentle smile, he said, We've arrived. Do you not want to get out? If not, I'll be leaving. Are we really here? Luna exclaimed as she recognized her home, hurriedly gathering her belongings and flinging open the car door. Without a backward glance, she strode forward, her mind preoccupied with how he could possibly know her nickname. She was certain she had never told him, nor did she know his name. Ding dong. Halfway to the door, her phone suddenly rang. The issue was that both of Luna's hands were occupied, and her phone vibrated insistently in her pocket. She had no idea which fool was bombarding her with messages. Frustrated, she reached her home's courtyard and spotted a middle-aged maid trimming branches among the rose bushes. Setting her belongings down, the maid turned upon hearing the sound of something being placed on the ground and exclaimed, Miss Liu, you're back. You didn't inform me of your return. Let me help you with your luggage. Luna cast a cold glance at the maid without uttering a word. Instead, she extracted her phone from her pocket and saw a flurry of messages from the same number, one of which read, So your name is Luna. Huh. Quite a lovely name. How did this man know my real name? Could he possibly possess mind-reading abilities? No, that is utterly impossible. Ah, you're finally back. Just then, her younger half-sister rushed out of the house, wrapping her arms around Luna's legs and gazing up at her with a bright smile. Xiaoling, what brings you here? Luna knew that this girl, not yet 18, had come seeking her for something troublesome. I missed you, the girl replied, her eyes sparkling with innocence. That I sent you so many messages, but you didn't reply. Xiaoling had actually taken the initiative to message her. Was fate shifting? No, something felt amiss. I didn't see your messages, Xiaoling. Luna feigned awkwardness. What do you need? Of course, I need to tell you. Xiaoling pulled Luna to a secluded spot among the rose bushes, glancing cautiously around before whispering. I slept with my brother last night, and it was so uncomfortable. He had a strange smell. So that was the issue. I thought my stepmother would ask me to do something for her again. Hearing this, Luna chuckled softly, realizing how trivial it was. Xiaoling. In the villa's courtyard, a woman clad in a light green cheapao and high heels with glossy black curls emerged from the house, calling for a little girl. "Mom is looking for me," Xiao Ling exclaimed, darting out from the rose bushes. "Where have you been?" "Hurry and get dressed. I heard your father is taking us out tonight," MRS.LU instructed, but Xiao Ling interjected, pointing at Luna. "What about her?" Mrs. Lu slowly turned her gaze to the newly 18-year-old standing beside her, scrutinizing her from head to toe without uttering a word. She then grasped Xiao Ling's wrist with a touch of arrogance. "Your father only invited us too. It has nothing to do with them." Luna overheard this, feeling that perhaps this revelation was not of great significance after all. "Mom, tonight I want to sleep with my second sister," Xiao Ling said, wrapping her arms around their mother's wrist and speaking in a sweet voice. You don't want to sleep with me?" Mrs. Lu shot a stern glance at Luna. "You insist on sleeping with her?" Luna felt the atmosphere grow tense, and Xiao Ling, sensing her mother's demeanor, fell silent, embarrassed to ask again about sharing a bed with her sister. "But if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave," as Luna began to step away. MRS.LU suddenly grabbed her sleeve, her cold eyes piercing into her. "Who said there's nothing to do? The kitchen is still full of dishes to wash." Luna realized she should not Lu Weishi. Noticing that Lu Nana remained silent, cautiously inquired, "How could this be?" As Lu Nana got out of bed to tidy her attire, she slipped on her loafers and said, "Brother, just a moment. I will be ready shortly." Standing outside the door, Lu Weishi awaited his sister's preparation. Occasionally glancing down at the neatly arranged family on the first floor, he watched as Xiaoling clasped her parents' wrists, which evoked memories of his own childhood with their mother and father. Ever since that woman entered their lives, their father had relinquished all authority to her. My rights within the Lu Corporation pale, in comparison to those of the woman he chose to marry. The stepmother may be tolerable, but as for my sister, brother, I'm all set. Lu Nana emerged from her room, exuberantly linking her arms with Lu Weishi's and inquired about dinner plans, her stomach slightly grumbling. "I just made a reservation at a quaint little restaurant." Lu Weishi gently patted the back of her hand and replied, "I've heard the cheese lobster there is exceptionally delectable." Observing his lips move, Lu Nana felt a drop of saliva almost escape her mouth, teasing, "You're even more eager than I am, brother." Gripping the steering wheel, Lu Weishi pressed the clutch as the silver BMW smoothly departed the grand gates of their villa. A few hours later, they arrived at an exquisitely luxurious small restaurant. As they stepped inside, a refreshing breeze of cool air enveloped them, accompanied by the delicate fragrance of jasmine wafting through the air. "Please take a seat here," a waitress, noticing their prolonged standing, hurried over to guide them to a cozy table by the window. "What would you like to order?" she politely inquired as she handed the menu to Lu Weishi. "I made a reservation for a cheese lobster," Lu Weishi informed her. The waitress immediately responded, "Please hold on a moment while I check," and after a brief pause, confirmed, "Indeed, the reservation is in order. Would you like anything else?" Lu Weishi simply nodded and requested 2 glasses of lemonade and 2 servings of spaghetti with tomato sauce. The waitress bowed courteously and hurried off to fulfill their order. "Brother, this place is delightful." Lu Nana reclined into her chair, inhaling the enticing aroma of jasmine that seemed to wash away her worries, her mind blissfully empty. "What a comforting sensation," she remarked, pausing to appreciate the enchanting melodies that filled the air, albeit tinged with a melancholic undertone that reminded her of their mother, peacefully resting in heaven. "Xiaona, why are you crying?" Lu Weishi noticed tears welling in his sister's eyes and quickly offered her a tissue from the table. Comforting her, "It reminds me of mother." Lu Nana accepted the pristine tissue, her voice hoarse as she explained, "Perhaps it's the Songshang Li paired with this serene atmosphere." Lu Weishi gently pinched her cheek and reassured her. "It's all right, you still have your brother. Even if father seemed distant at times, I will always protect my dear sister." Just then, the waitress returned with the cheese lobster and 2 plates of spaghetti, placing them on the table. "Wow, it smells divine." Lu Nana wiped away her tears and leaned closer, captivated by the enticing dishes. "How about I personally escort you back to school tomorrow afternoon?" Lu Weishi observed his sister relishing her meal, eagerly devouring the lobster. "Sure, it's been ages since you took me to school," Lu Nana mumbled, her mouth full. "Having you accompany me is truly the highlight of my day." "You know," Lu Weishi chuckled, pulling out a small napkin to gently wipe her mouth. "You've always loved to tease me since we were little." Hearing this, Lu Nana playfully banged her chest with her fist, declaring, "If I don't cling to you, how can we still be considered siblings?" They both laughed. "Indeed, our lives moving forward will depend on us two siblings, just like now, dining together without our parents' care. Brother, what are you pondering?" Lu Nana noticed Lu Weishi lost in thought, her chopsticks poised in midair, and asked, "Aren't you going to eat?" Lu Weishi merely replied, "I was just thinking, will father really want us siblings?" At this, Lu Nana's interest in the lobster meat diminished, her gaze drifting to the array of delicacies on the table. Losing its allure, she often wondered if her brother were to find a new girlfriend, settle down in their community, and continue aiding the Lu family business, would their father one day treat her as he did their stepmother, potentially casting her out? Although she had 3 years left in university and couldn't yet support herself, she often secretly worked summer jobs to save pocket money since university expenses were considerable. If that scenario were to unfold, she felt utterly lost. "Brother." Lu Nana abruptly set down her utensils, her eyes fixated on a recent message on her phone, her expression dimming. "What if father one day decides to abandon us? You maintain a mere employee relationship with him, while I am just an outsider." She trailed off, her voice trembling. "Ha!" Lu Weishi chuckled softly upon hearing her words. "Silly sister. What are you thinking? Father would never abandon us. Just the other day, he mentioned passing on his company assets to me. Is that true, brother?" Lu Nana, surprised, quickly wiped the sauce from her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment. "That of course. I'm the only son of the Lu family. Don't worry, father would never hand over the company to our stepmother. But brother," Lu Nana hesitated, picking up a piece of lobster meat, "what if she convinces father otherwise? Would that mean we couldn't even enter our own home?" "What foolish thoughts!" Lu Weishi gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her, "Such things will never happen. I hope so." Lu Nana remained troubled by the thought of their new stepmother possibly persuading their father to transfer the Lu family assets into her hands. "Hurry and eat before it gets cold." Lu Weishi continued to comfort his sister sitting across the table. "Your brother will always protect you." Dear, as the clock struck 9:30, they had barely finished their dinner when Lu Nana stood at the restaurant entrance, awaiting Lu Weishi as he settled the bill. She contemplated purchasing some snacks for school the next day and intended to mention it to her brother upon his exit. Ding dong. Suddenly, her phone chimed with a familiar notification. Lu Nana recalled the 2 messages from earlier that afternoon and pondered whether she should respond to that man. Ignoring him might be considered rude, sis. What are you thinking about? Lu Weishi emerged from the cashier, his eyes gently scrutinizing Lu Nana, who appeared lost in thought. "Brother, are you done with the payment?" Lu Nana asked cheerfully, linking her arms with his. "That I was just thinking of picking up some snacks for school." "All right, I'll accompany you," Lu Weishi said, playfully pinching her slightly chubby cheeks. "That you're the best, brother. Truly, we siblings are inseparable." Just as Lu Nana was about to retrieve her phone to check who had been messaging her, Lu Weishi observed her pondering and approached her curiously. That he knew that their father had recently signed a marriage agreement with the Chi family, and as Lu Nana's brother, he opposed this decision vehemently. Yet, their father seemed enamored with the prestige of the Chi family and stubbornly pursued the agreement merely for the sake of reputation, that in a bid to enhance the reputation of others. The company has shamefully offered up its own second daughter to enter into an engagement with a complete stranger. Why not rely on one's own efforts to gradually elevate the company they have built, rather than resorting to leveraging the notoriety of another? Truth be told, ever since that woman married into the Lu family, it seems my father has undergone a significant transformation, no longer the compassionate Chairman Lu who once delighted in helping others. Now, any employee he finds displeasing is promptly dismissed, and he often overlooks the existence of my sibling and me. Upon entering the supermarket, Lu Weishi observed Lu Nana's carefree demeanor, her eyes sparkling with joy as she eagerly selected her favorite snacks. Such a delightful child. It is hard to fathom into whose hands she might fall. Could it be that she would end up with the scion of the Chi family? Who can say for certain? The young master of the Chi group might indeed choose a girl who has only just turned 18. Brother, what are you thinking about? Lu Nana asked as they unconsciously approached the checkout counter. With a playful gesture, she urged Lu Weishi to hurry and pay. Lu Weishi, captivated by her exuberance, gently shook his sleeve as if to mimic a little white rabbit. In a matter of seconds, they completed their purchase and caught sight of their father with his second wife, accompanied by a lively little girl who had yet to reach her 18th birthday. Lu Nana, upon seeing this family trio, instinctively tugged at Lu Weishi's sleeve, silently expressing her desire to avoid them. The forced engagement had dealt a heavy blow to Lu Nana, and despite her opposition, it appeared futile. She could not fathom what their father sought to gain from this collaboration with the Chi group. It seemed unlikely that it was merely for the sake of fame. Fortunately, they went unnoticed as they passed by the newly formed family, both siblings daring not to meet their gaze. That Lu Nana exhaled softly, truly reluctant to confront her father's new wife, who had shown her little kindness. Exhausted, Lu Nana settled into the passenger seat of a silver sedan, placing her snacks on her lap. "Sister, why are you so eager to avoid them?" Lu Weishi inquired, puzzled by her demeanor. "There's nothing to avoid," Lu Nana replied, hastily shoving her phone in her snack bag, attempting to sound nonchalant. Lu Weishi noticed her awkwardness but refrained from prying, respecting her privacy. His gaze lingered on her as he focused on driving, the silver sedan gliding away from the small restaurant. Ding dong. Suddenly, a familiar notification echoed from Lu Nana's phone. Who could it be? She mused as the incessant notifications piqued her curiosity. Cautiously retrieving her phone from the glove compartment, she found the screen aglow with a series of missed calls from a number that seemed all too familiar, accompanied by a barrage of messages. "Hey, why are you ignoring me? I've called you dozens of times. Didn't you hear? Are you deliberately avoiding me? Why on earth is this man bombarding me with messages?" She muttered, contemplating how he had discovered her WeChat account. Could he possess some sort of telepathic ability? No, that is utterly implausible. He is hardly a deity. Though what's troubling you, sister? Lu Weishi asked, glancing at her with concern. "Nothing at all," Lu Nana quickly retorted, burying her phone in her snack bag and feigning indifference as she munched on her treats. After a brief drive, they returned to their villa. Lu Weishi chuckled at the sight of his sister clinging to her snack bag, which concealed her phone, its persistent notifications irritating her. She truly resembled a child, oblivious to the manner in which she might attract the attention of some undesirable man. Once inside her room, Lu Nana extracted her Apple phone from the snack bag. The screen still alight with notifications, a sure sign of the bothersome middle-aged man. "Did I want to respond to you? What can you do about it?" Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Chi group, a woman disguised in androgynous attire awaited a reply from Lu Nana. Her brow furrowed in frustration. Why is she not responding? Is she intentionally ignoring me, or is she simply feigning indifference? Glancing at the clock, she realized it was quite late. I should wrap things up and head out to see what that girl is doing, especially since she hasn't replied to my messages. "Miss," the elderly butler of the Chi family entered the office, causing her to cough slightly. Upon seeing her expression, he quickly corrected himself. "Young master, your father is inquiring when you will return. He has something of great importance to discuss." "What does he want?" she replied coldly, continuing to tidy her paperwork. "That I'm not certain." "Please hurry back," the butler urged. With a mere acknowledgement, she resumed her tasks, leaving the butler to wait at the company entrance. Pondering the reason behind the old man's summons. "Lu family, you've returned just in time. That I need to ask a favor of you tomorrow at 6. Lu Weishi's father called out as he unexpectedly encountered his son at the villa entrance. Tomorrow, Lu Weishi thought of the commitment to take Lu Nana to school and pondered how to explain this to his father. Noticing the hesitation in his son's eyes, the elder Lu pressed. "What is the matter? Do you not have time?" "It's not that," Lu Weishi replied, glancing at Lu Nana, who was ascending the stairs. "That I will help you with that matter tomorrow." It appeared he would not be able to escort his sister to school after all, and a sense of regret washed over him as he ascended the stairs, sighing inwardly. After all these years, he had not had the chance to take Lu Nana to school, and now, each time he planned to, his father's sudden changes thwarted him. He resolved to inform Lu Nana via WeChat to avoid any claims of dishonesty. "Did I end the WeChat conversation?" he typed. "Sister, I want to be able to take you to school tomorrow." As Lu Nana packed her belongings, she heard a familiar ping and initially thought it was another message from the bothersome man. Upon checking, she found it was her brother reaching out. "Why not?" she replied, curiosity piqued. "Brother, you've stood me up again. It's because Dad asked me to help him with something at 6 tomorrow." Upon seeing the message exchanged with her brother on WeChat, Luna's eyes dimmed slightly. With a quiet sigh, she typed out, "It's fine, I can go by myself." When Lu Weishi read this message in the chat box, a twinge of guilt washed over him. He had promised her at the restaurant to take her to school the next day. But now, with his father's unexpected request, he had to change his plans. How could he appear to be an unreliable brother? With a heavy heart, he typed back, "Just be careful on the way, my dear sister." Luna, after seeing Lu Weixi's last message in the chat, set her phone down on the bedside table, gazing at the pristine white ceiling. Her lips moving as if reciting something alone once more, she murmured, "Ma bei hua." Moments later, her phone suddenly buzzed with a call. Though she initially had no intention of answering, a glance at the familiar number on the screen confirmed her suspicion. It was that man. "Little one, so you're ignoring me, are you?" As she closed her eyes, Luna couldn't shake the feeling that a familiar voice was echoing in her ears. Was she hallucinating? She shifted her position, inadvertently pressing the answer button. She distinctly remembered not doing so, yet somehow it happened. "Little one, why aren't you speaking? Are you ignoring my call?" Chiming persisted, but Luna remained silent, a bit dazed as she held the phone to her ear. Half-heartedly responding, "What do you want, kidnapper?" She had realized it was indeed his number calling her. "Why don't you reply to all my messages?" Chi Mingyi reminded her of their previous conversation. It was time to reply to so many messages. Luna retorted playfully, That's so." Chi Mingyi chose to overlook her words and shifted the topic, saying, "I'll come by your house tomorrow to take you to school." "Wait, he actually wants to take me to school? That is so kind of him." "No, I can't trust it. Something must be amiss, and I don't need you to go through all that trouble." Before she could finish her sentence, Chi Mingyi interrupted. "I'll come over to discuss the contract." "The contract? Is it about the engagement? Is he personally coming to annul the engagement?" This thought filled Luna with excitement. She wouldn't have to endure his temperament any longer. "So you're saying you'll come to my house just to discuss the contract?" She feigned innocence on the phone. "What do you think we'll be discussing?" Luna's heart leapt at his words. For this meant she could finally break free from the constraints of their marriage contract. "And no need. I can go back to school by myself. It's not like I don't know the way." "Am I going to allow you to go to school alone?" Chi Mingyi's voice turned serious on the line. Luna, taken aback by his authority, found herself at a loss for words, her throat tightening. Chi Mingyi sensed the silence on the other, and be a good girl and wait for me at home. "Don't want her off," he added with a mysterious smile, "that I asked this man a little off." Luna felt a surge of anger and hastily hung up, tossing her phone onto the bed and collapsing back onto the pillows, her eyes fluttering shut as she drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 21. Ignoring the following morning arrived with bright sunshine, its rays streaming through the window and warming Luna's small quilt. The alarm clock on her bedside table rang incessantly, and as she lazily stretched her left arm from under the covers to silence the alarm. Luna recalled a voice calling her second sister in the middle of the night. Was it Xiao Ling? She replayed the scenes from the previous afternoon in her mind, remembering Xiao Ling saying she wanted to sleep in the same bed with her that night. As she lay there, a sweet, high-pitched voice echoed in her ears, reminiscent of a pampered girl from a drama. "Get up and play with me. Get up and play with me." Luna, feeling the weight of the lively little girl bouncing on her bed, abruptly sat up, glancing at the cheerful face of Xiao Ling. Does this little girl not realize I have to go to school soon? If I don't play with her, she might start crying in her room. And I certainly don't want to deal with that. Silly girl, I can't play today. I need to prepare for school, she said, trying to smile while gently patting Xiao Ling's head upon hearing this. Xiao Ling's joyful expression instantly morphed into one of sorrow, her face scrunching up as if she were about to wail. "Xiao Ling, wait until I'm on break, and then I'll play with you." "Okay." Luna quickly covered Xiao Ling's mouth, glancing at the door to ensure no one was listening, and whispered, "Really?" Xiao Ling, still uncertain, raised her left hand and extended her pinky. "Then let us make a promise?" "All right," Luna agreed, and the two girls linked their pinkies, reciting the childhood promise. "Golden fish, silver fish, we must keep our word. Otherwise, who is the little dog? 1, 2, 3, hook, hook, hook." After their promise, Xiao Ling gleefully dashed out of the room, leaving Luna to exhale a sigh of relief. That was close. The little rascal almost broke into tears that if she had, even her brother Lu Weishi wouldn't have been able to calm her down. And she faced a stern reprimand from their stepmother. Though she felt a bit rebellious, she managed to hold it together. Realizing she might be running late, Luna glanced at the small clock on her bedside table. Was it nearly 8 already? Oh no, she was still in her bunny pajamas. She needed to hurry. She absolutely couldn't let that man see her like this. Just as 2 minutes passed, she heard a familiar voice from the living room below. "Young Master Chi, you're here. Please, have a seat." Luna froze at the top of the stairs. Could it be that man was already in her living room? Her father was being quite polite, addressing him with, "No need for formalities. Please sit." "Oh no, how could I possibly walk past that luxurious entrance?" "Young Master Chi, I heard you're interested in our agency's contract. Mr. Liu cautiously probed, observing Qi Mingyi's expression. What is it intended for? Didn't you sign a marriage contract with our company? Qi Mingyi replied, casting a scrutinizing glance at the contract Liu had mentioned. This is also the future of our Qi group. It is essential to understand the details. Liu heard this. Concern flickered in his eyes, his hand tightening around the contract, but Qi Mingyi noticed the tremor in Liu's grip and raised an eyebrow. Is there something about this contract that shouldn't be revealed? What could there be? Mr. Liu stammered under Qi Mingyi's piercing gaze, quickly releasing his grip on the document. There is nothing to worry about. Qi Mingyi accepted the contract from Liu's trembling hands, his eyes narrowing in suspicion as he examined the document. May I ask? Mr. Liu clasped his palms together, his demeanor awkward and forced a smile. Are you satisfied with this contract? Qi Mingyi continued to gaze at the contract in his hands, a document that represented the entire economic foundation of the Liu family conglomerate, yet he paid no heed to a single word from old Master Liu. Meanwhile, Madame Liu, standing beside him, wore an unfriendly expression, her lips twitching as if she were muttering disparaging remarks about him. It was as if the preservation of the Liu family's economic source was at stake. And there was no desire to maintain cooperation with a company like theirs. The resolute signing of the marriage contract was merely a means to seize their interest. Qi Mingyi spoke halfway through. He closed the document and, with a cold, indifferent glance, addressed old Master Liu, stating that he could not discern anything here and would take the contract back to the company for thorough consideration. Old Master Liu was taken aback. Never expecting that this young executive would possess such audacity, that he hastened to retrieve the document from her grasp. But alas, it was too late. As he reached out, Qi Mingyi had already passed the contract to a male assistant nearby. Do you still wish to reclaim the contract? Qi Mingyi inquired, his expression one of mild disbelief as he observed old Master Liu's reaction. The old man swiftly withdrew his hand, casting a cautious glance at Qi Mingyi, his mind racing with thoughts of the sensitive information contained within that document. The urgency in his eyes was unmistakable as he considered the implications of losing such vital economic data to the Qi family. Meanwhile, Luna, standing at the staircase, struggled to catch snippets of their conversation, her thoughts consumed with irritation over the presence of the damn human trafficker who had yet to leave her sight. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her. She recalled a balcony on the second floor that led directly down to the courtyard. Without hesitation, she grabbed her suitcase and rushed towards the nearest hallway, discovering the staircase that had been a passage for her and her brother during their childhood escapades, often sneaking out in the dead of night without their parents' knowledge. Trying to avoid me, are you? As Luna descended the stairs, dragging her heavy suitcase, she thought she heard a familiar voice, one that exuded an air of aloof authority. Was she imagining things? How could that man's voice be echoing in the servants' area? Surely, she must have misheard. Just then, a voice behind her startled her, causing her to nearly stumble on the stairs. In an instant, she found herself falling into someone's warm embrace, inhaling a scent of lavender that felt oddly familiar. Wait a moment. Wasn't that the fragrance of the woman she had encountered earlier? Have you lost your mind, girl? Upon hearing those words, Luna's expression shifted as she looked down to see that she was indeed pressing against someone. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Good heavens. How could it be this human trafficker? How did he find me here? Could he possibly have some supernatural ability to pinpoint my exact location? No, that is utterly impossible. I must leave. I still have classes to attend, she declared, quickly standing up and avoiding eye contact with the man beside her. She brushed off the dust from her clothes, pausing only to add, "What do you want?" with a mischievous grin. Qi Mingyi leaned closer, pinning her against the wall, his breath warm against her ear as he murmured, "Don't you appreciate my offer to take you to school? What is this nonsense?" "You're always doing this," Luna retorted, attempting to push him away while casting a disdainful glance at his smirking face. "Who asked you to take me to school? I never requested your help. Are you sure you don't need me? You might be late." Qi Mingyi teased, glancing at his watch, deliberately taunting her. "Why should I care what you think? You're not my teacher," Luna shot back, when suddenly she recalled that her first class of the day was indeed with the homeroom teacher. A quick glance at her watch confirmed it was 8:12, leaving her only 18 minutes before she would be late. Her mind raced back to her first days at the academy. Recalling the stern punishments doled out to tardy students, including the dreaded 800-word reflection paper. "Fine then. Just take me to school," she reluctantly conceded, though her heart was not in it, driven by the fear of facing consequences for lateness. How charming that you still call me a human trafficker, Chiming chuckled, finding her insistence on the term endearing. What are you laughing at, you human trafficker? Luna shot back, her cheeks flushing slightly at the unexpected warmth in his gaze. You're quite adorable when you say that, he remarked, his expression still alight with amusement. Just hurry up. I'm going to be late, Luna urged, watching as Chiming ambled along at a leisurely pace. If I'm late, it'll be your responsibility. Responsibility? Isn't that a bit overly optimistic? He replied, sitting in the driver's seat while leaning closer to her, fastening her seatbelt with a gentle touch. How would you like me to be responsible, my dear? My dear. Is he really addressing me like that? Luna thought, feeling her heart race as he leaned in closer, his deep-set eyes gleaming with mischief. No, focus. I cannot be swayed by his good looks or charm. Who is your dear? She snapped back, shaking herself free from his hold. Just drive. I'm late for school. As she pondered his intentions, she wondered if he had come to discuss the contract with her father or perhaps to annul their engagement. The thought brought her a sense of relief. She would no longer have to endure this man's antics. Understood. Fiery young lady, Chiming replied with a playful smile, pinching her nose lightly as they drove on. Luna, however, remained acutely aware of the time, glancing anxiously at the clock, silently praying to avoid the ire of her homeroom teacher. Are you afraid of the teacher? He teased, his eyes focused on the road. With me around, what is there to fear? Why does he always seem to know what I'm thinking? She mused, half-jokingly wondering if he possessed some form of mind-reading ability. With you here, I'm even more afraid, she retorted, feigning ignorance and requesting that he drive faster, as time was of the essence. Perhaps I'll drive slower just to annoy you, he quipped, slowly easing off the clutch as he smirked. How would you like me to take responsibility for that? Is he out of his mind? Always talking about responsibility, she thought, feeling exasperated. Could he please just speed up? Brother, could you please drive a bit faster? She implored, the term brother slipping from her lips unexpectedly, leaving her slightly taken aback that it was a strange yet pleasant feeling. Brother? So, you're calling me that now, are you? Chiming teased, his smirk widening at her unexpected choice of words. As Chiming continued to gradually depress the clutch beneath his feet, he spoke softly with a faint smile. Why does this man ramble on so much? Honestly, I have no intention of paying heed to his incessant chatter. Luna continued to gaze at the watch on her wrist. A significant amount of time had elapsed, and with merely half a minute left, coupled with the distance from here and his leisurely pace, she had no idea when she would finally reach the school if her brother had not been summoned by their biological father to handle contract negotiations with a client. She would never have agreed to let this man drive her at his leisure. Now, he had deliberately slowed down the car, making it impossible to arrive at school within that half-minute. The most pressing concern was the first class was undoubtedly under the supervision of the homeroom teacher. And now she could not escape writing an 800-word apology letter. Chapter 22, An Apology Letter? No need to write one. Wow, whose wealthy family is picking them up after a journey of several dozen hours. A sleek black BMW halted outside the university gates. Many students, bustling towards the entrance, noticed the luxurious vehicle parked nearby, envious of the young masters and mistresses who had private transportation. It was truly enviable. But jealousy was futile. They should just give up on such thoughts. The young ladies and gentlemen from affluent families were not meant for people like us, the impoverished. Ding, 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 just as Luna was about to open the car door. The class bell resonated throughout the campus. Her hands froze on the door handle, and her feet shifted slightly. What should she do? There was still time, just 2 minutes and 3 seconds left. Why did the school bell have to ring so early? How Chiming, seeing her reluctance to exit the car, chuckled softly, asking if she was unwilling to step out. Was I reluctant because of him? Am I really that narcissistic? Luna chose to ignore his words. Remaining seated in the car, glancing at the entrance of the academy, her fingers intertwined, her demeanor suggesting she was deep in thought. Why did the class bell ring so early? She looked down at her watch. By now, the homeroom teacher must have already arrived in the classroom. That if she were to dash to the teaching building now, would she be caught by the teacher and handed an apology letter? An 800-word apology letter. As this thought crossed her mind, Luna's fingers trembled uncontrollably. Who would want to write such a tedious essay? Was she really that frightened? Chiming observed her trembling hands and, with a gentle smile, said, I'll accompany you inside. little one. Huh. Luna was taken aback by his words. She truly did not expect him to accompany her. However, why would he want to go in with her? He had mentioned it earlier, but she preferred not to have him accompany her. Deep down, she was reluctant to engage with him. Are we leaving or not? Chi Mingyi had already exited the driver's seat and noticed that Luna remained in the passenger seat. Seemingly lost in thought, not knowing what to do. Standing outside the car, he said, "If you're not coming, I'll just drive off." Luna quickly reacted from within the car, saying, Wait, I'm coming." What on earth was this girl thinking? She looked quite dispirited. Upon arriving at the teaching building, as Luna stepped inside, her heart suddenly tightened, and her breath inexplicably caught in her throat. Her fingers trembled uncontrollably. What was happening? Why were her fingers shaking so violently? "Don't be afraid." Chi Mingyi, noticing her distress, gently grasped her wrist, whispering, "It's just a teacher." How did he know what I was thinking? Honestly, sometimes she truly questioned whether this man possessed mind-reading abilities. How could he possibly know? Yet his hand felt so warm. She almost felt like pulling away, but it was so comforting, with his short, straight, deep black hair, rough yet elegant eyebrows, profound eyes, high and straight nose, and smooth, fair skin, adorned with a hint of blush on his cheeks and moist red lips. Why did she suddenly find this man somewhat handsome? "Luna, you're late again." As she was lost in her thoughts about Chi Mingyi, a familiar voice suddenly pierced her ears. It was the stern voice of the homeroom teacher, reprimanding her about her tardiness. Even before she stepped into the classroom, Luna noticed her homeroom teacher standing at the entrance. Her sharp gaze fixed intently on the approaching Luna. Seeing her teacher standing there, Luna instinctively tightened her grip on Chi Mingyi's hand, her palms sweating as if she was loath to let go. "Don't be afraid," Chi Mingyi whispered beside her. "I'm here, be good." Luna looked at the man beside her. Why was he speaking so tenderly? She found herself unaccustomed to this sudden shift in his demeanor. "Luna, how many times must I tell you?" The homeroom teacher, upon Luna's arrival, spoke sternly about her habitual tardiness. "That I'm sorry, teacher." Luna reluctantly released Chi Mingyi's wrist, feeling aggrieved as she said, "I'll be more mindful next time." It was over. There was no escaping the 800-word apology letter now. What should she do? "Just remember to write it for me." The teacher had not finished her sentence when Chi Mingyi stepped forward, interrupting her. An 800-word apology letter. Who dares? The homeroom teacher, initially intent on reprimanding the audacious individual who interrupted her, suddenly realized she was facing the formidable heir of the Chi family. Her tone shifted to one of meekness as she said, "Mr. Chi, what brings you here? What? Am I unwelcome?" Chi Mingyi's gaze suggested he felt somewhat unwelcomed, but he paused before continuing. "Moreover, this institution is under the auspices of the Chi group." With that statement, the teacher fell silent, realizing she could not afford to offend the heir of the Chi family. Angering the sole offspring of the Chi family could cost her job, weren't you quite arrogant a moment ago? Chi Mingyi observed her expression, which had suddenly turned despondent, no longer displaying the bravado she had moments prior. Why the change of heart? "I wouldn't dare." The homeroom teacher stood by the classroom door. Her head bowed, speaking timidly. "As a mere teacher, how could I possibly be impolite to you?" Chi Mingyi looked down at her. "Are you still thinking about the tardy student needing to write an 800-word apology letter?" "I wouldn't dare. Please spare me, Mr. Chi." The teacher bowed repeatedly, apologizing profusely. That Chi Mingyi cast her a sidelong glance, exhaling a sigh before gently pushing Luna into the classroom. As they entered, all the students seated inside turned their eyes toward her, causing Luna to feel a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She hurriedly quickened her pace toward her seat, her head bowed low, too shy to meet the gazes of her classmates. She felt utterly humiliated. It was all this man's fault for causing such a commotion, making it impossible for her to maintain her composure among her peers. How could she show her face again? This was mortifying. Just as Chi Mingyi turned to leave, he suddenly fixed his gaze on the homeroom teacher, warning her, "If you dare to issue an apology letter, you will regret it. I wouldn't." The teacher smiled at Chi Mingyi, her expression earnest as she continued to apologize. "Mr. Chi, please take care." Before leaving, Chi Mingyi cast a glance out the classroom window at Luna, who was still with her head bowed, lost in thought. Was he not protective enough? Or, suddenly, his phone rang from his pocket. After leaving the classroom, he hurried to the stairwell and picked up the phone he had carelessly placed in his pocket, inadvertently pressing the answer button. "Miss, where are you?" The venerable butler of the Chi family suddenly whispered into the phone to Miss Chi, saying, "The young master." has gotten into trouble again. This rascal causes me endless headaches every day. I truly cannot fathom what mischief he has concocted at the small company. Qi Mingyi said nothing, merely responding with a succinct, "All right, I understand that I shall head to the small company shortly." After uttering this brief statement, she swiftly hung up the phone, exhaling a warm breath before hastily descending the staircase. Exiting the academy gates and stepping in her car, she promptly pressed the clutch and sped off towards the small company. Meanwhile, Luna had spent the entire class fixated on her right hand, which had been held by that man. She had absorbed none of the content that the homeroom teacher was delivering, instead lifting her gaze to stare blankly at the shadows cast by the banyan trees outside the classroom window. Why did her heart race like a startled deer, pounding relentlessly? Why did the sunlight streaming through the window feel so warm, reminiscent of the warmth she felt when she held his wrist? I am late. Must I forgo writing a reflection? Is there truly such a benevolent occurrence in this world? Yet, why does my heart race? What is this sensation? Chapter 23. Do I like him? Impossible until the end of class. Luna's gaze remained fixated on the scenery outside the window, the breeze that flowed in seeming rather warm. What are you thinking about? Liang Yi suddenly approached her side, pausing to remark, "You seem rather distracted." At this comment, Luna continued to stare out the window, disregarding Liang Yi's words, though her mind was preoccupied with a singular thought, rendering her oblivious to Liang Yi's inquiry. "Nana." Liang Yi noticed her unwavering gaze towards the window and gently patted Luna's shoulder, softly asking, "What has captured your attention so deeply?" During the patting, Luna was jolted back to reality by a familiar voice and turned to inquire, "What is the matter? This woman finally acknowledges you. I wonder why she has been staring out the window for so long. Is she perhaps watching some crush on the playground? Wait a moment, Nana, do you have someone you like?" At this, Liang Yi's curiosity piqued, and she leaned closer to Luna, whispering, "Confess to me honestly, like someone no." Upon hearing those words from Liang Yi, Luna realized her own reaction and stuttered, "I don't like anyone. Don't say such things." Humph. Liang Yi discerned the unmistakable joy reflected in Luna's eyes and whispered conspiratorially, "You deny it, yet your face is so flushed and no, you must be mistaken." Luna touched her still warm cheeks and shifted her gaze back to the scenery outside, asserting, "Don't be so certain about what's in another's heart." This little woman remains unchanged since childhood, her eyes revealing an unwavering scrutiny. Clearly, she harbors affections yet professes otherwise. Who could possibly misinterpret her feelings? Could it be that I truly misread the situation? Liang Yi persisted, inching closer to Luna's cheek, her lips curling into a teasing smile. "Perhaps I did misjudge." Upon hearing those words, Luna promptly nodded, indicating that she indeed had no one she liked, merely believing Liang Yi's expression to be a mere misapprehension. Liang Yi, noticing Luna's silence, quietly retrieved her notebook filled with class notes and glanced at it for a moment, breathing a sigh of relief. She handed the notebook to Luna, saying, "The content from the teacher's lecture is all here." "What is this for?" Luna questioned, looking at the notebook that had just been closed. "I sent it for reference." Liang Yi replied, equally puzzled. Reference? Luna almost forgot her earlier conversation with Liang Yi in class, her mind suddenly grappling with the unexpectedness of the situation. "Take it, you forgetful woman," Liang Yi insisted, swiftly tucking the notebook into Luna's embrace, her eyes expressing exasperation. As Luna felt the notebook thrust into her arms, her eyes nearly faltered. She glanced at Liang Yi standing beside her, her lips poised to voice a complaint. How could this person be so inconsiderate? Could she not approach me with a gentler demeanor? Must she always wear such an incredulous expression? Ding dong. Shortly thereafter, the phone in the drawer rang unexpectedly. She wondered who had sent her a message. Could it be another message from some man? If it were him, I absolutely refused to read it. However, the persistent ringing of her phone became increasingly irksome. Luna, unable to withstand the annoyance, reached into the drawer for her phone, which lit up as she picked it up, revealing that familiar number. Indeed, it was him. I truly do not wish to respond to this man's messages. Yet he sent a message that read, "I'm giving you 2 days to consider." He wants me to ponder what exactly. What is there to contemplate? I fail to comprehend what this man is implying, and perhaps it is best to ignore his affairs for now and review the notes Liang Yi prepared. The monthly exam is approaching, and the school has instituted retests for poor performers. I certainly do not wish to endure the hassle. As she opened the notebook, she found it densely packed with clear and concise notes. Astonished by Liang Yi's ability to focus, despite her usual admiration for handsome boys, ding dong. Just as Luna was deeply engrossed in studying the notes, her phone chimed again from the drawer, and feeling slightly annoyed, she casually reached towards it, glancing at the screen. Of course, it was yet another message from that man, which left her feeling thoroughly exasperated. Upon viewing the message, she read, "Have you made up your mind?" Luna stared at the screen in confusion, muttering, "What is there to consider? I do not understand this man's intentions." "Hey, why are you ignoring me?" Chi Mingyi, noticing her delayed response, hastened to send another message. "What is there to consider?" Luna remained perplexed about what he wanted her to deliberate. Though she initially had no intention of replying, she found herself inadvertently typing back, "What do you think I can consider?" Chi Mingyi smirked, his fingers dancing over the screen as he continued to type. Luna gazed at the messages from him, her expression bordering on disbelief. "How am I to know what you want me to contemplate? If you wish to know, why not just ask me directly? Answer me, little girl." Chi Mingyi, noticing her silence, continued to text, his fingers flying across the screen, "That I truly do not know what you expect me to consider." Luna felt his impatience in his words and silently typed back the previous message. This girl, does she genuinely forget or merely pretend? Chi Mingyi scrutinized the messages on his phone, then typed out that familiar line. "You have 2 days to consider, to be my little woman, that he wants me to contemplate this? This trivial matter? Does he mean for me to consider agreeing to be his woman? No, I shall never acquiesce." Luna simply shot a glance at the bothersome message on her screen, gently placing her phone back into her clothing, and resumed her meticulous perusal of the notes on her desk. Meanwhile, Chi Mingyi sat in his office, his gaze fixed on the phone screen. Observing the lack of response, that he resolved to visit that girl's school personally, perhaps inviting her to dinner tonight. "Xiao Li, please revise these documents for me," Chi Mingyi said, noticing his secretary engrossed in her phone, as he placed a stack of files on her desk. "Mr. Chi, I sent you this what Mr. Chi asked you to revise." The secretary inquired, looking perplexed. How irritatingly verbose this secretary is. "Just revise them as asked," Chi Mingyi thought, feeling a touch of impatience, "that I have matters to attend to." Before the secretary could utter another word, Chi Mingyi draped his black suit jacket over his shoulder and swiftly exited his office. The secretary watched the newly appointed general manager depart in haste, pondering where he might be heading. As she drove her exclusive vehicle, Chi Mingyi was nearing the university campus. Glancing at her watch, she noted it was only 4:30 in the afternoon. School would let out around 5:30, deciding to park at the school entrance. She secured the vehicle and retrieved her phone from her pocket. With a few taps on the screen, she typed a message, "Come out and have dinner with me." A smirk played on her lips as she completed the text, "that I in the classroom." Luna was intently observing Liang Yi as she diligently took notes. Suddenly, a familiar sound pierced the air, resembling the ring of a phone from a drawer. Who could be messaging her? Could it be Liang Yi? She recalled that Liang Yi had gone to the office to see their homeroom teacher after class, and she was unsure why she would send a message, especially since she had mentioned feeling unwell due to her period. Curiosity piqued, Luna reached into the drawer and pulled out her phone, the screen illuminating with a familiar number. The message read, "I am waiting for you at the school gate." What could this man possibly want? Luna's fingers trembled slightly as she swallowed hard, initially planning to buy dinner outside the school gate with Liang Yi's help, only for this man to appear and linger. Did I have a vendetta against him? He seemed to shadow my every step. She merely glanced at the message before choosing not to respond, turning off her phone instead, her mind racing with thoughts. Had Liang Yi been right? Was it possible that I might have feelings for this man? No, Luna, be rational. It's utterly impossible. As the clock struck 5:30. Luna stood in a dim corner by the school gate, casting furtive glances while muttering to herself. Why did he have to park right in the middle of the entrance, attracting the attention of all the students exiting? Couldn't he have chosen a less conspicuous spot? She imagined the whispers. Whose girlfriend is so fortunate to have her boyfriend pick her up? Determined to escape his gaze, she resolved to find a secluded spot to slip away. "Little one, where do you think you're going?" Just as she was about to take a step, a familiar voice approached from behind. Clenching her fists and exhaling sharply, she was taken aback to find it was him, having discovered her hiding spot in the shadows. "Why are you ignoring me?" he asked, gently brushing his fingers through her hair. Seeing him made her want to flee. Why would I run away upon seeing you? Am I supposed to wait for you to sweep me into your car? Ignoring his words, Luna quickened her pace, determined not to set foot in his car. The moment she lifted her right foot, it felt as if someone was tugging at her clothes from behind, rendering her unable to walk forward. Who could be pulling at her collar in broad daylight? What the hell? Who is holding onto my clothes? She exclaimed, turning to confront Qimingyi, who had seized her garment at that very moment. Such a feisty girl, he chuckled, amused by her outburst. What did you just call me? Luna turned, only to find their faces mere centimeters apart, their breaths mingling. Why the sudden silence? Qimingyi inquired, looking at her blushing cheeks. Weren't you quite bold just now? Unsure of what she had said, Luna feigned ignorance, her voice softening. Stop pretending to be clueless. Get in the car. Let us have dinner, before she could fully process his words. He hoisted her over his shoulder and exited the narrow alley. Students emerging from the university stared in shock at the scene. Hey, let me down. You're not a kidnapper, she protested, struggling to free herself. Qimingyi paid her no mind, disregarding the envious glares of female students as he approached his car. Ignoring her protests, he placed her in the passenger seat and closed the door behind her. Luna glared at him, clearly dissatisfied. Did I told you to let me go? I can walk by myself. After setting her down, he remained unfazed by her discontent, casually shutting the door before taking his place in the driver's seat. As he prepared to depart, Luna attempted to open the door, but he swiftly locked it, preventing her escape. Are you doing this on purpose? She accused, realizing his intentions. What do you think? He replied, focusing on the road as they drove away from the university. For the next 5 hours, Luna sat in silence, hands clasped tightly in her lap, gazing out at the blurred greenery passing by, lost in contemplation. Are you unhappy to see me? Qimingyi asked, sensing her discontent. Why would I be thrilled to see you? Who knows where you're taking me? You said it was just a casual meal, but is it really that simple? Surely, there's no ulterior motive, right? Why are you looking at me like that? He asked, stealing a glance at her as he drove. Do you find me charming? His comment struck her as vain. Who would be infatuated with someone so self-absorbed? Before long, they arrived at a quaint traditional restaurant. Stepping out of the car, Luna's gaze fell upon the establishment, stirring memories of a time long past when her family had dined there together. Just then, a familiar voice shattered her reverie. Did I ask that you, Nana? Turning, she was met with the sight of her stepmother, accompanied by 2 familiar figures. Out with your date? She mocked, eyeing the closeness between Luna and Qimingyi. What was this insufferable woman saying? Luna felt a wave of resentment wash over her. Why did fate conspire to bring her here, to this very place that once held happier memories with her family? The new woman is still meant to take the place of my mother. Then I shall not disturb you. Before Madame Lu said this to Luna, her gaze held a sly charm as she subtly indicated to continue their intimate interactions. Luna sometimes truly struggles to comprehend the thoughts swirling in the mind of this yellow-faced woman, gossiping like a legendary busybody. What does it mean that we are supposedly close to such an extent? Can't one refrain from speaking out of turn without having seen anything? Are they your family? Qimingyi, standing beside Luna, fixed his gaze on a noble woman who had just passed by him and remarked, I suppose so. Luna feigned a casual utterance of these 3 deceitful words, yet her eyes betrayed a sense of discomfort, for she knew this woman was not her biological mother, but rather the second wife of the Lu family by birthright. Are you hungry? Qimingyi, noticing Luna's listless expression, quickly shifted the topic, suggesting, how about we go inside for a bite? The moment hunger crossed her mind, Luna instinctively placed her hand on her stomach, which had long been devoid of sustenance. Feeling it rumble incessantly, suddenly, she proactively linked her arm with Qimingyi's wrist and declared, let us go eat. It was indeed the first time to witness such initiative from this little girl. Qimingyi found it hard to believe, as she usually scurried away like a mouse whenever she saw him, that don't misunderstand, as Luna intertwined her arm with Qimingyi's and stepped into the establishment. She quietly murmured, we're merely putting on an act. Just putting on an act. Upon hearing her words, Qimingyi smirked, having already discerned who this little one was trying to deal with. That I want to expose you. I'll wait for you to gradually reveal it. Chapter 25. I like him. Impossible. The 2 of them stepped through the restaurant's entrance, just in time to see Luna's father seated in the central hall with that woman. Luna had initially wanted to pull Qimingyi toward a secluded corner. Luna, come sit and eat with us. However, Madame Lu inadvertently called out from behind them, inviting her to bring along her suitor. Upon hearing this, Luna halted in her tracks, her hands tightly gripping the arm of the man beside her. She pressed her lips together, swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and gazed straight ahead, ignoring her words. Only to utter, "No need to trouble yourselves." They then entered a private dining room, where the golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the windows, illuminating the space with a translucent warmth. On the dining table sat a vibrant bouquet of red roses, their stems adorned with two budding green leaves, while the evening glow cast a radiant hue upon the petals. A gentle breeze brushed through her soft hair as she stared out the window at the sun descending from the mountaintop. In this twilight, Luna's mind drifted to someone who had once treated her with exceptional kindness. "What do you want to eat?" Chi Mingyi observed Luna's lackluster demeanor and slid the order sheet in front of her, saying, "Order whatever you like. This menu looks just like the old favorites." As Luna gazed at the familiar menu, memories of her mother, who had once been so kind to her, flooded her mind. Her mother had also immediately handed her the menu, encouraging her to choose her favorite dishes. But why does this man's action remind her so much of her mother? What am I thinking? Chi Mingyi, having prepared the table, noticed the hint of melancholy in Luna's eyes and soothingly inquired, "Is the food here not to your liking?" "Ah." Luna snapped back to reality upon hearing his question, staring at him and stammering, "Not at all. Why don't you order something? I'm unsure what to eat." Still feeling shy, Chi Mingyi watched as Luna automatically passed the hefty menu book to him, saying, "Little one, who would be shy with a human trafficker like you? No spicy dishes, please." Luna suddenly recalled that she couldn't eat spicy food and could only manage something bland. Her gentle gaze directed at him as he carefully selected from the menu, asking, "Is that all right? Hey, this little one can't handle spice. How unfortunate. Why didn't she say so sooner?" Luna, with her pitying eyes, looked at Chi Mingyi, unsure of what she had said wrong, even hesitating to ask what this man was up to. "What's wrong?" Chi Mingyi, having placed his chosen dishes into the server's hands, suddenly turned his gaze to Luna and observed, "With you looking at me like that, are you perhaps a little smitten with me? How self-absorbed is this man?" Luna thought, feeling a sudden urge to ignore him, casting him a dismissive glance. Not speaking anymore, Chi Mingyi, noticing her silence, continued to question, "Is it that my charm is simply irresistible? Just how self-centered can he be?" Luna felt increasingly speechless at his attitude, giving him another pointed look. While they exchanged banter, the server arrived with the dishes. Chi Mingyi, seeing the server place a few dishes on the table, silently asked if there were any more items yet to come. The server, while arranging the final dish, quietly replied, "That's all. Enjoy your meal." Chi Mingyi merely nodded at the server, not uttering a word, and then placed a piece of Wagyu beef into Luna's bowl. "What's the matter?" Chi Mingyi observed Luna staring intently at the table, her fingers interlaced tightly, and inquired, "Is the food I selected not to your esteemed palate?" "Not at all." Luna continued to clasp her fingers, her throat inexplicably swallowing, stammering, "How could the dishes chosen by young Master Chi not suit my taste?" "Young Master Chi." Chi Mingyi found it peculiar to be addressed as such. Luna's utterance felt somewhat nauseating, and she wondered why she had allowed herself to speak so freely in front of family. Damn it. Why must that busybody peer through the crack in the door, making her feel so uncomfortable, as if she were being scrutinized for the next step in her relationship with him? Or, Chi Mingyi, following her gaze, noticed the door slightly ajar and stood up to close it, saying, "Allow me to feed you." "Shall I?" Luna, taken aback by his action of shutting the door, reacted strongly, grabbing a pair of chopsticks and exclaiming, "No need. I'm not disabled. Why should you feed me?" Tiske. Indeed, she only acts so polite and courteous when under the watchful eyes of her family. An hour passed and Luna lounged in her chair beside the table, her fingers resting on her comfortably full belly, letting out a small burp accompanied by a transparent gas that in that moment. She gazed at the empty plates on the table, realizing she had forgotten the words spoken by a certain woman earlier that afternoon. In her recollection, "This afternoon, just grab a meal for me. The student council has matters to attend to." Oh no, this is bad. Luna stared at the empty plates, pondering how to pack something for her to take back to her dorm, knowing that if she returned without food, she would surely face the wrath of that woman. Liang Yi. What am I thinking? Chi Mingyi, having settled his bill with the server using his VIP card, looked at Luna's alarmed expression and remarked, Why the long face? Luna ignored his comment, still preoccupied with how to resolve the issue with Yi. Should I escape or tell him the truth? Damn it, how could I possibly voice that? Just looking at him is already bothersome. Should I run away? With that thought, Luna glanced out the window at the darkening scenery, feeling a lump in her throat as she swallowed hard. Perhaps it's better to stay put. I'm unfamiliar with this place, and if I were to get lost, what would I do? I just feel that this old-fashioned restaurant seems oddly familiar, evoking a sense of accomplishment. What am I thinking? As Qi Mingyi seized the moment when she was distracted, he placed his left hand on the chair she occupied, while his right hand gently glided over her cheek. Leaning down, he whispered softly near her ear, "Little one." Startled by this foolish man's sudden closeness, Luna hurriedly pushed him away, creating a distance of about a meter. She was bewildered by his unexpected proximity. Had he come dangerously close to kissing her, she would undoubtedly have to brush her teeth anew. "Why are you pushing me away, my little darling?" Qi Mingyi, undeterred by her sudden retreat, leaned in again and sweetly murmured, "My little darling. Are you referring to me?" "No. When did I become his little darling? Go away." Luna feigned ignorance to his words, forcefully shoving him aside as she stood up and exited the room, indignantly asserting, "Who is your little darling?" "Certainly not me." With a chuckle, Qi Mingyi mused to himself, "Why is this little girl so endearingly charming?" After Luna exited the room, she spotted a self-important woman seated at the dining table in the center of the hall. Alongside the chairman of the Liu family, in a hushed voice, she remarked. Qi Mingyi looked utterly perplexed, scratching his head as he gazed at the three individuals enjoying their meal. Why did she seem so eager to avoid her family? Was it due to the impending arranged marriage? As Qi Mingyi stepped out of the dining area, he intended to inquire why she was so reluctant to see her relatives. However, Luna abruptly interjected. "By the way, do you know where I can find something to eat?" "Something to eat?" This little one just left the dining room after finishing her meal, and she's already hungry again. Quite the hearty eater. "Isn't she? What do you desire?" Qi Mingyi affectionately ruffled the hair of the petite girl standing at 162 centimeters, his eyes crinkling with a smile as he gently offered, "I shall fetch it for you." Upon hearing his words, Luna contemplated the request made by Liang Yi earlier that afternoon, who had mentioned wanting to eat a bowl of cold noodles and 2 sausages that evening. Surely, that wasn't too much to ask. "Merely a few dozen yuan that I want to eat," Luna pouted, feigning innocence as she clung to his wrist, her voice sugary sweet as she pleaded, "A bowl of cold noodles and 2 sausages. Would that be all right?" "Kidnapper," she added cheekily at the end, not forgetting to include those 2 words. "All right, I shall fetch it for you," Qi Mingyi, with a playful tone, opened the door to the passenger seat and softly encouraged. "Get in, my little princess." Little princess? Is he addressing me or just using a pet name? First I was little darling, and now I'm little princess. This man is becoming increasingly perplexing. Upon closer inspection, she had to admit that he was rather handsome. With rugged dark eyebrows, a prominent nose, full, rosy lips, and captivating gray eyes that held a cold yet piercing gaze fixed on the road ahead. What am I thinking? She chided herself. Why am I finding him so attractive? What absurd notions are flitting through my mind? Could it be that I am truly? What are you staring at? Qi Mingyi shot a sidelong glance at Luna seated in the passenger seat. Are you looking at me? Luna's face flushed as she quickly averted her gaze to the scenery outside, stammering, I was not looking at you. Noticing her fragmented speech, Qi Mingyi smirked, internally commenting on her contradictory nature. As Luna gazed out at the passing flora and trees, an inexplicable warmth enveloped her cheeks, as if a tiny deer had leapt through her heart. That I can't be falling for this man. Can I? Yet I don't even know his name. Falling for him? Impossible, absolutely out of the question. How could I possibly develop feelings for this stranger? Luna, do you think it's possible, author? No, I will never have feelings for him. Little one, how is your contemplation coming along? Luna had almost forgotten about their earlier conversation, but Qi Mingyi's words brought it rushing back. Huh. She feigned ignorance. What are we considering? As my little princess, Qi Mingyi said earnestly while driving. Is that acceptable? This plot is advancing far too rapidly. You secretly like me, he continued. Luna gazed at Qi Mingyi, utterly perplexed by his thoughts, as he pressed on, right? Yes, you big-headed fool. When have I ever thought such a thing? Clearly, it is you who harbors those thoughts. Your silence implies consent, Qi Mingyi teased as her reticence lingered. Then what should I call you? Xiao Na? Or perhaps Na Bao? Stop right there. Was this man always this cheesy when flirting? It was making her skin crawl that if I truly liked you, Luna fumed internally, yet inadvertently blurted, I would never date anyone. Is that so? Chi Mingyi grinned widely at her confession. Did I just say that? Luna feigned amnesia, placing her index finger on her lower lip. Suddenly, Chi Mingyi halted the car, locking all the doors. Luna observed this scene, feeling as if she were in a morally dubious abduction, that he leaned in. Pinning her against the door, lifting her chin with one hand while the other rested on her waist, they drew closer, their lips nearly brushed, breaths mingling in the confined space. What is he trying to do? As Luna stared at him, her mind blank, she could see his lips inching nearer. Suddenly, an unfamiliar yet familiar taste flooded her senses, that he was actually kissing her. And this kiss was intensifying, rendering her breathless. She attempted to push him away, but found herself firmly held by his wrist. This was it. She was truly trapped. Chapter 26. Deception. The two remained locked in an embrace within the car for 3 to 4 hours. Until Luna could no longer bear it. She finally pushed away the man who had been so close. What are you doing? She exclaimed, wiping her lips, still damp from his kiss. What do you think I could possibly be doing? Chi Mingyi watched her wipe her mouth, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. What? Are you disgusted with me? Disgusted? Yes, I am quite disgusted, she retorted, though her body remained seated in the passenger seat. And her unfamiliarity with the desolate road made it inconvenient to navigate alone. Why are you suddenly silent? Chi Mingyi observed her silence and gently caressed her warm cheek. That you're blushing, that I'm not. Luna turned her head to gaze out the window, her cheeks flushing even more as she whispered, Hurry up and drive. Kidnapper. This little girl still enjoyed calling me a kidnapper. Chi Mingyi remained silent. Simply driving his BMW forward, Luna sat in the passenger seat. She kept glancing at her watch. It was now 7:50 p.m., almost 8 o'clock, that if she delayed returning with food, she would likely face a scolding from Liang Yi. Wait for me in the car, Chi Mingyi said, parking the vehicle and stepping out. Glutton? Glutton? Why did you change my name again? At first, he called her Little Darling, and now had shifted to Glutton. This man certainly had a plethora of names for her, that a minute later. Little Glutton, here is the food you wanted. Chi Mingyi returned, carrying 2 bags containing cold noodles and sausages. That is the meal we ordered, not enough? Luna awkwardly extended her hands to take the bags, but he retracted them, looking at her with an inquiring gaze. What are you doing? I need to calculate the cost. Upon hearing this, Luna instantly lost her appetite for the food he had purchased. Internally grumbling, seriously, you're going to calculate a few dozen yuan. How stingy. Had I known it would turn out this way, I might as well have purchased it myself. After Luna withdrew her hands, she placed them beside her thighs, intertwining her fingers as she cautiously murmured, I don't want it. With a chuckle, I thought, could this girl be serious? Did she truly believe I intended to charge her for it? Here, take it. Chi Mingyi placed 2 servings of grilled sausage and cold noodles before her, smiling broadly as he teased, I was just joking, and you took it to heart. Initially, Luna felt a bit embarrassed about having to call an unfamiliar blind date to assist her in buying things, especially as the second daughter of the Liu family, with only a few coins in her pocket. However, upon overhearing his words, her irritation flared even more. In a fit of anger, she snatched the delicious food from his hands, muttering, I'm still upset, sorry about that. As she spoke, Chi Mingyi gently caressed her soft cheek with his right hand, suggesting, let me take you back to school. What audacity! Why does he keep touching others' faces without a shred of shame? Luna, seated in the passenger seat, placed the freshly acquired cold noodles and grilled sausage on her lap, feeling the warmth emanating from the bag, a testament to their freshness. Gazing out the window at the dazzling lights along the roadside, she pondered, it's already so late. Will Liang Yi scold me? She reassured herself that the woman would likely refrain from reprimanding her upon seeing the food she had brought, perhaps even praising her instead. With a cheerful smile, Chi Mingyi, hands gripping the steering wheel of his BMW, glanced at Luna and asked, what are you thinking about? Startled, Luna quickly replied, nothing. Yet internally she thought, as if it's any of your business. That kiss earlier had an odd taste. Turns out there was a drop of saliva on my chin. How revolting. She resolved to take a hot shower when she returned to the dormitory to wash away all the unpleasantness. An hour later, the nauseating scent lingered in her nostrils, and as they approached the school gate, Chi Mingyi parked on the roadside. While waiting for him to unlock the door, Luna lifted the 2 servings of food in her right hand and pushed open the passenger door with her left. The moment her feet hit the ground, she dashed toward the university entrance. Chimingi watched her run, bemused, wondering why she was in such a hurry. Was she afraid he might eat her again? A chuckle escaped him. She truly was a delightful and mischievous little girl. Inside the university dormitory, Liang Yi exclaimed, "Where have you been? Where's my food?" As Luna entered, a girl slightly taller than her, around 165 centimeters, stood before her, brandishing a clothes hanger with a furious expression, her eyes locked onto Luna. Standing at the door, Luna swallowed hard, her hands trembling as she held the warm grilled sausages and cold noodles. Too intimidated to glance elsewhere for fear of reprimand. This is it. I'm really done for. I could have escaped this predicament, but now Liang Yi has caught me, and I am surely in for a scolding. I brought you some, Luna stammered, holding up the 2 steaming sausages and the cold noodles, speaking cautiously. Come in and we'll talk, Liang Yi said, her mood inexplicably shifting. She ushered Luna into the room and placed the 2 bags of food on her desk. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, in a hushed tone, she continued, "Did you get into a black BMW this afternoon?" BMW? What BMW? Luna feigned ignorance, claiming, "I didn't see anything. You must have mistaken someone else." "No way. I clearly saw you leaving the conference room at 5:30 this afternoon," Liang Yi insisted, her disbelief evident as she recalled the scene in her mind. "Don't you believe me?" Luna countered, her eyes narrowing. "Do you think I would?" Liang Yi retorted, quickly responding to Luna's challenge. Luna remained silent, merely nodding in agreement, affirming that Liang Yi must have seen someone else in the luxurious car. "You must be exaggerating," Liang Yi pressed further, demanding honesty from Luna. "What do you want me to say?" Luna replied, fiddling with her bunny-themed pajamas as she declared, "I swear I didn't ride in the car you mentioned. I'm going to take a shower now." With that, she grabbed her pajamas and sauntered into the bathroom. Meanwhile, Liang Yi stood pondering whether she had indeed misidentified Luna. Did I really see her? She mused. Perhaps I was mistaken, that I'm starving. Time to eat. As she opened the box of fresh cold noodles, doubts crept in again. Was that girl from earlier really Luna? These sausages are quite tasty. Luna has good taste. Liang Yi thought, unaware that Chimingi had specifically purchased these snacks for Luna, believing she hadn't eaten enough at the small restaurant. Unexpectedly, the phone on the table lit up with an unfamiliar number, displaying a sweet message. "The flavor of Xiaona is truly delightful. Who is this man sending her such syrupy messages?" Liang Yi pondered, intrigued yet wary. Just then, as she grasped the phone, Luna emerged from the bathroom. Catching sight of Liang Yi with her device, she rushed over, snatching it back and exclaimed, "What are you doing snooping through my phone?" "Hey," Liang Yi protested, momentarily distracted from the message. "Are you dating someone outside of school?" "Dating? Absolutely not," Luna quickly denied, then hastily concealed the phone, stammering, Did you get the idea that I have a boyfriend?" "What about the message on your phone?" Liang Yi pressed, her gaze scrutinizing Luna closely. "Come clean. Which rich guy are you interested in?" When did Liang Yi become so nosy? She had always been quite reserved, rarely meddling in others' affairs. Now it seemed like she had transformed into a gossip queen. "Why are you ignoring me?" Liang Yi said, observing Luna wrap a towel around her hair as she walked past her to her desk, grabbing a hairdryer. "You're dating someone, aren't you?" "Who on earth is dating anyone?" "It's just a simple message," Luna retorted, irritated by Liang Yi's incessant curiosity. "Can you please stop being so nosy?" Luna had initially intended to keep her thoughts private, but she found herself responding, "Of course. I wouldn't report to you about my dating life, that's only natural," Liang Yi conceded, nodding in agreement. "Who else would you tell but your best friend from elementary through high school?" "Fine," Luna sighed, conceding to her friend's persistence. She lay back on her bed, arranging her bedding before playing on her phone. Glancing at the sappy message on her screen, she smirked and deleted it, returning to her usual TikTok scroll, still ignoring the sender. Meanwhile, Liang Yi, arms crossed and deep in thought, fixed her gaze on Luna from her desk. Did I truly see her in that BMW this afternoon? Could it be that she is hiding something from me? Surely, she must be dating someone. As the clock approached midnight, Luna prepared to place her phone on the bedside when she suddenly sensed an unsettling presence behind her. Turning around, she was startled to find Liang Yi standing there, flashlight in hand, illuminating her face. "What are you doing?" You scared me half to death, Luna exclaimed, clutching her chest in shock. Who told you not to speak the truth? Liang Yi said, still holding the flashlight. Clearly dissatisfied. Truth, haven't I already said enough? Lanana could hardly endure holding a flashlight to illuminate her own cheek, so she swiftly removed it and boldly declared, those words are indeed true. Are you certain? Yet Liang Yi remained skeptical of Lanana's assertions, seizing the flashlight from her grasp once more and shining it back on her cheek, retorting, I'm too lazy to engage in such trivial banter. As she spoke, Lanana languidly nestled back under the covers, adjusting her head on the pillow with a sigh, murmuring, I'm tired. I wish to sleep. You may continue shining it. I merely sought to ascertain whether she is truly in a romantic relationship. Why the excessive anger? Liang Yi noted Lanana drifting off to sleep, and she herself stretched lazily, turning off the flashlight and placing it beside her bed. Then she tucked herself under her small quilt and comfortably lay down, instantly falling into slumber. Outside the window, the night unfolded with a cool breeze rustling the leaves at the slender branches' tips, while a cicada serenaded from the edge of a branch, as if softly singing some divine melody. The streets beside the campus were deserted and eerily quiet, as if even the faintest sound of footsteps might echo ominously. Chapter 27. Who sent the 99 roses? Rise and shine. You're going to be late. In the refreshing morning light, Lanana washed her face and sauntered over to Liang Yi's upper bunk, casually lifting the thin quilt draped over her. She called out in a decidedly unladylike manner. What is all the noise about? Liang Yi, feeling a bit empty, absent-mindedly patted the quilt in search of it, her expression one of sleepy languor as she replied, It's only 7 o'clock. Let me sleep a little longer. It suddenly struck Liang Yi that she had forgotten something quite significant. Wasn't there a student council meeting at 9 this morning? This thought jolted her awake, and she threw off the quilt. Glancing at the alarm clock on her bedside. 8. 12. Oh no, I'm really going to be late. How could I have forgotten about the meeting this morning? Lanana observed as Liang Yi dashed to the bathroom. The sound of her hurried activity echoing within, as if she were racing against time. Nana, why didn't you tell me sooner? Liang Yi, having washed her face and brushed her teeth, emerged from the bathroom, playfully teasing Lanana, who stood waiting at the dormitory door. Lanana rolled her eyes in response, exasperated. Sometimes I just don't want to engage that you're the one blaming me for this, that I woke you up early. And you're the one who said, Ugh, what is all this fuss? I want to sleep a bit more. I'm utterly exhausted. Gurgle, gurgle. Nana, how about we grab some breakfast first? Lanana, hearing a rumble from her stomach, mistook it for her own, only to realize it was Liang Yi's hunger. That sounds fine, she replied. For reasons unknown, Lanana let out a sigh, glancing at the watch on her wrist. We still have time. I might as well get some buns. Then let us go. Liang Yi took Lanana's hand, leading her towards the breakfast area in the school cafeteria, muttering about her growing hunger that I end the conference room of the academy. Why is our president always late to student council meetings? One girl with long, curly hair adorned with a red bow, applying layer upon layer of Chanel lip gloss, remarked that, our student council president is like this every day. Another girl sitting in the corner with long, straight black hair and glasses sighed, holding a textbook in one hand and a pen in the other. It's not your first time here. Upon hearing this, the others collectively sighed. Suddenly, the door to the conference room burst open as if kicked, and everyone turned to see Liang Yi standing at the threshold, holding a bag of steaming buns in one hand and a cup of hot soy milk in the other, exhaling clouds of warm breath. I'm sorry, I'm late, she panted, looking around as an unusual silence fell over the room. Why are you all staring at me? She asked cautiously, swallowing nervously. When will our esteemed president stop oversleeping? The girl with the deep red bow, now painting her nails, mused. Are they talking about me? Liang Yi realized, embarrassed at her reputation for oversleeping. Let us get on with the meeting, shall we? She laughed, placing the soy milk and steaming buns down with a bright smile. Lanana stood by the door, observing Liang Yi at the long table, sighing as everyone awaited her arrival. She felt somewhat indifferent, as if she were simply waiting for the meeting to conclude so they could head to class together. Liang Yi had insisted on accompanying her back after breakfast, fearing some sort of punishment, which Lanana found baffling. 9 minutes after the meeting ended, the bell for the first class rang, and Lanana leaned against the wall, occasionally checking her phone, lost in thought. How odd. Why did he suddenly message me? Without his messages, life feels so dull. Wait a minute. Why am I thinking about him again? It's better if he doesn't text me. I am too lazy to reply word for word. Nana, have you been waiting too long? Liang Yi, noticing Lanana deep in thought, approached her. Lanana remained silent, merely nodding to indicate she hadn't waited too long. Her mind still preoccupied with thoughts of that man. What are you thinking about? Liang Yi inquired, her gaze fixed on Lanana. Nothing, Lanana replied, snapping back to reality as she suddenly grasped Liang Yi's wrist. Urging hurry, we're going to be late. ISNT class still in session. The bell rang quite early, Liang Yi observed, puzzled by Lanana's urgency. Why are you running so fast? Liang Yi gasped, having caught up to her at the classroom door. There is no reason to rush. Bang. Just as Lanana entered the classroom, something collided with her shoulder. She winced, covering her shoulder, only to see a spherical object spinning rapidly on the ground. Who was playing ball in the classroom? Liang Yi exclaimed upon witnessing Lanana being struck, admonishing, You can't play ball in here. Didn't the teacher warn you? At her words, the classroom fell silent, as no one dared to defy Liang Yi. The student council president, nor confessed to being the culprit. It wasn't that they were afraid to admit it. They simply wished to avoid her eye or is no one going on up to it. Liang Yi surveyed the students, who all shook their heads in denial. With a resigned sigh, she said, Fine, just refrain from playing ball in the classroom. It's dangerous. The students nodded in agreement, acknowledging the potential hazards of playing ball in class. Nana, is your shoulder all right? Liang Yi casually held Luna's arm and chose a seat to sit down. After a brief pause, she comforted her, suggesting, Shall we go to the infirmary to have a look? No need. Luna shook her head as she glanced at Liang Yi, who had known her since elementary school, and replied, It's nothing serious. Nothing serious? You're all swollen and bruised. At this moment, Liang Yi suddenly clenched her fists. Her gaze fierce as she declared, If I find out who did this, I won't let them off easily. With a chuckle, it was evident that Liang Yi still retained her protective nature, a quality that was hard to resist. Ding, ding, ding. Just then, the class bell rang, and the homeroom teacher, wearing light-colored high heels, walked to the podium with a handful of textbooks cradled in her arms. After taking a deep breath, she announced, We won't be having class today. Feel free to do as you wish. With that, the homeroom teacher hurriedly exited the classroom, clutching the books, leaving the students inside to gaze curiously at one another, wondering why their teacher seemed so cheerful today. Was there an undisclosed secret, or was she perhaps going on a date with another man? Since the teacher had declared a day of autonomy, it implied that there would be no classes. Upon hearing this news, the students eagerly began to leave the classroom. Luna, you're not going to class today. Liang Yi, still concerned about Luna's injury, suggested, How about I accompany you to the infirmary? Ouch! Initially, Luna had no intention of going, but as she moved her arm, a sudden pain shot through her shoulder. All right, let's go to the infirmary, just to be safe in case there is any risk of infection. In just a minute, upon arriving at the infirmary, the two girls found an unfamiliar doctor seated there, pen in hand, seemingly engrossed in writing on a piece of white paper laid on the desk. Doctor, her shoulder is bruised and swollen. Liang Yi stepped into the infirmary and immediately expressed her concern for Luna, asking, Is there any way to alleviate this bruise? However, the doctor seemed not to have heard her, remaining motionless as if in a trance. Just as Liang Yi was about to repeat her question, Is there a problem? At that moment, another female doctor emerged from the inner room. Dado, why are there two doctors in the infirmary? Both Liang Yi and Luna wondered, intrigued. Her arm is bruised. Liang Yi reiterated her earlier concern to the new doctor, who stood at around 168 centimeters tall, asking, Is there anything to reduce the swelling? Indeed. Please let me take a look at the shoulder, the female doctor replied, gently lifting a small section of Luna's clothing to examine the bruise. After a sigh of relief, she turned to the male doctor who had just arrived, saying, Why are you sitting here doing nothing when there is a patient? Hearing his mentor's admonition, the male doctor immediately bowed his head, apologizing profusely. Liang Yi observed this exchange, contemplating the scene. What a pitiful young doctor. An hour later, the female doctor applied ointment to Luna's bruised shoulder and gently covered it back up, warning, You must avoid water while bathing and refrain from spicy food. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Luna felt overwhelmed, as if she could eat nothing at all. It would be nearly impossible to avoid water running down her shoulder while bathing. "What's wrong?" The doctor, noticing Luna's troubled expression, inquired. "Is there anywhere else that feels unwell?" Liang Yi quickly ushered Luna out of the infirmary, offering an awkward smile to the doctor as they exited, silently exhaling in relief. "Why are you so afraid of that doctor?" Luna whispered to Liang Yi in a dim corner outside the infirmary. "It's not like she's going to eat you. Did you not see how she kept glancing over at me?" Liang Yi replied, her expression reflecting a mix of curiosity and disbelief. "Why did you leave?" Liang Yi noticed that Luna was ignoring her questions and slowly walking past her. In light of such a trivial matter, Luna had no desire to respond. However, Liang Yi continued to follow her, calling out as they made their way back to the dormitory. As soon as they stepped into the dormitory, "Wow, whose roses are these?" Upon entering, Luna was startled by a shrill voice, only to discover a bouquet of 99 vibrant red roses on her upper bunk, with her desk overflowing with more of the same. "What on earth is going on?" "Wow!" Liang Yi exclaimed, caught up in the romantic scene. "Nana, which man sent you these roses?" 99 of them. Luna was equally astonished, her mind racing to uncover the identity of the rose sender. It. Could it be from that guy who sent you those cheesy messages?" "Don't say nonsense. That is not true," Luna retorted, denying the insinuation, not admitting it. Liang Yi teased, reaching out to touch the real roses on the desk, exclaiming, "Wow, they're genuine. Who on earth sent me 99 roses? This must have cost a fortune. Who could possibly be so generous? Could it really be him? But how did he know my dormitory? Why would he send me such an extravagant gift out of the blue? I truly do not understand his intentions. Regardless, I should clean up these petals on my desk and bed. It's just a nuisance that I wonder if he is trying to express his feelings for me. I wish I could just toss them in the trash. Wait a minute, could it be from him?" Chapter 28. Do you like the 99 roses? An hour passed, and Luna finally cleared away the mess of roses from her desk and bed. Sitting down at her desk, she sighed, utterly exhausted. Who had the time to send me so many roses? Especially 99? Was it really from him? If so, how did he know where my dormitory is? Does he possess some sort of supernatural ability? No, that is impossible. What are you thinking about? Just then, Liang Yi leaned in closer, whispering, "Are you thinking about the guy who sent you the flowers? Why are all women with the surname Liang so gossipy?" "You're overthinking it." Luna, feeling exasperated, shot her a look and asked, "Do you really think I would be thinking about that guy?" "That guy?" Luna hadn't anticipated that she would let that slip. Liang Yi continued to lean in, a playful smile gracing her lips as she asked, "Come on, tell me, who is he? Seriously, why is this woman so nosy? Why is she leaning in so close? When have I ever had a guy?" Luna grasped her cup of water, bringing it to her lips and taking a sip of the cool liquid. "Do you think I look like I have one?" Liang Yi remained skeptical, her gaze intensifying as she felt a growing urge to pry the truth from Luna's lips. "I must find out who sent her these 99 roses." As Luna took another sip of her chrysanthemum tea, she discreetly stole a glance at Liang Yi, hoping that this inquisitive woman would finally stop asking questions. But the mystery of the roses continued to nag at her. "Who cares who sent them? I tossed them in the trash. They're just useless garbage." Gurgle. "Wait, I've cleaned for so long, I'm a bit hungry." Just as Luna picked up her phone to order takeout, a peculiar message flashed on the screen reading, "Little girl, I had the housekeeper send you 99 pure roses. Do you like them?" That message looked oddly familiar, and the number seemed recognizable. In an instant, Luna's mind raced back to a certain individual. Could it be that the bouquet of 99 pure roses was indeed sent by that man? I remarked that the number seemed somewhat familiar, as if I had encountered it somewhere before. It drove me to distraction, leaving me with a bed strewn with fallen rose petals and thorny leaves. While you may find it romantic, I perceive it as nothing more than refuse. How am I supposed to sleep at night? Thankfully, it was swiftly cleared away. Otherwise, I would have been deprived of rest. But Nana merely glanced at the content on her phone screen, disregarding the messages he had sent, and directly opened the Mate One delivery app, flipping through it without spotting anything appetizing. "Wow, you're ordering takeout, and you didn't even inform me." Liang Yi, who had just returned from fetching water, poked her head out from behind, startling Nana to the point where she nearly dropped her phone. "Does this woman named Liang have a penchant for sneaking up on people? It nearly gave me a heart attack." I'll eat too, and I'll place an order. Before Liang Yi could finish her sentence, Lu Nana interjected. Got it. Next time, don't scare people from behind. Scaring others never leads to good outcomes. All right, Liang Yi continued to fixate on Lu Nana's phone screen, jokingly saying, I know, I want to eat this fried chicken. At some point, Lu Nana noticed an image of fried chicken appearing on her screen. Was she hallucinating? Or perhaps she suddenly realized that Liang Yi had been swiping through her phone screen haphazardly. Liang Yi, upon discovering this, Lu Nana exclaimed her full name, rendering Yi speechless, her finger pausing behind her, awkwardly smiling at Lu Nana. She resumed scrolling through the images of fried chicken. It's been ages since I last had it. So let us order one since it's not very expensive. Have you placed the order? Liang Yi peered over, softly whispering, All right, I suddenly want fried chicken too. Lu Nana set her phone down, stretching lazily, as if she had forgotten to reply to a certain message. Picking up her phone again, she typed, I can't be bothered to reply to you. As she uttered this, she was once again gossiped about by Liang Yi. Lu Nana chose to ignore her, silently placing an order for fried chicken on Main IT, the headquarters of Chi Group. Seated in a spacious office, Chi Mingyi held a phone in his right hand and a ceramic cup in his left. His gaze fixed on the message he had just sent, his lips seemingly poised to articulate something. Mr. Chi, there is a meeting this afternoon that requires your personal attendance. The female secretary, who had just entered, interrupted his train of thought. A meeting? Is there a meeting today? How is it that I, the newly appointed general manager, am unaware of this? All right, I understand. Chi Mingyi feigned knowledge of the meeting, directly responding to the secretary standing before his desk. Upon hearing his words, the secretary bowed deeply and politely before exiting the office. Continuing to scroll through his phone, he still hadn't received a reply from her. What on earth is this girl doing? She hasn't responded to my messages. Perhaps I should send another message. Mr. Chi, the meeting time has been changed. The secretary, clutching a thick stack of documents, quickly re-entered the office, addressing Chi Mingyi. Everyone is waiting for you in the conference room. Could you allow me to send one message first? He thought, but before he could finish typing, she rushed to inquire. Chi Mingyi responded with an indifferent before leaving the office to follow the secretary to the conference room. Mr. Chi, good afternoon. Upon arriving at the conference room, he found 90 employees seated, awaiting his arrival to commence the meeting. As he walked in, he swallowed hard, feeling an unfamiliar awkwardness wash over him. This was the first time he found himself in such an uncomfortable situation. Usually, his father handled these matters alone during his travels abroad, but he never expected to return and find himself in the general manager's position. Mr. Chi, regarding our project plan, as Chi Mingyi pondered over certain matters. A middle-aged female employee wearing glasses caught his eye and solemnly presented the documents in her hand, stating, What project plan? Chi Mingyi glanced at the file she had handed him, only to close it after a brief look. You mean the Young Group wishes to collaborate with us? Upon hearing this disheartening news, the employees lowered their heads, afraid to utter a word. Chi Mingyi noted their expressions and pondered. Why on earth would the chairman of Young Group consider collaborating with Chi Group? Mr. Chi, I've heard that Young Group is one of the top 5 commercial companies. A female employee with a ponytail explained to him. Indeed, partnering with them would certainly help our company maintain its position as the leading commercial entity. The secretary standing beside Chi Mingyi casually added, But why would a top 5 company choose to collaborate with us? Is there a hidden agenda at play? Does my father know about this? Chi Mingyi suddenly inquired about the old man. Does he know? The secretary held the documents tightly as if she had something to say, pausing for a moment before replying. He doesn't? Unbelievable. You lot. What are you all gathering for? Chi Mingyi's words were cut short as a strange voice interrupted. Oh, are we having a meeting without inviting me? The young lady of Yong? The attendees in the conference room were struck with fear, too intimidated to raise their heads to identify the newcomer. Young lady of Yong, what brings you here? The secretary greeted the young lady of Yong respectfully upon her arrival. Isn't that the young master of Chi Group? The young lady of Yong stood at the threshold of the conference room, arms crossed, surveying the room with a cold scoff. What's wrong? Are you all dissatisfied with the collaboration with my Young Group? Young lady, is it? Chi Mingyi stood up abruptly, walking towards her with an icy demeanor. It seems we haven't partnered with you yet. Not partnered with us? Then what is this? At this, Yong Min-mei pulled an old contract from her bag and slammed it onto the table, saying, This document. Chi Mingyi squinted at the aged paper, furrowing his brow. What is going on? Why was there an agreement signed with Young Group last year? Could it be that old man was behind this? But my father never mentioned anything to me regarding such matters. When you signed the agreement with Chi Group last year, Young Minmay continued defiantly. Now that Young Group is thriving, you refuse to sign our orders? What orders? Chi Mingyi stared at Young Minmay, utterly bewildered. It was that old man who signed the agreement for you. How can you blame me for it? If that old man refuses your orders, how is that my fault? What? No response. Seeing Chi Mingyi's silence, Young Minmay picked up the old contract from the table, threateningly asserting, "You think being at the top of the rankings means you can look down on us? You all figure this out amongst yourselves." With that, Chi Mingyi turned to the secretary beside him and quietly said, The secretary remained silent, merely watching as Mr. Chi walked past her, leaving a pile of troublesome matters for her to handle. Humph. Do you think ignoring this will make it go away? Young Minmay watched Chi Mingyi swiftly exit the employee meeting, muttering under her breath, "I want to let this matter remain unresolved." Hello, is there something wrong? Just as Chi Mingyi stepped out of the company's entrance, his phone rang from his pocket, and he weakly replied, "Xiao Yi, did someone from Young Group come by?" The old man inquired anxiously over the phone. "How is the situation being handled?" I had a feeling that this old man was up to no good, deliberately burdening me with a multitude of trivial matters. Nevertheless, Chi Mingyi, with one hand resting on her hip and the other holding the phone, let out a silent sigh as she murmured, "If you were concerned, why not come to the company yourself? After all, that female secretary is currently in negotiations." Just as she mentioned this, Chi Mingyi's call was abruptly cut off by the old gentleman, leaving her wondering if there was something he was not disclosing. Just in time. As Chi Mingyi tucked her phone into her pocket, she spotted a male assistant from the finance department calling out to her. "Could you help me find out why the U Group intends to sign a contract with our Chi Group?" "Certainly, Chi Zong," she replied. The male assistant managing the finance department quickly made his way into the company. A thick stack of documents in hand, that a refreshing breeze swept across her face as she gazed upward at the vast expanse of white clouds, sighing, "Why must I always handle these trivial matters? Never mind, I should head to school." That on her way, she noticed a familiar figure among the pedestrians. Was that not Xiao Nabeo? What was she doing alone at the school gate? Just as Chi Mingyi parked her BMW, a man clad in a yellow shirt and wearing a matching helmet, presumably a delivery person from Meituan, emerged out at that moment. Xiao Nabeo Luna was retrieving a delivery from Meituan when she heard a voice that sounded quite familiar nearby, but chose to ignore it. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Just as Luna was about to step through the school gate, Chi Mingyi unexpectedly grasped her arm, saying, "What brings you here?" Startled, Luna turned to see Chi Mingyi holding her arm and replied with exasperation, "Are you stalking me?" "Stalking? This is not merely a matter of following or not following." Chi Mingyi chuckled. "Why didn't you respond to my messages?" "Who would reply to your messages?" Luna rolled her eyes at him dismissively. "I sent you 99 roses." As he spoke, Chi Mingyi pulled her into a shadowy corner, lifting her chin with one hand while resting the other on her waist, leaning in closer to her lips and asking, "Do you like it?" What was this man plotting again? Luna gazed at him, her eyes fixed on his lips mere centimeters apart. Was it really happening? Wait, what was that scent? However, the scene did not escape the notice of a woman hiding beneath a large banyan tree. She instructed a man in black behind her, "Find out about that girl's background." "Yes, miss you," he replied. "Why is young Master Chi so fond of this blonde girl?" Chapter 29. Promise me, will you? At the headquarters of the U Group's commercial company, in a spacious office, Yu Minmay sat in her swivel chair, delicately sipping warm water from a cup, savoring the subtle flavor of the tea. At that moment, a bodyguard clad in a black suit approached her, holding a thick stack of documents, and earnestly stated, "The information you requested has been compiled." Yu Minmay remained silent, setting her ceramic teacup down and picking up the hefty documents from the desk. As she flipped through the pages, her brow furrowed deeply for some unknown reason, muttering softly to herself. Her real name is Luna, the second daughter of the Liu family, just turned 18, coerced by her father into a contractual marriage with the son of the Qi family. No wonder she is avoiding our business orders. The Liu Group, a mediocre company that has not made much progress, daring to contend with us, the leading economic powerhouse, for dominance. How intriguing. Just wait until I dismantle your ambitions and annul the contract. With this thought, a slight smirk tugged at the corners of Yu Minmay's lips, clearly plotting something nefarious. In the dim corner outside the academy, Luna leaned against the wall, entwining her arms around someone's neck. Inhaling the warmth of the breath against her cheek, as Chi Mingyi continued to caress her waist, their eyes locked. Just as their faces drew closer, Luna suddenly recalled something and pushed Chi Mingyi away. Glancing at the bag of fried chicken that had fallen to the ground, I have something to take care of, so I'll be leaving now. Without waiting for Chi Mingyi to respond, she picked up the bag of fried chicken, wiped the corner of her mouth, and hurried into the university. How annoying. This man just had to pull me in like that. My first kiss is gone. Now I need to brush my teeth thoroughly tonight. My mouth reeks of saliva. Is he really unwell? Nah. As Luna pondered over being forcefully cornered by a certain boy, Liang Yi stood at the entrance. Hands on her hips, looking down at the girl who was half a head shorter than her. Have you been sneaking bites of your fried chicken while waiting so long for your delivery? How did you? Luna stammered, coming back to her senses that I was not sneaking anything. Liang Yi, unfazed by her protests, merely shot her a knowing glance before snatching the box of fried chicken from her hands. Hey, what are you doing? What else? I'm going to enjoy this delicious fried chicken, of course. Liang Yi opened the box carefully, revealing the tantalizing contents. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and eat before I finish it all. Wait, save some for me, Luna exclaimed, realizing the urgency of the situation. Outside the school gate, Chi Mingyi wiped the saliva from his lips, gripping the steering wheel with one hand while a mischievous smile crept across his face. This is the first time I've had such intimate contact with a girl so young. As the flowers bloom and wither, and the river flows, his musings were interrupted by the sudden ringing of his phone, shattering the daydream he had been indulging in. Hello, is there something wrong? He answered, placing the phone to his ear. Young master, it's bad. You sir's personal steward urgently requests your return home, the steward said anxiously. Without waiting for Chi Mingyi to respond, he hung up. What trouble could have arisen now? It sounded urgent. Perhaps I should head home first and deal with the company issues later. 30 minutes later. As Chi Mingyi parked his car outside the entrance of his home, he noticed a sleek black Audi waiting outside. Was it a guest? Or perhaps a client arriving to discuss business? Miss. The personal steward hurried out from the house, mumbling, You're finally back. If you hadn't returned, something serious would have happened. What happened? Chi Mingyi asked softly, pressing the car key to unlock it while addressing the steward. And if there are guests, please refrain from calling me miss. The steward lowered his head slightly, apologizing. I'm sorry. I will be more mindful next time. As they entered the courtyard, a familiar voice echoed in their ears. Definitely the Yu family, Su Minmei visiting again. What is all this ruckus about? Chi Mingyi exclaimed as she stepped inside. Big girl. Seeing his daughter return home, her father embraced her hands tightly, looking into her eyes with concern. Chi Ming, please help me. Her father's anxious expression made Chi Mingyi sigh internally, gently patting his hand. She then looked up at the imposing figure of Yu Minmei and her father, asking, What? Are you planning to create another scene? A scene. Yu Minmei chuckled softly, crossing her arms and looking disdainfully at the Chi family's heir. How amusing. Do you truly believe that? I don't care whether you do or not. Chi Mingyi retorted with a disdainful glance that I will ensure that contract is clarified for your Yu group. Contract. Upon hearing this, Yu Minmei chuckled again, her gaze meeting that of the chairman of the Yu group beside her. Is she attempting to belittle me? The implication is that I am unable to. Chi Mingyi approached her, suddenly leaning close to her ear and whispering, Open your eyes wide and see clearly. Upon hearing this from Chi Mingyi, Yu Minmei's expression was exaggerated, and she hurriedly distanced herself by 10 meters. Stammering, I see clearly. Why such a strong reaction? Observing Yu Minmei's agitated demeanor, Chi Mingyi let out an awkward chuckle. I'm not doing anything to you that a good woman doesn't quarrel with you. She retorted angrily, pulling on the arm of Chairman Yu and stepping out of the Chi family's gate, saying, Dad, let's go. Seeing the father and daughter of the Yu family silently exit the courtyard, Chi Mingyi turned to look at old Master Chi, hesitatingly stating, From now on, handle your own affairs. Do not trouble me. Upon hearing his eldest daughter's words, old Master Chi grasped her wrist again, earnestly imploring, Could you help me one more time? Is it a request for my assistance? She thought. Forget it. Chi Mingyi released old Master Chi's wrist, seated herself on her pristine white sofa, crossed her legs, and inquired, Now, tell me, what is the situation with the Yu Corporation's contract? Old Master Chi slowly joined her on the sofa, his gaze wavering, as if he wanted to say something but reined it back in. Just say whatever is on your mind. Chi Mingyi observed the turmoil on old Master Chi's face and sighed in exasperation. There is no need for you to conceal anything from me. It was because prior to the encounter with the Liu family, the Chi family had deemed the Yu family's business commendable. However, one day, they witnessed the chairman of the Yu Corporation signing an agreement with someone in a secluded corner. Upon witnessing this, Chairman Chi returned to his car, instructing his butler to rush back to the company. When he reached his office, in a fit of anger, he tore the contract with the Yu Corporation into shreds, commanding all employees to disregard any orders from the Yu Corporation. So that is how it is. Upon hearing her father's account, Chi Mingyi began to grasp the gravity of the matter. Xiao Yi, you must restore my reputation. Old Master Chi held her wrist, his eyes filled with a pleading gaze as he softly said, Rest assured. Chi Mingyi lightly patted the back of his hand, exhaling a warm breath. I have already dispatched someone to investigate. The answer will come soon. Upon hearing her words, old Master Chi finally felt a weight lift from his heart, muttering, That's good. That's good. Afterward, Chi Mingyi turned and exited the gates of her villa, coolly opening the car door and taking the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Her gaze briefly surveyed the intersection ahead as her left foot pressed the clutch, pulling out of the villa's driveway in a deep black BMW 7 Series. Meanwhile, old Master Chi stood behind the transparent glass wall, his eyes fixated on the receding black car, silently muttering, This matter is entirely up to you, Xiao Yi. The BMW 7 Series did not head to the company, but rather arrived at the entrance of a certain academy. Checking the watch on her arm, Chi Mingyi picked up her phone from the car and quietly opened the WeChat chat window featuring a cute avatar of a Supergirl, typing the familiar message, Are you free? Come out to the school gate. Ding dong. Standing on Liuli Street, Lu Nana gazed at the individual before her, clad in a light white fitted spaghetti-strap dress, draped with a delicate lace short jacket, and sporting sparkling 7-centimeter heels, looking down at her with a puzzled expression. You are the second daughter of the Liu family. Just as Lu Nana was about to retrieve her phone from her pocket, she heard this familiar address, tilting her head in confusion at the unfamiliar, yet beautiful older sister, awkwardly nodding. May I ask what the matter is? Nothing. At this, Yu Minmei leaned closer, a cold smile gracing her lips as she whispered, You are quite adorable, adorable. What do you mean? Lu Nana asked, gazing back at her, clearly at a loss, before hesitantly inquiring, Do you have something to say? What do you think it could be? Yu Minmei continued, arms crossed, her eyes looking down on Lu Nana as she coldly uttered, How dare you sign a contract with our Yu Corporation? Lu Nana tilted her head, bewildered by the mention of a contract. Are you trying to argue? Yu Minmei observed Lu Nana's blank expression. Lu Nana stood before her, continuing to tilt her head in confusion. What am I arguing about? Yu Minmei glanced at her, momentarily speechless. Miss Yu, perhaps we should leave. One of the bodyguards in black attire beside Yu Minmei whispered, I heard that the Liu family has formed a marriage alliance with the Chi family, and that the second daughter of the Liu family is merely a child, that a marriage alliance. How audacious for a mid-ranked family group to dare establish a marriage contract with the top-ranking Chi family. I also heard that the Liu family is collaborating with the Yang family. The bodyguard continued. The Yang family? Aren't they the ones who previously competed with the Chi family and ended up ranking second? Upon hearing this good news, Yu Minmei's lips curled into a slight smile, intrigued. Both of the most prosperous business groups are revolving around the Liu family. It seems the chairman of the Liu family possesses some skill. With a cold glance at Lu Nana, Yu Minmei suddenly scoffed at her and, accompanied by her two bodyguards, departed, a silver Rolls-Royce vanishing from Lu Nana's sight. The deal you know them. Liang Yi, holding a cup of hot milk tea, approached, gazing at the now vanished silver vehicle. They look so wealthy that I don't know them. As Lu Nana turned around, she noticed Liang Yi holding a freshly bought milk tea and admonished, You're on your period and still drinking milk tea? Is that not allowed? Liang Yi playfully directed her lips toward the straw, slowly sipping the milk tea. It's hot, not cold. That Lu Nana observed her drink several more sips and sighed. Let us go. While waiting in the car outside the school for Chi Mingyi, she suddenly glanced at her watch and spotted Lu Nana and her friend walking towards the school entrance, but they did not look her way. Beneath the shadow of a large banyan tree, a familiar car was parked. Is she purposely ignoring me, or does she simply not see me waiting for her for so long? With this thought, Chi Mingyi, in a fit of rage, exited the car and swiftly entered the academy gate. Where have you been? Chi Mingyi unexpectedly grasped Lu Nana's arm tightly, exclaiming, Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting for you? Yes, waiting for me. What does this man want from me? I'm not your girlfriend at Lu Nana, seeing Chi Mingyi's firm grip on her arm, retorted coldly, Why are you waiting for me? Can't I wait for you? Chi Mingyi felt her words dampen his spirits. What was she saying? Then why are you waiting for me? Suddenly, Lu Nana forcefully yanked her arm away from his grasp, shouting, Why did you sign a contract with us? Can you tell me why? What is happening? Upon hearing her words, Chi Mingyi instinctively took a step back, genuinely puzzled over what the girl was saying. Before Chi Mingyi could finish his sentence, Lu Nana interrupted, You can just sign with the U Corporation. Why must you sign with our Lu family? Can you give me a complete answer? How does she know about this matter? Do you hate me? Chi Mingyi stepped forward again, gripping her arm. Hate? Lu Nana chuckled lightly, her eyes cold as she met his gaze. We are strangers. What is there to hate? What is going on between them? Have they had a fight? Liang Yi observed the tension between them, sensing something amiss. With an awkward smile, she quickly ran back to her dormitory. I'm heading back. As Lu Nana watched Liang Yi rush past her, she fiercely pulled her arm away again, pleading, Please don't bother me. Then promise me, all right? As Chi Mingyi observed Lunen's wrist slip from his grasp once more, he patiently gazed into her tear-streaked face and spoke, The skies are gradually darkening. Beneath the banyan tree, a light yellow leaf fell, carried by the gentle breeze that caressed the ends of her hair. With her back turned to him, Lunen suddenly turned her tear-stained face towards him and uttered, What exactly did I promise you? Chapter 30. The annulment of the engagement? Was she crying? The two stood simultaneously outside the university gates. When Chi Mingyi attempted to hold Lunen's arm again, she forcefully shook him off. Looking up at the darkening sky, he exhaled a puff of pure white breath and softly said, You should leave. I need to go back. With that, Lunen turned, tears in her eyes, and slowly faded from his sight, leaving Chi Mingyi standing alone at the university entrance, silently watching her familiar silhouette vanish from his line of vision. Lunen pondered deeply why the Yu clan would seek her out. Was there a secret hidden within the contract between the two prominent families? Why was she involved in this contract, and what relation did it have to her, a mere child yet to fully blossom? Wait, how did I come to know that young woman was the heiress of the Yu clan? Initially, I had no inkling of her identity. Have I inherited that man's mind-reading abilities? In truth, this is not a matter of telepathy. It merely happened that when Yu Minmei entered her silver sedan, she bore a familiar insignia, a golden crown, one Lunen had seen on the streets when she was just 5 years old back then. She was unaware of who it belonged to, and had paid it little mind as she had dashed to grasp her mother's wrist. As memories of the crown-shaped car from her childhood resurfaced, a bitter smile broke across her lips. It dawned on her that the vehicle she encountered 5 years ago belonged to the Yu clan. Unluckily, she also happened to meet Lunen again that summer when she turned 18. Liang Yi, noticing Lunen's expressionless eyes, cautiously pushed open the dormitory door and gently set down her pen, inquiring, What's wrong? You seem distracted. I'm fine. Lunen replied, entering the student dormitory and removing her white cloth shoes. I just want to lie down for a while. By the way, Liang Yi seemed not to hear Lunen's last words, pausing before asking, Who was that woman you were talking to earlier? That woman. She's from the Yu clan. I don't know her, Lunen responded, suddenly pulling the blanket over her head to hide her youthful emotions. I don't want to answer that question. 5 years ago, the crown-shaped car she encountered belonged to the heiress of the Yu clan. Why must the consequences fall upon her? It was not her choice to sign. She was coerced into it. Why, oh why, must she bear the blame? Ding dong. As tears streamed down her face, the phone by her bedside rang. She did not answer it, merely glancing at the message displayed on the screen. Yes, it was a message from that man. Yet she had no desire to respond. By evening, Liang Yi saw Lunen deeply asleep in the upper bunk and quietly approached her side, gently touching her chubby cheek. To this, Lunen playfully protested, Don't move. This sudden display of affection startled Liang Yi. Lunen, she whispered from below, It's time to get up. Dinner is ready. Dinner? Lunen, hearing her friend's soft voice, slowly opened her drowsy eyes and checked her phone, pressing the button to light up the screen with 4 digits and a dot in the middle. She patted her freshly awakened face, stretched her slightly weary back, and yawned lazily. Did you sleep well? Liang Yi observed as Lunen sat up slowly. What is going on? Lunnan rubbed her eyes with her right hand while looking at Liang Yi standing beside the lower bunk. Did I ask there's something you need? You don't say. Liang Yi opened her WeChat chat and transferred 50 yuan to Lunnan, saying help me buy a box of duck leg rice and a bottle of cola from outside the school. IS&T their food available inside the school. Why do you want to go outside? Lunnan asked as she descended the bunk ladder, looking at Liang Yi. What do you know? Liang Yi, noticing Lunnan's slow descent, shot her a glance and transferred the money to Lunnan's WeChat account, urging, hurry up. I'm starving. Understood. However, just as Lunnan picked up her phone and prepared to leave the dorm, a certain someone crossed her mind. If she ventured out, wouldn't she encounter him? What is wrong? Liang Yi noticed Lunnan hesitating at the dorm threshold and asked, You seem lost in thought. Huh. Lunnan snapped back to reality upon hearing Liang Yi's words, promptly closing the dorm door, that I'll go get you something to eat. Liang Yi was truly something else. Eating so much in a day, it was no wonder she couldn't slim down. Yet, she constantly lamented about wanting to lose weight, only to find herself weighing in at 105 pounds that if she continued this way, she would end up crying in the dim corners of the dormitory. Inside the Liu family villa. What? You want to annul the engagement? The leisurely Lady Liu, who was filing her nails, overheard the shocking news and quickly set down her nail clippers to sit beside Lord Liu, her eyes wide with disbelief. What? The Qi family wants to show. Before she could finish, Lord Liu raised a finger to signal her to be quiet. I say, I do not agree to the annulment. He spoke seriously into the phone to the Qi family. Disagree, but still have to agree. Lord Qi sighed heavily on the other end of the line. There is nothing I can do. Then tell me the reason. Lord Liu tightly gripped the phone, lowering his voice, that I ask it because our group is not worthy of signing this contract. That contract from a few months ago, hearing the chairman of the Liu group say this. Lord Qi felt a twinge of guilt, but knew there was no other way. The Yu clan had suddenly approached them, claiming that since they had not accepted their orders, they had no choice but to heartlessly annul the engagement contract with the Liu family. This was the only way to maintain the Qi family's standing. Must it be so? The chairman of the Liu group murmured as silence fell on the other. Indeed, they truly look down on us. A small group? Well, it's not that they look down on you, Lord Qi exhaled on the phone. It's just a matter of certain circumstances. What exactly? Beep, 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 just as the chairman of the Liu group was about to inquire further. The call was abruptly cut off to M.Y. Dear. Lady Liu, noticing the abrupt disconnection, cautiously asked, if the Qi family annuls the contract with us, our small company will. Let us not panic just yet. Lord Liu stared at his phone screen, his thumbs sliding through the contacts as he calmly remarked, we still have the Yang family, who ranks second. The Yang family, upon hearing these 4 words from Lord Liu, Lady Liu instinctively covered her phone screen with her right hand and said, perhaps we should avoid approaching the Yangs. Why? Lord Liu questioned, noticing her gesture. Lady Liu tightly grasped the hem of her skirt, her lips trembling slightly, yet she did not respond to Lord Liu's inquiry, seeing his wife's demeanor. He chose not to press further. Meanwhile, standing at the staircase was Liu Weishi, who had observed the entire exchange. Why had the Qi family so suddenly sought to annul their contract with the Liu family? Was there a hidden agenda? Should he inform Liu Mimi, or should he first investigate and stabilize the situation before making a decision? After all, this was no trivial matter. The chairman of the Liu group was indeed a source of vexation. The Qi family's sudden withdrawal from their partnership would likely lead them to seek discussions with the next rank company within the Qi family villa. What? Qi Mingyi, having just picked up the phone, was taken aback by what his father said, that you're annulling the engagement contract with the Liu family. Lord Qi did not articulate much over the phone, merely uttering a contemplative before stating that there should be fewer interactions with the Liu family in the future. Qi Mingyi, at times, found himself utterly perplexed by the antics of this middle-aged gentleman. Sitting calmly in his swivel chair, he crossed his legs and remarked, is it yet another matter beyond your grasp? Thus, you have chosen to unilaterally sever the commercial contract with the Liu group. Why is it that even the most concealed matters are known to this eldest daughter? How can it be that I have discerned your thoughts? Upon hearing silence on the other end of the line, Qi Mingyi continued, have I struck a chord with your intentions? Lord Qi exchanged a glance with his wife, Qi Foreign, both taken aback by the intelligence and astuteness their daughter displayed upon returning from her overseas work. Truly, no one anticipated that she would remain so observant. Lord Qi sighed into the phone, saying, Wasn't it agreed that I would handle this matter? Chi Mingyi abruptly rose from his seat, moving to the window. Her gaze coldly fixed on the nightscape outside. Why act without informing me? Do you think dissolving the contract renders everything null and void? Upon hearing this, Lord Chief fell silent on the phone. Earlier that afternoon, the Yu family had visited, inquiring why their orders were being neglected, even producing an old contract that had long since been forgotten. That it was indeed surprising that the Yu family had retained such recollections. It was agreed that Chi Mingyi, being the sole daughter, would manage this situation. Yet unexpectedly, her father had taken it upon himself to resolve it. Allow me to handle this. You should focus on the business dealings of both companies. With that, Chi Mingyi ended the call, her eyes gazing at the illuminated skyscrapers beyond the glass, exhaling a sigh of frustration, as if troubled by some pressing issue. Could it be that my relationship with her has reached its conclusion? Chapter 31. Promise me once more, please. The evening breeze was indeed refreshing, as pedestrians hurried home with their various bags in tow. However, Luna was still at a roadside stall, indulging in her favorite shrimp and herb-fried noodles. The aroma wafting through the air. Just as she finished purchasing her dish, her phone rang. Initially thinking it was Liang Yi calling to ask if her meal was ready, she was surprised to find it was the same man from before. Staring at the irritating number on her screen, she pondered to answer or not to answer. Why was he calling again after saying they should cease all contact? Perhaps it was better to ignore it. Why won't you answer my call? Just as Luna tucked her phone back in her pocket, she heard a familiar voice beside her, gripping her arm. That Chi Mingyi stepped forward, gazing earnestly into her eyes. Asking, why would I answer? Is it so wrong not to? Chi Mingyi, perplexed, tightened his grip on her arm, his eyes searching her back. But we are strangers. Luna felt a slight pain and forcefully pulled away his grasp, turning to face him with an indifferent gaze. What is there to discuss? Just tell me. The evening breeze swirled gently across Chi Mingyi's face as he observed the space where her wrist had been, the two shadows beneath the street lamp remaining still. Hello, your shrimp and herb-fried noodles are ready. The stall owner interrupted their silence, breaking their reverie. Thank you, Luna replied politely, but before she could move, Chi Mingyi once again seized her arm softly, whispering, promise me, please. Why does he keep coming back? What exactly do you want me to promise? Luna turned to meet his gaze with irritation. I beg you, stop bothering me. With that, she forcefully jerked her wrist free from his grip and walked away towards the academy. Beneath the dim streetlights, Chi Mingyi stood alone, the evening breeze brushing against his face as a pale green leaf fell onto the hard concrete. He watched as the bright street faded into darkness, the figure of the 18-year-old girl slowly vanishing. What had changed just days ago? She had been joyful in her antics. Ah, Chi Xiao. What a coincidence. As Chi Mingyi gazed into the distance where the girl had disappeared, he heard a familiar voice. What brings you here? He asked, slightly taken aback. What do you think? With that, Yu Minmei pushed him against the shade of a banyan tree, her left hand resting on his waist, and her right hand gliding down the buttons of his shirt. Their faces drew closer, almost feeling the warmth of each other's breath. Could you kindly step back? Chi Mingyi managed to say, as their lips nearly touched. Yu Minmei smirked slightly at his words, observing him closely. Am I really that bothersome? Please, tell me. Chi Mingyi hesitated, yet the words escaped his lips. What did you say to her? Her. Just a little brat. Yu Minmei leaned in closer, her fingers brushing against his cheek as she whispered softly in his ear. Is a little girl truly worthy of your affection? I said. Chi Mingyi, feeling her proximity, firmly insisted, please maintain your distance if you would. It was unexpected that Chi Xiao would develop feelings for an immature girl. Yu Minmei shot him a glance, pulling out a freshly signed contract from her expensive bag, waving it in front of him. What do you think this is? What? A contract. Chi Mingyi, seeing the pristine paper in her hand, instinctive upon hearing this unexpected news, Luna hurriedly dashed to the railing of the dormitory balcony and whispered softly. So, does that mean I want to have to marry a stranger I've never met? I secretly overheard my father saying this by the stairs. Luoxi continued on the phone, pressing it to his ear, uncertain of its accuracy. Did I ask that really the case? Wait, does that mean I'll never have to see that man again? Just thinking about it brings me joy. Life is now filled with the prospect of liberation. And is it truly so exhilarating to be released from the engagement with the Chi family? Hearing his younger sister's laughter on the other end, Luoxi exclaimed, You have no idea. I'm absolutely thrilled. Just as he was speaking, Luna heard what sounded like someone screaming below the girls' dormitory. Curious, she hurriedly informed her brother on the phone, "Brother, I have something to attend to. Let's chat on WeChat later." During the call's conclusion, Luna failed to notice someone waiting for her below the dormitory. However, upon descending the stairs a minute later, she overheard several girls whispering excitedly. They exclaimed, "Wow, who is that creating such a spectacle with so many roses under the girls' dormitory?" B added, "Exactly. They're even shaped like hearts." C chimed in, "I suddenly envy that girl. What are you all chattering about?" As a few girls admired the 100 heart-shaped roses at the entrance of the dormitory. An arrogant girl, clearly from a distinguished background, approached and quietly remarked, "It's obvious those are for me." Luna gazed at the proud girl, feeling a sense of familiarity, as if she had seen her before, perhaps outside the auditorium when she had clasped the arm of that boy beside her. Looking quite familiar. "Wait, who is so romantic as to confess under the dormitory?" Luna whispered to the girl with the ponytail standing next to her. "Don't you know?" The girl replied softly, "That's the young master from the Chief family. Ranked first, da-da." That young master. Upon hearing this, Luna looked questioningly at the heart-shaped display of roses, pondering which young master from the Chief family it could be. Could it be the same boy whose arm that girl had been holding? "Luna, I like you. Promise me, will you?" Just as Luna was lost in thought, she suddenly heard someone calling her name. As her gaze fell upon the heart-shaped roses, she recognized a familiar figure. How could this be? Did we not agree that you wouldn't disturb me again? Why is he? As she uttered a single word, Luna rushed to Chiming's side, grasped his right hand, and hurried to the shadowy area beneath a small banyan tree. "What are you doing? Did we not agree not to bother me? Then promise me, will you?" Chiming, not one to give up, uttered these similar words. "What do you want me to promise?" Luna said, releasing his wrist and turning her back to him. Her voice soft as she added, "I don't even know your name. What is it that you want me to promise? Name." When Chiming heard this, a bittersweet smile crept across his lips. "Indeed, I seem to have forgotten to tell her. Why am I still so straightforward? It's nothing, I'll take my leave now." As Luna finished speaking, Chiming suddenly embraced her from behind, insisting, "Promise to be my woman. Will you promise to be his woman?" Upon hearing this, Luna realized he wanted her to be his woman. But she was just a child. Did she truly deserve him? Do I really deserve him? Luna couldn't help but murmur these 5 words, hesitating before softly saying, "But I'm just a child. Do I deserve a young man like you?" A young man. Hadn't he just said he didn't know her name? Why was he now bringing up these sentiments? "Will you not promise me?" Chiming held Luna tightly, his nose brushing against her neck as he softly whispered, "Is my confession still not satisfactory to you?" "Confession. But I don't have feelings for you." At this, Luna forcefully pulled his hands away, turning to face him with a blank expression. "Please don't bother me anymore. And our contract is also terminated." How did she find out? Chiming was incredulous that she knew about this matter. Could it be that the joyful times he shared with the girl were now coming to an end? In the dimly lit evening streets, beneath the faint glow of streetlights, Chiming stood by the small banyan tree, his eyes fixed on the familiar figure that was disappearing once more from his sight. Was this truly where it all ended? As he pulled out his phone, he silently opened the message box, his thumb hovering for a moment. "My name is Chiming. Even if the contract is terminated, my feelings for you will never change. Girl, let me tell you, I am determined to claim you in this lifetime." Chapter 32. What is it that he likes about me? Upon returning to the girls' dormitory, Luna often gazed at the 100 heartwarming roses below, only to see girls sneaking them back to their desks. Do they really like his flowers so much? As she mused this, a wry smile crossed her lips to ding-dong. At that moment, she received a message that was both unfamiliar and oddly familiar, illuminating her phone screen. After a brief pause, she looked up at the deep, dark blue night sky, slowly closing her eyes as a gentle breeze caressed her cheeks. She exhaled softly, lost in thought. "I'm just a little girl. Why is he so persistent, wanting me to promise to be his woman? Is it because I owe him something from a past life?" Hey, just as Luna pondered this, Liang Yi gently tapped her shoulder, asking, "Why are you standing at the dormitory entrance in a daze? Aren't you going inside?" Feeling the tap, Luna snapped back to reality and cheerfully replied, "Nothing, I'm going to take a shower." Without waiting for Liang Yi to respond, she hurriedly entered the dormitory. inside the Chi family's villa. Wasn't this matter supposed to be handled by me? Why are you taking care of it personally? At that moment, Chi Mingyi forcefully pushed open the villa door, glaring at his father sitting on the sofa that he approached and shouted, "You're the one who arranged for me to go on blind dates. And it's you who expects me to pretend to date a girl who just turned 18. Having just settled on the sofa, his parents noticed Chi Mingyi striding toward them, his gaze piercing into his biological parents as he inquired, "What is going on? Is something wrong?" His father, Chi Laoyi, asked, looking at him. "How can you ask what is wrong?" Chi Mingyi opened a photo album on his phone, displaying a recently taken picture to them. Continuing, "What is this? A partnership agreement between the Yu family business and the Chi family business. How did you find out?" Chi Laoyi gazed at the agreement on his daughter's phone, astonished. "Tell me. How did you know? How dare you even ask me?" Chi Mingyi tucked her phone in her pocket, glancing at her father on the sofa with a wry smile. "That is this you're doing?" The eldest daughter, taken aback by the confrontation, was at a loss for how to explain the situation to her. "Yes," Chi Laoyi reluctantly acknowledged, stating firmly, "It was indeed my doing. Before we had any dealings with the Luo family business, we always signed with the Yu family. Are you speaking from your conscience? Then why did you say that the Yu family?" Before Chi Mingyi could finish her sentence, Chi Laoyi abruptly interrupted. "I did mention that the Yu family was concealing their dealings from us, leading to a partnership with others. Later, they realized that their agreement with that group was detrimental to their business, ultimately leading to their arrest. Then they discovered last year's contract with you. That's why they came to seek your cooperation again to sign the agreement." Chi Mingyi followed her father's train of thought. When Chi Laoyi heard her utter those words, he quietly lowered his head and nodded slightly. "Forget it, I'll handle it." Before Chi Mingyi could complete her sentence, Chi Laoyi continued to interrupt her, saying, "You don't mean to say you have feelings for the second daughter of the Lu family, do you? I like her." Upon hearing her father's words, Chi Mingyi's lips trembled slightly, her heart incessantly repeating those 4 words. "Could it be that the reason I am so entangled with her is because I like her? Have I truly fallen for this 18-year-old girl? Why are you silent?" Chi Laoyi observed Chi Mingyi's reticence and promptly pressed on, "Do you like the young girl?" Chi Mingyi did not respond to her father's inquiry. All she desired was to return to her own residence for some peace and quiet. "You are a girl too. How can you have feelings for someone of the same gender?" Just as she turned away, Chi Laoyi suddenly remarked lightly from behind her, "Indeed, I am also a girl. Why do I feel this way towards another girl? What could be the reason? Is it her smile? Is it her endearing qualities? Or perhaps her mischievous nature that captivates my interest? What is it that makes me harbor such affection for this little girl?" As she drove her BMW 7S along the highway, Chi Mingyi felt as though she were not heading towards her own modest abode, but rather towards the headquarters of the large corporation she managed. Regardless, she was determined to uncover the truth behind this matter. But Chi Zong, the male assistant from the finance department, was leisurely enjoying a French sandwich and a cup of steaming hot milk when he exclaimed, "What brings you here? Am I not allowed to come?" With that, Chi Mingyi gestured for him to be quiet, settling in her swivel chair while her right hand swiftly clicked on the mouse. The male assistant continued to nibble on his sandwich, his eyes glued to the computer screen, clueless about what Chi Zong was searching for. To Chi Zong, after finishing his sandwich, the male assistant looked at Chi Mingyi, who was engrossed in her computer screen, and softly inquired, "What are you looking for? Would you like me to assist you?" Although Chi Mingyi heard the finance assistant's question, she remained disconnected from the conversation, instead digging through previous orders from the Yu family group. An hour later, after sifting through the entire computer database, Chi Mingyi still could not find any relevant information regarding the Yu family corporation. Where had that old man hidden all the data related to the Yu family? Chi Zong. Just as Chi Mingyi stood up to return to her office, a staff member from the administrative department, clutching a thick stack of documents, rushed towards her, saying, "You asked me to look into the Yu family corporation's information. It's ready." Upon seeing the administrative staff approach, Chi Mingyi quickly stood up to take the thick stack of documents from him, scrutinizing it thoroughly, her brow furrowing even deeper. "What about the Lu family?" While examining the documents, she inquired about the Lu family. "That I haven't found anything yet." The administrative staff scratched his head and softly replied, "Why are you asking so many questions?" Chi Mingyi, noticing the staff member leaning closer to her with a serious expression, said, "Hurry up." That it became evident that the Yu family corporation's request for a contract with Chi's company was not without intent. Without uttering a word, Chi Mingyi left the finance department, tucking the thick documents under her left arm while dialing a number on her phone with her right hand, muttering something under her breath. As she prepared to exit the company, she unexpectedly collided with a woman beside her. Initially intending to politely help the girl up, she looked down only to discover that the woman she had bumped into was none other than the daughter of the Yu family. "You really arrived just in time," Chi Mingyi began, but before she could finish, Yu Minmei leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "What's this? Are you missing me? Ahem. Please maintain your distance." Chi Mingyi realized that Yu Minmei was encroaching on her space and took a small step back. Coughing lightly as she said, "I came to find you for a serious matter, not for frivolities." Heh. After hearing Chi Mingyi's words, Yu Minmei chuckled softly. "Let us go to your office. There are too many people here." With that, she followed Chi Mingyi into her office, harboring certain inappropriate thoughts. Upon entering the office, Yu Minmei quickly closed the door, leaned closer to Chi Mingyi, played with the buttons on her shirt, and teasingly whispered in her ear, "What did you want to talk to me about? Please maintain a level of decorum." Just as Chi Mingyi pulled out the thick stack of documents from under her arm, Yu Minmei suddenly pushed her against the corner of the desk and softly said, "Shall we play a game? What is this older woman in her 20s up to? Can you please keep your distance?" Chi Mingyi could hardly endure her flirtatious demeanor, clearing her throat and saying, "We still have matters to discuss, that oh dear." Yu Minmei feigned ignorance to her previous statement, continuing to toy with the buttons on Chi Mingyi's shirt. "Let us talk later. I can hardly wait." Hearing her words, Chi Mingyi felt an urge to escape her advances. "What?" Yu Minmei, noticing Chi Mingyi's sudden urgency, whispered in her ear, "Are you anxious? Who is anxious?" Chi Mingyi initially intended to keep her feelings hidden, but the words slipped out, and she found herself exposed that you're a woman? A woman. How intriguing. You even disguise yourself as a man. Yu Minmei remarked with a smirk, inching closer while brushing against her chest. "So what? It doesn't affect us. Don't you find this more interesting?" As Chi Mingyi observed Yu Minmei's lips drawing nearer, she initially intended to push her away with her left hand. However, she was caught off guard by how close Yu Minmei was. Never expecting the daughter of the Yu family to be so bold. "What do you think you're doing?" Yu Minmei questioned as Chi Mingyi finally pushed her shoulder away, stating, "Let us discuss the previous contract." "The contract, again with the contract. Fine, let us talk about the contract." Yu Minmei reluctantly agreed to Chi Mingyi's request that in a certain girls' dormitory at a university, Luna lay on the upper bunk holding her phone, staring at a recently sent message, her mind preoccupied. Why is he so persistent? I have no feelings for him, so why does he continue to confess to me? What is he waiting for from me? Her thumb hovered over the screen, typing out a message only to delete it moments later. Does he truly like me? What is it that he finds appealing about me? I'm merely a girl who has just turned 18. I can't fathom what this man sees in me. Nana, are you still awake? Liang Yi noticed the light coming from her bedside and rubbed her eyes, murmuring, "You have to wake up early tomorrow." "Ah," Luna responded, realizing her friend's comment. "Got it, I'll sleep soon." Liang Yi said nothing further, curling back under her blanket, soon drifting off into a deep slumber. Yet Luna remained, still clutching her phone, gazing at the 3 lines of messages on the screen. Pondering whether he truly likes her that much, lost in thought, she suddenly dropped her phone, her eyes closing tightly as she whispered, "What is it that he likes about me?" Chapter 33. What is it that he likes about me? Are you questioning our Yu Family Corporation's integrity? Inside the Chi Family Corporation, upon hearing Chi Mingyi's words, Yu Minmei stood up, forcefully slamming her right hand onto the glass table, her eyes blazing with anger as she looked into Chi Mingyi's deep gaze and uttered, "Say what you will." Chi Mingyi walked over to the large, transparent glass window, leisurely holding a teacup with her right hand while her left hand rested behind her like a middle-aged man. She coldly replied, "So indifferent." Yu Minmei, observing Chi Mingyi's back, softly inquired, "Indifferent? That's quite nice. At least no one knows what's on your mind." Noticing Chi Mingyi's silence as she picked up her handbag from the sofa, Yu Minmei took a glance at her, who was enjoying her morning tea, and stepped out of the office. As she descended the stairs of the Chi Family Corporation, Yu Minmei lifted her head, closing her eyes at that moment, exhaling a breath of pure white vapor. Could it be that this little brat truly captivates her so? However, I truly did not expect that the general manager of the Chi Group was actually a woman disguised as a man, and a remarkably charming one at that. The Chi family is indeed becoming increasingly intriguing. After Chi Mingyi learned of Yu Minmei's departure, he was astonished that the Yu Group, in a bid to uphold its commercial reputation, would dare to re-sign a contract with us at the Chi Group that is their long-term partnership with a top 50 commercial company not satisfactory. Alas, it is a company that peddles counterfeit products. Remarkably, they possess the audacity to deceive even the foremost Yu Group, and one must give credit to the police for their substantial assistance to the Yu family. Inside a certain female dormitory at the university, Nana. Hurry up or you'll be late. Get up, will you? The morning sun streamed through the balcony where clothes hung out to dry, and birds chirped merrily on the branches, as if a clock on the bedside table was ringing. Liang Yi stood beneath Lunen's bunk, her hands on her hips, her gaze fixed on Lunen, who lay sprawled on her beady. It is only 7 o'clock. Lunen lazily picked up her phone from the bedside and glanced at the screen. Responding with a yawn, do you still want to buy those vegetable buns? Recalling Lunen's craving for breakfast the previous night, Liang Yi resolutely stated, if you don't hurry, they'll be sold out. Vegetable buns. Upon hearing Liang Yi's words, Lunen suddenly sprang up, flinging off her covers and hurriedly tidying them before dashing to the bathroom to wash up. Wait for me, she called while brushing her teeth. I must get those vegetable buns. If you don't hurry, they'll be gone, Liang Yi warned, slipping on her shoes as she urged Lunen to hasten. All right. Lunen emerged from the bathroom, now dressed in her pajamas. Declaring, stop nagging, I'm ready, just as she was about to leave the dorm. Her phone buzzed in her pocket. Curious about who was messaging her so early, Lunen pulled out her phone and was greeted by a familiar number lighting up the screen. Accompanied by a message. Can you talk to me? Can you at least reply? Ugh. How idle can he be, sending me messages at this hour? Doesn't he have a company to run? Why is he so persistent? Lunen chose not to respond, simply shutting off her phone screen with a sigh. I truly don't understand what that man finds appealing about me. What am I daydreaming about? Liang Yi, noticing Lunen standing by the street where the breakfast shop was, inquired, what is wrong? Nothing. Lunen snapped back to reality, her eyes fixating on the steamer filled with vegetable buns. Excuse me, could I please have 5 vegetable buns? She requested. The vendor, hearing her, lifted the lid off the first steamer and placed it on the iron table, meticulously putting 5 buns into a clear plastic bag. Is 5 enough? Liang Yi asked, narrowing her eyes at Lunen. Aren't you going to buy more? Lunen simply nodded, affirming that 5 was sufficient, though Liang Yi sensed that it was far less than her usual consumption of more than 10. That was something troubling her. Nana. After they had purchased their breakfast, Liang Yi could no longer hold back her curiosity. I asked, there's something on your mind? On my mind. Not at all that there's nothing at all, Lunen replied as she prepared to grasp the fragrant vegetable buns. Taking a deep breath of their aroma before biting into one, exclaiming, these buns are truly delightful, was her remark genuine. Liang Yi observed Lunen's expression while she ate, her intuition suggesting that it was impossible to conceal anything from her best friend. What is bothering you? Before Liang Yi could finish her thought, Lunen hastily shoved a bun in her mouth, clutching the remaining 4 in her right hand, and tugged at Liang Yi's wrist, saying, we'll be late, it's class with the homeroom teacher today, and I definitely don't want to write a reflection paper. Speaking of reflection papers reminded Lunen of the time she had insisted that the man driving her hurry, for fear of being late and receiving a punishment. Ultimately, she did arrive late, and upon reaching the school gate, she hesitated to enter. He had stepped out of the car and softly whispered in her ear, I'll accompany you inside, his voice particularly gentle and soothing, making her heart race. As they approached the classroom, the homeroom teacher awaited her arrival with arms crossed, upon seeing the son of the Chi Group's management arrive. The teacher ultimately waived the reflection paper. This time, whether or not Lunen would be penalized for tardiness depended solely on her. Wait, why am I recalling the kindness of that man? Why does a gentle breeze remind me of him? Can anyone tell me why? Why is this little girl ignoring me? Am I messaging her too frequently? At this moment, in the main office of the Chi Group, Chi Mingyi sat on the sofa. Having just set down a stack of documents from the Yu Group, he picked up his phone from the table, glancing at the screen before murmuring, perhaps she finds me too bothersome? Or maybe she simply doesn't wish to reply. Do you fancy the second daughter of the Liu family? Contemplating this, Chi Mingyi recalled the old man's words, pondering how he could be interested in a young girl who knew she would be so captivating. Why does she appear to hold such disdain toward me? Is it because of my disguise? The thought of the contract between the Chi Group and the Lu group crossed his mind. She wouldn't disguise herself for just a contract, would she? Perhaps she wouldn't be so averse to me if I were to embrace my true identity. He sighed deeply over the stack of documents from the U group. He wondered when this troublesome matter would be resolved. Manager Chi. Just as Chi Mingyi was lost in thought, a female employee from the operations department entered her office, saying, "I found the information you requested on the Lu group." "Put it down," Chi Mingyi replied. "You may leave now." After the employee exited, Chi Mingyi picked up the recently gathered data on the Lu family and discovered that the Lu group was also signing a contract with the Yang group, currently ranked first alongside the Chi group. What, then, was the true intent behind the Lu group's contract with us? It was not merely for the marriage agreement, but rather to draw closer to our reputation in the rankings. Why are these two groups vying for our Chi group? Is the Yu family also reaching out for our status? What exactly are we, the Chi group, contesting with these two powerful entities? The best commercial enterprise rankings. Manager Chi, your phone. The assistant had just stepped into the office when Chi Mingyi, without a second thought, exited her office, instructing the assistant to wait, as she was determined to find that young girl, who had yet to turn 20, and no matter what, she must agree. Meanwhile, in the midst of a serious lecture, Lunan suddenly felt an itch in her nose, and before she knew it, she let out a tiny sneeze, unaware of the disapproving glances directed her way. After sneezing, she wiped her nose and wondered why the lesson seemed so difficult to absorb. Her gaze drifted to the sunlight, filtering through the classroom window, casting shadows of the banyan tree as a gentle breeze brushed her cheek, yet her mind lingered on a stranger. What is it about that man that intrigues me? Chapter 34. What does he find appealing about me? It is now lunch hour. Why not dine at school? Is it because the food does not suit this little girl's palate? Chi Mingyi watched her slowly exit the campus, contemplating whether to rush forward. "Why are you not responding to my messages?" Unable to contain himself, he dashed forward and firmly grasped her arm, insisting, Just as you stepped out of the school gates, Luna was equally astonished to see the familiar face of her suitor, asking with a hint of confusion, "Is there something you need, sir?" Hearing Luna address him in such a manner made Chi Mingyi's lips quiver slightly, and he took a few steps back, his right hand gradually releasing her arm. She had never called him that before. She used to refer to him as the trafficker. Why was she now addressing him so formally as sir instead of the previous term? Why did he yearn to hear those words from her? Was it simply a matter of habit? "You." Chi Mingyi feigned ignorance, repeating her words. "What did you just call me?" "Sir, what's the matter?" Luna replied nonchalantly, regarding Chi Mingyi with an indifferent expression. "Is it just sir? Nothing else?" No longer calling me trafficker, Chi Mingyi tightened his grip on her arm, his eyes reflecting disappointment as he questioned her. Luna exhaled softly, gradually loosening her wrist, saying, "You've grown accustomed to it. We are merely strangers. Not significant to each other. Not significant." Upon hearing her words, Chi Mingyi's gaze dimmed with a sense of loss. "Moreover, our family's contract has been terminated." As she said this, Luna moved closer to Chi Mingyi, whispering in his ear, "Please do not disturb me any further. Is it truly of no concern?" Before Luna could walk away, Chi Mingyi grasped her wrist, declaring, "Even with the contract dissolved, I will not give up on you." Luna felt a strange familiarity with his words, as if she had heard them before, perhaps in a message on her phone. Did he truly harbor feelings for her? "Let go, will you?" Luna turned to face him, her eyes devoid of expression as she inquired, "What is it about me that you find appealing?" "Appealing? Why do we both utter the same phrase?" "I cannot say what it is that I like about you." Without waiting for Chi Mingyi to finish his sentence, Luna silently walked past him, her figure fading from his view. Perhaps it was best to let it go. Maybe she truly felt nothing for him. Where to even begin searching for that feeling? Why was there a stumbling block in the way? Was it because of their age difference? Or was it simply that he was older, prompting her to question, "Do I deserve you?" "Nana, is that man the one from before?" Two girls entered a small eatery, with Liang Yi seated at a table, her fingers flipping through the menu, only to be interrupted by Luna, who coldly remarked, "I don't know him." Liang Yi, observing her indifference, continued to browse another menu without further comment. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken tension. Just then, a waitress approached, asking, "Have you decided what you would like to order?" "I'll have a bowl of hot and sour pig offal noodles," Luna replied, then added, "and a cup of lemon black tea." Turning to Liang Yi, she playfully winked, inquiring silently, "Have you decided what you want?" I'll have a portion of hot and sour noodles and a glass of strawberry juice, Liang Yi said, pausing as she noticed Luna's repeated winking. Did you get sand in your eyes? Luna merely smiled lightly at Liang Yi, saying nothing as she picked up her phone, staring at the text messages from days prior, pondering why that man sought her out again. Their contract had been dissolved. There was no need to feign intimacy or pretend to want to date him. She had always opposed the engagement, preferring to maintain a fresh relationship rather than one reminiscent of puppetry. Nana, Liang Yi, having barely touched her noodles, observed Luna's stillness and cautiously said, "If you have something on your mind, could you share it with your good friend?" No response. "You can't just bottle everything up," Liang Yi remarked, slurping her noodles. "Just enjoy your meal." Luna set her phone down, extinguishing the screen, and sighed after the afternoon break. "I have to attend class that I really don't want to go. If only I could have a week off." Was she dreaming? Liang Yi thought, amused by her wish for a week off, but said nothing, merely smiling softly at Luna, finding her endearing. Half an hour passed. The two girls exited the eatery onto the street, noticing the sky filled with dark clouds. Moments later, a single raindrop fell onto the concrete, followed by another, creating a gentle patter. Luna thought about how she had forgotten her umbrella and how to return to school for class when suddenly a familiar voice reached her ears. They turned to the left to see a woman in a white top and black casual pants approaching. "What are you doing here?" "You?" Liang Yi questioned, surprised. "How do you know my name?" "You left your student ID in the infirmary," the nurse replied, returning the ID to Liang Yi. "You keep forgetting this thing." "Ah, that explains it." Liang Yi sighed with relief, realizing that was why the nurse knew her name. "Why are you standing so far away from me?" The nurse chuckled, noticing Liang Yi and Luna maintaining a 2-meter distance. "I won't do anything to you. I just happened to pass by your infirmary." Liang Yi cautiously asked, "Why do you always have that creepy smile when you look at me?" Liang Yi wondered if she was misunderstanding something. "Hey, you keep using that smile." Before she could finish, the nurse covered her mouth, chuckling, "I don't like girls. You just happen to resemble someone I know." "Someone? Who?" Liang Yi, being a bit nosy, pressed further. "All right." The nurse suddenly looked up as the heavy rain transformed into a fine drizzle, the clouds beginning to dissipate. People around them folded their umbrellas, revealing glimpses of sunlight beneath the clouds. "Now that the rain has stopped, let's hurry back to class." "All right." Liang Yi smiled politely at the nurse before gently pulling Luna, who was lost in thought, back towards the school. Meanwhile, the nurse watched Liang Yi's departing figure, a subtle smile forming on her lips. She really does resemble her. Outside the academy gates, "You're back," as Luna and Liang Yi stepped through the entrance. They heard a familiar voice that momentarily led them to believe they were imagining things. When Luna turned around, she was surprised to see that man still waiting there. Was he waiting for her? "Why are you ignoring me?" Qi Mingyi noticed Luna's shocked gaze, and just as she turned to enter the school, he felt a firm grip on his arm. "Please," Luna, slightly impatient, bit her lip and sighed. "Could you let go? I still have classes to attend. If I..." Qi Mingyi continues to tightly grasp Luna's arm, his lips trembling slightly as he softly says, "I won't let go. I'm still holding on." Why does he act so femininely? Liang Yi observes the situation with a sense of unease and stutters. "Luna, I need to return to the classroom now." Luna, perplexed by Liang Yi's sudden departure, swiftly turns on her heel and races towards the school's main gate. However, she yearns to escape too, yet this man holds her arm with an unyielding grip, as if fearing her flight. "Then let me ask you." Luna suddenly pivots to face him, speaking patiently. "What is it that you like about me? If you can answer that, I will agree to your request." "How about that?" This phrase. Why is it always the same question? Upon hearing her words, Qi Mingyi gradually releases his hold on her arm, his gaze slightly downcast. "Did I ask she? Testing me?" Unable to articulate his thoughts, he stutters, "Then I'll head back." Yet before Luna can finish her sentence, Qi Mingyi interjects, "Can you give me some time?" Grant him some time. It's not entirely unreasonable. All right then, for the first time, Luna obediently acquiesces to his request, saying, "I'll return to the classroom now. I still have class, and being late means I'll have to write a reflection." With that, Qi Mingyi stands still, watching as Luna swiftly dashes toward the university entrance, his fists clenched tightly. "Give me some time. No matter what, I must win your affection." He murmurs this sentiment deep within his heart. As Luna returns to the classroom and settles beside her desk, she glances at the clock, realizing she is merely half a second away from breaking her record for tardiness, that if she fails to make it in time, her reflection would exceed 800 words, possibly reaching 1,000. The classroom feels stifling, prompting Luna to open the nearby window. Suddenly, as she cracks it open just a tiny bit, a gentle, refreshing breeze caresses her cheek. She gazes upward as the dark clouds disperse, allowing sunlight to gradually filter through the gaps in the pure white clouds, illuminating the blades of grass on the football field. The post-rain breeze is indeed different, feeling particularly soft and invigorating. By the way, who is that man you were with? Liang Yi, taking advantage of Luna's momentary distraction, leans in close and whispers, "Is he the boyfriend who texts you every day?" Boyfriend? This woman named Liang certainly gets around. No. Luna suddenly feels a chill from the outside air, hastily shutting the window. Don't misunderstand. He is definitely not my boyfriend. Are you sure? Liang Yi recalls the man who had gripped Luna's arm outside the school gate, his determination evident in his gaze as he studied Luna's flustered expression. She moves closer, asking, "No, otherwise." Luna pushes Liang Yi away, creating a distance of about a meter, her cheeks slightly flushed as she retorts, "What do you think?" Seeing Luna's cheeks suddenly bloom with color, Liang Yi inches closer, declaring, "I think you are lying." Lying? Am I? Luna, still skeptical of Liang Yi's words, stutters, "Don't you think you are the one being deceitful? Haven't I known you since elementary school? A few years ago, when a boy you like confessed to you, you stood there silent, fingers fidgeting, cheeks flushed, your gaze fixed on the ground. Do you really like me? But you were so popular at school. Why did you suddenly confess to me? Yet you bluntly stated it was not what you felt inside." All right. Hearing Liang Yi bring up past events makes Luna feel somewhat embarrassed, prompting her to quickly shush her. "You little rascal, I can't be outdone by you." However, as Luna regains her composure, she once more gazes at the sky, now completely free of clouds, while birds chirp merrily atop the branches. Puddles form on the ground, reflecting various sizes of water. Am I asking for too much? Chapter 35. What is it that he likes about me? Luna, may I borrow your notebook to copy some notes? I forgot to take them during class. During the free time at 5:30, Liang Yi, seizing the opportunity when the homeroom teacher steps out, leans close to Luna and whispers, "You were probably playing games during class." Upon noticing Liang Yi approaching, Luna instinctively feels that trouble is brewing. With a sigh, she concedes, "Fine, take it to copy, but return it to me later. You're the best, my little Luna," Liang Yi exclaims, embracing her warmly upon receiving the notebook. "Where did you learn such sweet words?" Bang. "Excuse me, is there a student named Luna here?" Just as Liang Yi releases Luna from the hug, a boy with a buzz cut calls out her name from the classroom door. It's the first time anyone has addressed her directly in class, so Luna cautiously raises her right hand. Upon seeing her gesture, the boy approaches politely and hands her an envelope he has been holding. Before she can inquire about its contents, the boy hastily exits the classroom. Luna stares at the pristine envelope in her hands, adorned with pink hearts and silver flower petals, exuding an air of elegance. Who took the time to create such a thoughtful envelope? Without delay, she tears it open, only to find a shimmering golden card inside, inscribed with the message, "Accompany me on a business trip for 2 weeks this Friday night. I want to nurture our relationship." Luna gazes at the ornate letter in her hands, perplexed as to why this man would demand her presence for an entire week. She has her own commitments. She must attend classes, after all. How could she possibly accompany him on a business trip for a week? "Girl, did you receive that letter? Remember what I told you about Friday night?" Suddenly, while contemplating the implications of the letter, Luna's phone screen lights up, revealing a message. Why is he? I truly cannot fathom his tenacity, nor why he insists I accompany him on this trip, that I am but a child, inexperienced in the ways of the world. Why should I respond to him? If I don't, will he cease to seek me out, or will he no longer wait for me at the school gate? Sometimes I wonder, what is it that he finds appealing about me? What qualities do I possess that captivate him so? There are countless girls who are his age, or even younger. Why does he specifically desire me, a girl 12 years his junior, who knows nothing of the world? I often find myself baffled by this man's thoughts. Why he pursues a girl who has yet to fully develop into womanhood, insisting that I become his. I'll return your notes. Liang Yi suddenly places the notebook back on Luna's desk. After meticulously reviewing the copied notes, She wears a satisfied expression and declares, "Ah." Luna reacts with surprise. "Did you finish that so quickly? Did you think otherwise?" Liang Yi closes her notebook, exuding pride as she states, "I am a master at copying notes." You didn't copy mine," Luna retorts, observing Liang Yi's self-satisfied demeanor. "Come to school at 5:30 on Friday to meet me." Just as Luna engages in conversation with Liang Yi, her phone screen flashes with a familiar message, prompting her to discreetly glance at the newly received text. "ISNT, it's supposed to be Friday night. Why has it suddenly changed to Friday afternoon?" But should I reply to him and tell him I don't want to go? "You must go." Unbeknownst to her, she types a response. The message box suddenly displays his reply. How does he know I was about to send that? By the way, Liang Yi places her copied notes in the drawer and then leans in to ask Luna, "What are we having for dinner tonight?" "I'm not sure." Luna, noticing Liang Yi drawing closer, hastily shuts her phone, suggesting, "How about we go out for hot pot tonight? Spicy hot pot." Before she can finish her thought, Liang Yi interrupts, "Can you let me finish my sentence?" It seems that every time Luna begins to speak, Liang Yi swoops in to take over the conversation. Spicy Luna, seated at her desk, gazes steadily at Liang Yi beside her and slowly replies, "But I can't handle it too spicy." "Well," Liang Yi, pondering Luna's words, contemplates, "Then what shall we eat tonight?" There is nothing particularly appetizing. Luna, upon hearing this remark, fell into a deep contemplation. Who would have thought? "Let us just head to the dining hall for dinner." Yet, she uttered this statement. For the dining hall, the food there is quite unpalatable. Liang Yi scrutinized the evening's menu with a discerning palate, nudging Luna's sleeve with her left hand and whispering, "Is it possible not to go?" Observing Liang Yi lean in closer, Luna, without uttering a word, tidied the materials on her desk and cast a disdainful glance at her. "Then you can go eat out," she said, though her inner thoughts were contrary. "Whether you choose to go or not is of no concern to me. I am definitely going." The reason for her preference to dine in the cafeteria was to avoid encountering that man at the school gate. Before long, while Luna was burdened with a mountainous stack of books in her arms, a familiar ringtone echoed from her pocket. Uncertain of who had sent the message, she pondered how to retrieve her phone while balancing the hefty tomes. The incessant dinging of the text notifications grew increasingly irksome. However, her hands were occupied, and the dormitory was yet to be reached. "Damn. Accompany me on a business trip tomorrow. The schedule has suddenly changed, and I will pick you up from school tomorrow evening." After finally setting her books down, Luna fished out her incessantly ringing phone from her pocket, only to find two messages from a familiar number flashing on the screen. That IT was undoubtedly him, that man who had been persistently bothering her. Why on earth is he changing the schedule? Wait, tomorrow is Thursday, so I don't have classes, right? I should be reviewing instead. The mock exams are just 2 months away. Gripping her phone tightly, Luna contemplated whether or not to respond to his message. Perhaps it was best to let it go. After staring at her phone for what felt like an eternity, she ultimately placed it back into her pocket, cradling the books in her arms. Shortly after arriving at the dormitory building, her phone buzzed once more. Ignoring the persistent notifications, she ascended the stairs to her dorm, her arms weary from the weight of the books. "Luna, why are you carrying so many books?" Liang Yi exclaimed, abruptly slapping her shoulder. "Ouch!" Luna gritted her teeth against the forceful touch, replying tersely, "Can't you see I'm carrying something? Must you be so rough?" "Sorry." Liang Yi chuckled awkwardly at Luna's irritation, then continued, "Why are you lugging around so many books? Are they expelling you from school?" Could this woman named Liang not utter a few comforting words instead of continually delivering blows to her spirit? "Help me open the door." Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, Luna chose to ignore Yi's previous comment and simply clutched her books tighter, saying, Why are you ignoring me?" Liang Yi retorted, but without further ado. She reluctantly opened the rusted iron door for Luna. With a forceful heave, Luna tossed the stack of worn books onto the floor, inhaling sharply as she sank into the chair beside her desk. Grabbing her thermos with her right hand, she cautiously twisted off the lid with her left, releasing a plume of steam that floated toward the ceiling. Pouting slightly, she leaned closer to the rim of the thermos. Savoring a sip of warmth that, sitting at my little desk is the most comfortable. "That girl is adopting the old man's posture again," Liang Yi remarked from her upper bunk, rolling her eyes in exasperation. "What does that man see in her? Are you going to get food?" Luna, having set her cup down, glanced at her watch, and inquired, "Would you like to join me?" "Absolutely." Liang Yi, upon hearing this, grabbed her lunchbox and followed Luna out of the dormitory. In the office of Qi Corporation headquarters, President Qi, "Here are the documents you requested." Qi Mingyi was enjoying her tea when a female employee from the finance department entered her office, placing a neatly organized stack of files on her desk with polite formality. "Documents. What are these?" Qi Mingyi set her teacup down, gazing quizzically at the papers. "President Qi, you mustn't have forgotten. This is the information you asked us to gather about the Lu Group," the finance employee replied. Looking at Qi Mingyi with expectation that "Go ahead and attend to your work." As the employee's words registered, Qi Mingyi's memory triggered a recollection of the importance of the task. After dismissing the finance employee, she gently picked up the documents, glancing through them quickly to her dismay, her brows knitted tighter with each page turned, her fingers flicking through the dense stack of papers. Bang! The hefty files came crashing down onto her desk, startling the surrounding staff, who hurriedly gathered around the glass walls of her office to observe the commotion. "Why is President Qi in such a foul mood? What are you all staring at?" Qi Mingyi glared at the onlookers, her voice icy. "Have you all completed your tasks?" Upon hearing her reprimand, the employees hastily returned to their desks, fearing her infamous words. "Are you hoping for a pay cut?" The mere mention of those 3 words sent shivers down their spines. Once the crowd dispersed, Qi Mingyi retrieved her phone from the desk, glancing at a recently sent message that a slight smile crept across her face as she contemplated the Lu family, now entangled with the Yang Group in a partnership. This group was known for vying for the Qi family's rank, a formidable competitor indeed. The TO reclaimed the Lu Group properly. She first needed to deal with their second daughter. "Where are you headed?" Just as Qi Mingyi stood up, her secretary entered the office, clutching a small stack of documents. "Out for a bit of fresh air," Qi Mingyi said casually, pausing to add, "You can leave those documents here." With that, she donned her black suit jacket, flicked her hair back with a flourish, and sauntered out of the office, leaving her secretary stunned, contemplating what on earth the president was up to cultivating relationships. As Qi Mingyi settled into the driver's seat of her BMW 7S, her gaze fell upon a couple embracing by the roadside, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Who knows what schemes that second daughter of the Lu family is up to? How to genuinely cultivate a relationship with that girl? Qi Mingyi glanced at her watch. It was 5:20 p.m. Soon, her car came to a halt at the entrance of a university. The guards, upon spotting President Xi's vehicle, hastily set aside their lunches and rushed to greet her warmly. "That I'm going in to find someone," Qi Mingyi announced before the guards could utter a word. As they entered the university, many female students began to whisper among themselves upon catching sight of the dashing figure of Qi Mingyi. "Who is that handsome guy?" B expressed envy. "Which woman is so fortunate to have such a handsome man visiting?" C chimed in. "Exactly." The crowd expressed their admiration. "So handsome." To her surprise, this disguise as a man had attracted so many female students who were squealing with excitement that Qi Mingyi was somewhat taken aback by the adoration she received from the students. However, let us return to the main topic. Standing at a height of 1.62 meters, with long, straight black hair flowing, and wearing a pair of student loafers, she was adorned in a dress with puff sleeves and lace trim. "Little girl?" Qi Mingyi jogged over and suddenly grasped Luna's wrist, exclaiming, "Do you know me?" Luna was just about to head to the cafeteria for a meal when she unexpectedly bumped into that man, feigning ignorance with those 4 words. "Are you playing with me?" Qi Mingyi, revealing the facade, leaned closer to her round, cherubic face and softly asked, "Do you think I'm playing with you?" Seeing the throng of female students surrounding him, Luna quickly pulled Qi Mingyi's wrist and led him to a shadowy banyan tree, saying, "Why are you here again? I told you I would keep my promise." At this moment, Luna felt as if something was incessantly entangling her lips, only to discover that this man was once again taking advantage of her distraction. "Damn it, how infuriating! Are you asking what I like about you?" Qi Mingyi gently released her lips and then leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "Accompany me on a business trip for a week, and you will find out, baby." Chapter 36. What do you think I like? Wait, did he just call me baby? Why the silence, seeing that Luna had not uttered a word? Qi Mingyi continued to inch closer to her petite face, softly murmuring, "Baby. When did I become this man's baby? I remember the last time we were merely strangers. How did it turn into this?" "Could you please not come so close?" Luna, noticing his gradual approach, hurriedly stepped back a meter, clutching her chest and saying, "Also, I am not your baby that I need to go. Just as she said this, Luna felt her body become unexpectedly light, as if someone were embracing her. When she glanced back, she realized Chi Mingyi had effortlessly lifted her onto his shoulder with one hand, gently patting her on the backside with his left hand. A slight smile gracing his lips as he said, "Good girl, don't squirm." Damn it. Does this man have some sort of mental issue? Can you put me down? Luna yelled from his shoulder, yet received no response. Put me down, as she continued to shout, "You disgusting, creepy, perverted human trafficker." After a while, Luna discovered that she had been led out of the university gates by that man, heading directly to her car, where he gently placed her down from his shoulder after opening the passenger door. "Let us go home and cultivate our feelings," Chi Mingyi said softly as he helped Luna fasten her seatbelt. Whispering in her ear, "Home? Where exactly does this man intend to take me? Where is home? No, could it be? Where are we going?" Luna watched as Chi Mingyi swiftly took his place in the driver's seat, her expression filled with inquiry as she looked at him. "Do you think?" Chi Mingyi, seizing the moment when Luna was distracted, gently pinched her adorable, chubby little face and paused before continuing. "Where can we go home to?" Asking was pointless, but better than not asking at all, Luna thought to herself, feeling flustered as Chi Mingyi kept pinching her face, wondering where he learned such flirtatious techniques. He certainly had a way with words. At that moment, Chi Mingyi caught her remark, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth, finding the young lady of the Liu family quite intriguing. "What are you smiling at?" Luna suddenly noticed Chi Mingyi, who was driving, wearing a charming smile. "That I'm smiling because you're particularly adorable," he replied, and then, whether intentionally or not, he made a sharp turn, causing her to unintentionally fall into his embrace, stifling a laugh as he teased. "What? Do you enjoy being in my arms so much? What nonsense is this? What is this man talking about?" Luna felt a pang of exasperation upon hearing his words, even wishing to ignore him, for it was clearly his intention to make that turn. How could he claim that I enjoy being in his embrace? Such absurdity. "Get out of the car." Chi Mingyi, taking advantage of Luna's distraction, suddenly swung open the passenger door, gently saying, "My little lady baby." How did the terms of endearment change so quickly? He was just calling me baby. "Don't want to get out." Chi Mingyi observed that Luna remained stubbornly seated in the passenger seat. Refusing to budge, he lifted her chin, leaning closer to her cheek, softly saying, "Is it because you like my car? Get away from me." Luna, seeing his actions, quickly pushed his hand away and replied, feeling quite irritated, "I can get out myself." She had no idea where he had learned such cheesy phrases. Returning to the matter at hand, as soon as Luna exited the car, her gaze fell upon the two tall buildings, flanking them with lush greenery and a pristine pond, where two golden-red koi fish were swimming, creating tiny bubbles in the water. "Where is this place? It feels oddly familiar. Have I been here before?" However, the images in her mind were a blur. "Why are you just standing there?" Chi Mingyi noticed Luna standing still and cautiously took her wrist, asking, "Don't you remember?" Luna replied, processing his words, "Shunti, I remember." "Have I been here before?" The little one seems to have a knack for feigning forgetfulness. How interesting. Chi Mingyi thought to himself, a smile occasionally gracing his lips, thinking, feigning amnesia, "Are we? Let us see how I'll make you account for it." Luna was oblivious to the cunning expression on Chi Mingyi's face as he held her wrist, unaware of his ulterior motives. Approaching a familiar wooden door, Chi Mingyi pulled Luna along, retrieving a set of house keys from his suit pocket and inserting them into the lock. With a click, the deep purple-red wooden door swung open. "Baby, what would you like to eat tonight?" Chi Mingyi pulled her into the living room, releasing her wrist and playfully pinching her chubby little face, softly saying, "I'll make you something delicious." "Can I say?" Luna began, but Chi Mingyi swiftly interrupted her. "No saying you don't want to eat," that he had voiced exactly what Luna was about to express. This man must surely possess some form of mind-reading ability. How does he always know what I'm thinking? "Can we have instant noodles?" Luna smiled awkwardly at Chi Mingyi, glancing around. "You must have instant noodles at home, right?" "Instant noodles aren't nutritious," Chi Mingyi retorted, moving to the refrigerator to retrieve a bag of minced meat and a bag of fresh vegetables and peppers. What is this man up to now? Luna was absolutely convinced that a young man like him couldn't possibly cook well. Doubting his culinary skills, she sneaked into the kitchen, peering through the glass door, intently watching the young man busily preparing food. "What are you spying on?" Chi Mingyi asked, chopping vibrant red peppers, perceptively uncovering Luna's intentions. Are you doubting my cooking skills? Is this man truly capable of reading minds? Can he sense every fleeting thought of mine? Just sit quietly in the living room, Chiming said after finishing with the peppers, looking gently at Luna standing at the kitchen threshold. Hearing this, Luna had no choice but to remain in the living room and wait for her meal, curious to see what delicious dish she would concoct. After a while Luna was engrossed in her phone, she suddenly caught the enticing aroma of roasted duck wafting through the air. She rushed to the dining table, her eyes widening in astonishment at the bowl of freshly prepared herb-roasted duck meat noodles. Realizing it looked identical to the dishes from restaurants, is this spicy? Lanana gazed at the ramen, suppressing the urge to swallow her saliva from deep within her throat, and remarked directly, "You can't eat spicy food." Chiming, who had just emerged from the kitchen, served another bowl of noodles laden with chili, saying, "Come, try my culinary skills." Skills, indeed, they were merely visually enticing. The actual taste remained uncertain. Thus, Lanana picked up a piece of roasted duck, and just as she bit into a morsel of the duck meat, the juices in her mouth unexpectedly burst forth, reminiscent of the delectable dishes from a quaint eatery. Still skeptical, Lanana took another slurp of the broth. The meat was succulent, the broth rich and fragrant, with the essence of duck meat providing a delightful chewiness. This is truly his creation. Can it be that this young man possesses such culinary prowess? Have I underestimated him? Why is he looking at me with such a bemused expression? Chiming, holding a meatball with his chopsticks, glanced at Lanana across the table and smiled gently no. Upon seeing his tender smile, Lanana's cheeks inexplicably flushed, and she quietly remarked while savoring her noodles, "It's just surprising that a grown man could create such exquisite dishes." That a man. When Chiming caught the drift of Lanana's words, he stifled a chuckle. Indeed, this girl remains oblivious to the fact that I am a woman, as she has mistakenly perceived me to be an affluent young man. Why do you keep smirking like that? Lanana, having just finished a mouthful of noodles, looked up at the man across from her, feeling awkward. "Once I finish eating, I will return to school." Without waiting for Chiming to respond, Lanana blurted out, "Return to school? I permit you to leave?" Chiming suddenly stood up, taking small steps towards her, lifting her chin with his right hand, and leaning in closer to say, "All right, accompany me on a business trip for a week." Is he threatening me? Your business trip is tomorrow. Regardless of how this man tried to intimidate her, Lanana firmly countered, "You can sleep with me for one night." Chiming pretended not to hear her complete statement and continued to lean closer, asking, "What do you think? Sleep for one night? No, how could I possibly sleep with this insufferable pervert? Do you know?" Lanana's cheeks blushed once more as she stammered, "What does it mean for men and women to maintain a respectful distance?" Maintain a respectful distance, indeed, Chiming quipped, encircling her waist with his arms, their lips nearly brushing as he smiled with a playful glint in his eyes. "Tonight. What do you wish to see?" What could he possibly mean by that? See what? Realizing that the man was now less than a meter away from her, Lanana hurriedly stood up, covering her chest with her hands, her gaze filled with trepidation as she exclaimed, "Are you that afraid of me? What are you so afraid of with two girls in the same room?" "All right, I'll wash the bowl first." That Chiming chuckled softly at Lanana's nervous reaction, saying, "You go take a shower first." This man is far too direct that a girl has stayed at his house. Yet I have no idea where the bathroom is. How can he so casually suggest I go wash up? It's so embarrassing in the home of a stranger. Lanana certainly could not engage in such a compromising situation. A few minutes later, "Little darling, what are you pondering so deeply?" While Lanana was lost in thought, Chiming gently leaned in, his face close to hers, and asked softly, "Are you thinking about taking a shower together?" What is this man thinking? Who would want to shower with him? He must be a little perverse, seeking to take advantage of the situation. "I can wash myself, so step aside." Just as Lanana pushed him away from her, she suddenly remembered the three words. Where is the bathroom? Why is this little darling getting cuter by the minute? What are you laughing at? Lanana turned to see the man behind her bursting into laughter, her face flushing with embarrassment as she asked, "Could you kindly inform me where the bathroom is?" "All right." Chiming pretended to suppress his laughter and led Lanana to the bathroom. Turning on the light for her, he paused and said, "Dear young lady, please go in." Why must he insist on calling me baby? It feels so awkward. I can hardly believe I am spending another night at this man's home, that if word got out at school, wouldn't that spell disaster for me, especially if the news spreads through the campus? One of our female students was spotted spending the night at a male classmate's place. Just imagining being the center of attention for those female students sends a chill down my spine. However, if it reaches my father, it seems it wouldn't be a significant issue. Generally, my father and stepmother are rather unconcerned, and nothing major would arise at a rubber duck-shaped shower gel. This man even uses childish products. Bang! Just as Lanana found the rubber duck amusing, Chiming opened the bathroom door and, in a moment of clumsiness, accidentally dropped the shower gel on the floor. "What are you doing here?" Startled, Lanana quickly wrapped herself in a nearby bathrobe and shouted at the man standing at the threshold of the bathroom. Her reaction was quite pronounced. Yet considering his physique, "Hey, where are your eyes wandering?" Following his gaze, Lanana quickly tightened her grip on the bathrobe, insisting, "Get out, you perverted human trafficker! So you finally deemed me a human trafficker? I must admit, I'm not accustomed to that term. Why are you just standing there? Get out!" Lanana yelled at Chiming, who remained at the bathroom threshold. "All right." Chiming observed her perfect figure, chuckling softly. "I will step out, dear young lady." Damn it, he called me baby again. Lanana, witnessing the man's sincerity, automatically closed the bathroom door with a hint of irritation, muttering under her breath, "Do we know each other so well? Why must you address me so affectionately every day?" As she reflected on this, she realized that this young man had a quirky side. Wait, what am I even thinking? No, I swear to heaven, I have no inappropriate thoughts about this man. "Darling, are you done yet?" Just as Lanana finished her thought, Chiming suddenly opened the door, deliberately loosening 2 buttons on his shirt, a smirk dancing on his lips. "Were you talking bad about me? What bad things?" "I seem to be a bit," before Lanana could finish her sentence. She felt something rolling around in her mouth, a familiar taste, as if she had encountered it before. Her breathing quickened, and she initially intended to push the man away, but he held her wrist firmly, suddenly releasing her lips, asking, "Now, do you feel anything?" Feelings, so this man wishes to evoke feelings in me. Still, the same question remains. Lanana gazed into his mysteriously sincere eyes, repeatedly asking, "What is it that you like about me?" "I have already considered the words I promised to say." Chiming had not forgotten a moment of what Lanana had previously said, leaning his lips close to her ear and softly whispering, "What do you think I like?" Chapter 37. "Call me sister, would you?" "How am I to know what you like?" Lanana felt a wave of exasperation and even disgust at Chiming's words, wishing to escape this infuriating place. Why the silence now? Chiming noticed Lanana's lack of response and slowly leaned closer, his right hand gliding along her waist, his lips brushing against her ear as he gently murmured, "Little darling, could you keep a distance of 1 meter from me?" Lanana, seeing the man inching closer, instinctively pushed him towards the edge of the bed. However, she lost her balance and fell back into his embrace. In that fleeting moment, their eyes locked tightly, and their lips met once more, Lanana feeling as if something was moving within her mouth, realizing that this man was playfully teasing her. Lanana, witnessing this, quickly sprang up, creating a distance of 1 meter between them, stammering, "What are you doing again?" Chiming feigned ignorance of her words and gradually leaned closer, his left hand gently lifting her chin, his lower lip nearly touching hers, asking, "Do you wish to see? Look at what?" Luna's mind is occupied with that unspeakable, embarrassing matter. "In truth, I am not a man. I am a woman. Consequently, such words escape from the edge of my lower lip." "Could you repeat that?" Luna, somewhat incredulous, gazes in shock. "What did you say? Does this little one doubt me? Then I shall have to. Do you think I am a man?" Chiming loosened the middle button, just enough to create a gap, gently grasped Luna's wrist and softly pressed it against her chest while leaning closer to her ear, whispering to them. Why is her heart racing so fast, and why does her body feel so warm? As Luna calmed her mind to observe her reaction beneath the collarbone, it genuinely felt as though he possessed that certain something. "No, wait, what on earth is Luna doing? Why do I feel like a pervert? And you're still pinching?" Chiming sensed a slight movement from her body and quickly pushed Luna onto the bed, bending down to continue whispering sweetly in her ear. "What a tantalizing display. Pinch? Pinch what? Could you please move away from me?" Luna, unsure of what she was saying, struggled to free herself from the woman before her, protesting that women should not be so intimate. That I recall her insisting on the propriety of male-female interactions. Yet she has changed her tune. You smell of sweat." Seizing the moment, Luna abruptly pushed Chi Mingyi away, her face contorting in distaste. Don't press against me. All right then, Chi Mingyi chuckled softly at her words. I shall take a shower, be a good girl, and wait for me. Did I never expected this man to be a woman in disguise? Why couldn't I detect any flaws in this ruse? As Luna watched Chi Mingyi enter the bathroom, she earnestly recalled the time she accompanied her father to a matchmaking event, never realizing that the Liu group had disguised their daughter as a man to arrange an engagement banquet with our family. They truly have a knack for such schemes. Wait, why did she say she wanted me to be her woman? Could it be that this cross-dressing individual has some issues with her sexual orientation? Or could she possibly be a lesbian? Oh no, I am quite normal in my preferences. Why must I encounter such a peculiar woman? Fate. Yes, it must be the hand of fate, for in her past life, she was indeed a dashing young man, only to be reborn as a woman. Author, my imagination is richer than yours, Luna. Indeed, praise me quickly, author. It must be so. What are you thinking about? Chi Mingyi, drying her freshly washed hair, stepped out of the bathroom and inquired, Why are you so lost in thought? Nothing, Luna, sitting on the edge of the bed with her arms crossed and pouting, lamented, When will I return to school? Upon hearing her words, Chi Mingyi set down the damp towel she had been holding, slowly approached Luna, bent down, and lifted her chin, with only a centimeter separating their lips. She smiled softly and said, Did I say you could leave? You didn't. Luna, noticing the woman before her moving closer, pressed her hands tightly against the mattress, shifting backward and firmly stating two words, Pfft. All right, it's quite late now. Chi Mingyi glanced at the clock on her arm, embraced Luna tightly, and gently laid her down on the other side of the mattress, softly murmuring, We should sleep now. Sleep? Wait, I want to sleep with this man. She appears to be a woman, yet she looks so much like a man. Why not lie down? As Chi Mingyi turned off the lamp on the bedside table, she saw Luna perched at the head of the bed and asked, Can I sleep in the living room? Luna, maintaining a cautious distance of about 2 meters from the woman beside her, inquired, Is that all right? Do you think that's acceptable? Chi Mingyi continued to lean closer, pinching Luna's chubby cheek and saying, Of course. Before Luna's feet could even touch the floor beside the bed, someone suddenly wrapped their arms around her waist from behind, whispering sweetly in her ear, Will you sleep with me? I knew it. Escaping her bedroom was far more difficult than escaping her bed. Then you cannot cross this line. As Luna pushed Chi Mingyi away, she carefully traced an invisible line on the edge of the bed with her finger, declaring women should not be intimate with each other, and my sexual orientation is thoroughly conventional. Conventional? Women should not be intimate. How intriguing. Then Chi Mingyi showed no concern for the invisible line Luna had drawn on the mattress, pressing her body closer and asking, What if I do? Does this woman even comprehend my words? I suspect she does not. Halting, Luna began to move her body, warning her from 3 meters away, Do not come any closer. You abnormal woman. Are you afraid of me? Chi Mingyi chuckled, gently stroking Luna's head. When have I ever feared you? Luna ignored Chi Mingyi beside her, resolutely distancing herself by 4 centimeters, pulling the small quilt over her body and lying down on the mattress. As she closed her eyes, Sleep in my arms, good night, little darling. Suddenly, Chi Mingyi embraced her from behind, softly whispering in Luna's ear, Why is this woman so irritatingly reminiscent of a man? Is she afraid of the dark? Or of sleeping alone? Could it be she fears ghosts? With that thought, Luna turned to look at the woman behind her, who gazed back with warmth and asked, What's wrong? Can't sleep? Or do you need a kiss before bed? I don't think so. Who would want to kiss her? I am quite normal in my preferences, and this woman is truly bothersome, that I wonder when I will return to school. She claims I must accompany her on a business trip for a week. Do I not have classes tomorrow? Luna gripped the quilt covering her body tightly, grumbling about the woman behind her. The evening breeze gently rustles the curtains, and Luna feels her eyelids growing heavy, unknowingly closing her eyes. Meanwhile, Chi Mingyi, with a slight nod, watched the adorable girl in her arms drift into a deep slumber, softly whispering in her ear, Good night, my little princess. Until the following morning, outside the window, a small banyan tree swayed, with several fluffy birds clinging tightly to a slender branch, chirping melodiously. Sunlight flooded the small room, and Luna felt a warmth enveloping her. Hastily, she pushed aside the small quilt covering her body, her nose catching a whiff of lavender fragrance, a scent she felt she had encountered before. As her tired eyes slowly opened to reveal a beam of light, she found herself staring at a very familiar face. As if she had seen it somewhere, thinking she was still in her dormitory's upper bunk, only to realize that the woman was sleeping beside her, her right arm still wrapped around Luna's waist. "Ah, you!" Upon witnessing this awkward scene, Luna suddenly screamed, waking the peacefully slumbering Chi Mingyi, who quickly grabbed the quilt beside her to cover her enticing features, exclaiming, "What have you done to me? What is the matter?" Chi Mingyi, who had been sleeping soundly, was startled awake by the commotion, sitting up on the bed and yawning deeply, lazily saying, "What are you talking about? You don't come any closer." As Luna saw Chi Mingyi rise, stretching and yawning, she pointed a finger in warning, saying, "I'm telling you, don't get so close to me. We aren't that familiar." How intriguing. After Chi Mingyi finished stretching, she casually glanced at Luna, who was clutching the quilt to hide her body, gently patting Luna's head with a playful smile. "What do you want for breakfast?" "Eat." "Oh, my stomach just growled. I must be a bit hungry." Luna glanced at the clock on the table. I'm going to be late for class." Suddenly, she shouted, "Class?" Chi Mingyi tilted her head, looking questioningly at Luna. "Didn't I ask for a week's leave?" "Huh. A week's leave? Wasn't it just the other day in the classroom when I conversed with Liang Yi? This feeling seems oddly familiar. If only I could have a week off." Luna, having ignored Kaminjiai's words, found herself repeatedly mulling over this sentence in her mind. She was taken aback herself, never having anticipated that her offhand comment would one day materialize into reality. Especially under the influence of this woman disguised as a man, and all of this occurring in secret. Why has she stopped speaking? Noticing Luna's sudden silence, Kaminjiai lifted her left hand and gently patted her small head, softly saying, "Isn't it quite surprising? I'm a bit hungry." Luna feigned ignorance of her words, muttering under her breath, "What is there to eat?" Just moments ago, she had shouted about being late for class, and now her mood had shifted so quickly. This little one was becoming increasingly amusing. "Call me sister." Kaminjiai chuckled softly. "I'll prepare something delicious for you, sister." Luna gazed at her short, masculine hairstyle and then at the black and white pajama set she wore. Incredulous that she was commanded to call her sister, T.O. Luna, she looked more like a brother. Why did she not say "call me brother," but rather "call me sister"? That masculine appearance left Luna at a loss for words. "Not calling is fine too. Now, can you agree to my request?" At this, Kaminjiai, seizing the moment while Luna was distracted by her little belly, leaned in close and planted a soft kiss on her chubby cheek. Startled, Luna quickly distanced herself by 5 centimeters, rubbing the spot that had just been kissed. "Can we have breakfast now?" she said, her expression one of distaste. "All right, I'll prepare it for you. Now rinse your mouth." Kaminjiai replied. After she watched this woman slowly exit the room, Luna finally breathed a sigh of relief, touching her cheek that had been kissed. Why did it suddenly feel somewhat sinful? Was I experiencing a severe illusion? Regardless, this wretched woman, how could she take advantage of me so early in the morning? Chapter 38. Incident. What a delightful aroma. What could it be? As Luna stepped out into the corridor, she spotted that insufferable woman bustling about in the kitchen, seemingly preparing something delectable. "Sweetheart, have you brushed your teeth yet?" Kaminjiai, hearing footsteps behind her, quickly picked up a steaming bowl of pork congee and stepped out of the kitchen threshold, saying, "You must be starving, come eat breakfast." "Wait, did that woman just call me? Sweetheart, what are you standing there for?" Noticing Luna frozen in place, Kaminjiai approached and gently urged her shoulder, inviting her to sit at the dining table. "Come, try my new cooking." Luna glanced at the steaming congee on the table and shot a sideways glance at Kaminjiai. For some reason, she suddenly felt a wave of aversion towards this woman. Initially, she had thought her to be a man, only to discover she was an unequivocally genuine woman. "No, this time I absolutely will not develop any feelings for her." "What do you dislike?" Kaminjiai unexpectedly leaned down, her lips brushing against Luna's ear as she spoke softly. "Why does this woman seem to know exactly what I'm thinking? Is it possible she possesses some sort of mind-reading ability?" As these thoughts raced through her mind, Luna turned to glance at Kaminjiai, exhaling softly as she reassured herself. "This is utterly impossible. She merely coincidentally said that." "Babe, what are you thinking?" Kaminjiai observed Luna lost in thought as she casually picked up a pair of chopsticks from the table and delicately lifted some stir-fried rice noodles, asking, "Is it not to your liking? Should I feed you? What is this flirtatious woman up to?" Who said you could feed me? Luna retorted, noticing Kaminji bringing the chopsticks close to her lips, that I'm not a 3-year-old. Why would I need you to feed me? You are my little 3-year-old, Kaminji teased, lightly ruffling Luna's hair and bending down to softly inquire, little one. Though still a university student, Luna was not about to let herself be labeled as someone who just learned to walk. She cast a sideways glance at the woman towering over her and continued to focus on her bowl of congee, diligently finishing her breakfast. However, just as Kaminji reached the chair opposite her, the phone rang from the living room. Glancing at Luna, who was engrossed in her meal, Kaminji walked into the living room, picked up the phone resting on the coffee table, but did not answer it. She knew it was likely her father giving orders to the old butler, so she hung up. Little one, don't forget to accompany me on my business trip later, Kaminji said with a gentle smile as she took her seat at the dining table. Luna, hearing her words, shot a cold glance but continued to eat. Deep down, she longed to escape, yet she knew there was no way out. The woman sitting before her had strength surpassing that of a man, making escape impossible. Why must she be so forceful in cultivating our bond? It's more shameless than a rogue. Who dared to upset my precious darling? Kaminji locked eyes with Luna, noticing her cheeks suddenly puffing up adorably, and playfully remarked, so cute. Who else could it be but you? Luna retorted, feeling the topic was utterly devoid of value and wishing to ignore this shameless woman, who only irritated her presence after spending 3 or 4 minutes eating breakfast. Luna, now satisfied, sat back in her chair, gently patting her full belly, her expression one of contentment, even letting out a small burp for effect. Just as Kaminji emerged from the kitchen, preparing to clear the remaining dishes, she inadvertently heard Luna's burp and couldn't help but chuckle softly, murmuring, so adorable. You, Luna, realizing Kaminji had just exited the kitchen, quickly covered her chest with her hands, muttering, what's so funny, you pervert? What kind of stance is this? Is she afraid I might take advantage of her again? Kaminji voiced her thoughts without hesitation. Are you worried I might take advantage of you? Just leave me alone, Luna said as she made her way to the living room. Wait for me, I'll be quick, Kaminji added. Luna sat quietly on the sofa, gazing up at the pristine white ceiling, feeling utterly devoid of hope for escape. There was no way out, especially with exams looming in 2 weeks, as announced by the teacher in the group chat. And on top of that, she had to endure this shameless woman. My review materials for studying are still not prepared. Could you please send me the key exam study materials? Luna discreetly lit up her phone screen, tapping Liang Yi's message box to send. At the school gate. Are you at the school gate? Meanwhile, Liang Yi, in her first class, also glanced at her phone in the drawer, carefully typing out a response. No, I'll give it to you at the school gate during lunch. Luna quickly typed her reply, wondering which woman she was secretly chatting with. Kaminji, now donned in a tailored men's suit, stepped out of the room and adjusted her sleeves, saying, why does it concern you who I'm chatting with? Am I under your strict control? By the way, Luna suddenly stood up from the sofa, her gaze resembling that of a timid kitten as she looked at Kaminji, her fingers anxiously gripping her sleeves. Can I take the study materials home? Why would you want to go back to school? At this, Kaminji's expression shifted, her gaze settling on Luna's delicate features. Surely she doesn't think I'm planning to escape. No, I'm not trying to run away, Luna, initially hesitant to voice her thoughts, found herself asserting, I'm not trying to escape. Still as adorable as ever. I'll go with you. Just let me go home to pack a change of clothes, Kaminji replied, noticing Luna's expression and chuckling softly while warning. And don't even think about escaping under my watch, that I knew that shameless woman was suspecting me of planning to flee. Let us go then. Luna abruptly took Kaminji's wrist, cheerfully leading her towards the front door, saying, I'll change clothes when we get home. I've worn this outfit for a day. As Luna pulled on her wrist, Kaminji was momentarily taken aback, astonished by this little one's sudden boldness. However, my hands feel a bit icy. It doesn't seem to be winter at the moment, and I'm also sweating a little. Are you feeling tense being with me? As they reached the bottom of the residential building, Chimingyi cautiously whispered from her lower lip. Upon hearing Chimingyi's words, Luna immediately responded, saying, no, we're all girls. Why would we be nervous with you? Is she lying? Or just being stubborn? But your hands, Chimingyi pretended to test her, suddenly bending down and softly whispering into Luna's ear, you're trembling quite a lot. What? When did? Luna reacted instantly to her words, releasing the wrist of the woman beside her, accidentally saying, I wasn't trembling. Is this little one really so stubborn? Refusing to admit her lies? Hurry up. Luna stood at the entrance of the community, resembling a well-behaved, adorable little girl, suddenly calling out the most familiar words, human trafficker. Has this little one finally called me that? Hearing those three words made her feel uneasy all over. For some reason, she didn't understand why. Perhaps because she liked her too much that Chi-Mingy, from a distance, gazed at her chubby little cheeks, wanting to run over and pinch them. She was simply too cute. Hurry up. Luna stood at the entrance, hastily urging the approaching lewd woman. This little one is quite good at blowing up people's egos. At this moment, they stepped into a BMW 7 Series sedan. Chi-Mingy watched as Luna fastened her seatbelt, and suddenly, she gently kissed the soft cheek of the girl that don't kiss randomly. Okay. Luna saw Chi-Mingy's reaction and quickly adjusted her expression, warning her, "We're not that familiar." Not that familiar. Chi-Mingy didn't respond to her words, merely smiling silently at the corners of her lips. "You will always become my little girlfriend." As the BMW pulled away from the nearby residential area. It headed straight towards a certain university. 10 minutes had passed. A black BMW came to a stop outside the college gate. Luna glanced at the woman beside her, who stood at around 1.7 meters tall, exhaling a puff of warm air. Just as her fingers hovered over the phone screen, about to send a message, she saw Liang Yi standing under a shady banyan tree, clutching a thick stack of study materials, and hurriedly jogged over to the college gate, carefully handing the books to Luna, glancing at the man beside her with curiosity, as if she felt she had seen him somewhere before. "Nana." Liang Yi pulled Luna aside and whispered, "Who is he? Your boyfriend?" Luna did not answer, merely shaking her head silently, indicating that she wanted to say, "I'm not familiar with that damned woman." She wanted to escape, but now that they were at the school gate, her feet felt somewhat reluctant to move. She couldn't run away at all. Don't say that. She's not my boyfriend." As Luna spoke, her gaze cautiously flicked to the woman standing at a distance, quietly thanking Liang Yi for helping her carry the study notes. "I'll treat you to milk tea next week." Before Liang Yi could respond, Luna clutched the study materials and walked towards the woman, pretending to smile awkwardly in a display of pure friendship as she approached the sedan, not even thinking about opening the car door. "Please have a seat." Chi-Mingy noticed Luna standing by the front door, a smirk creeping on her lips as she teasingly said, "My little lady." "Well, I didn't expect this woman to be so perceptive." Knowing exactly what I was thinking. "Get in the car. Aren't your hands tired?" After opening the car door, Chi-Mingy saw Luna still standing there, gazing at the stack of thick books in her arms, and said, "We still need to go to your house to pack your things." Upon hearing this, Luna had no choice but to obediently sit in the front passenger seat, silently watching the woman pass by quickly, as if lost in thought. Perhaps I would only be accompanying her for a week. After a week, would I never have to see this woman again? I hope so. Time passed second by second, and after leaving the university, the BMW arrived at the entrance of a luxurious villa. Luna gently pushed the handle of the front door, standing on the ground for a long time, exhaling a sigh of warmth from her lips. Her heart filled with a prayer. "I hope that when I step into this home again, nothing will happen. Please." Just as she lifted her foot to step inside, she suddenly exited the car and softly said in Luna's ear, "I'll accompany you inside. No need. I can go in by myself." After saying this, Luna quickly entered the villa, her eyes darting around, unsure of what she was looking for, as if entering her own home required stealth. Upon reaching the grand courtyard of the villa, Luna cautiously opened her family's front door, glancing at the sounds inside, taking a deep breath, hoping to quickly pack her things and leave while her family was not home. "Isn't this Miss Liu?" Just as Luna reached the second-floor room to pack her clothes, a familiar, arrogant voice echoed from the doorway. Without needing to look, she knew it was her father's new wife, whom he had brought back from the bar. "What are you doing here?" Luna did not meet her gaze directly, continuing to pack her clothes while addressing her stepmother's back. "I can't come back if I'm your daughter." "Seeing your daughter back? Am I not allowed to come?" The stepmother, seeing Luna busy with her things, mockingly asked, "What are you packing for? Don't you have enough school clothes?" The woman married to her father was truly bothersome, constantly meddling in her affairs as if she were her biological daughter. Luna couldn't understand why she was always trying to impose on her. Take care of your own daughter. After finishing packing all her belongings, just as Luna was about to step out of the room, the indifferent woman behind her remarked, "Is this how you treat me? I'm your stepmother." "Stepmother? So what?" Luna, upon hearing this from her stepmother, did not turn silently, but instead coldly scoffed. You only married my dad for his money, didn't you? That's why you act like this. What are you talking about? I don't understand what you're saying. The stepmother feigned ignorance. From now on, you better meddle less in my family's affairs. After saying this, Luna grasped the belongings she had just packed and took a few steps out, only to be tugged back by the middle-aged woman, causing her head to collide with the outer wall. That a wave of pain surged through her head, her vision blurring inexplicably, and her footing felt unsteady. Subsequently, a gentle, delicate voice called her name in her ear. But she found herself unable to speak, her blurred vision gradually merging into darkness. Chapter 39, Accident Part 2. Ouch! My head hurts. Where is this? As Luna lay beside the bed in her room. Her left hand gently touched the back of her head, her eyes scanning the walls around her, realizing that her belongings had vanished without a trace. Strangely enough, little girl, you're awake, just as Luna thought this. The door creaked open, and a familiar voice came from outside, gently stroking her little head. Gritting her teeth, she immersed herself in gazing at the woman who walked through the door. Where is this? What happened to me? You don't remember anything. As Chiming entered the room, she quietly closed the door behind her and sat beside the recently awakened Luna, asking, You were pulled and hit your head against the wall. Thankfully, I arrived just in time and caught you as you fainted. Fainted? Luna seemed to have no recollection of the argument with her stepmother. She had intended to leave this villa quietly, but somehow she had fallen backward and collided with the wall outside the door. Still touching the back of her head, she muttered, I didn't know. You're such a little fool. Chiming chuckled softly as she noticed Luna regaining her senses. Gently placing her hand on the back of Luna's head. Does your head still hurt? A little. When Chiming touched her head, Luna, like a little kitten, obediently accepted the warm gesture, showing no resistance, and after a pause, she continued softly, Where is this? Is it a hospital? It doesn't look like a hospital. It should be a hotel where we borrowed a room. As she spoke, Chiming stood up, walked to the table beside the chair, opened the water kettle, and poured hot water into a glass, adding a little cold water, continuing, You fainted, so we found a hotel to stay in for now before we head out. Luna said nothing, merely accepting the cup from her hand and sipping the water, letting it flow down her throat into her stomach. However, seated beside her, Chiming pondered a troubling question. Why would that middle-aged woman violently hurl her own daughter against the outer wall? What could possibly compel such an act? Perhaps that middle-aged woman was not her biological mother at all. What are you thinking? After Luna finished the last sip of water in her cup, she gazed affectionately at Chiming, who was lost in thought, and softly remarked, I'm a bit hungry. May I go get something to eat? Just after having breakfast not long ago. Are you already hungry again? Chiming fixed her gaze on Luna and continued gently, Shall I step out and buy something for you? However, as Luna surveyed the surroundings of their hotel room, she swallowed nervously, and just as Chiming stood up, a chubby little hand tugged at her sleeve, cautiously asking, Can I go with you? Are you afraid? Seeing Luna clinging to her sleeve, Chiming took a deep breath and said, How about I order you some takeout instead? At this, Luna eagerly nodded, her eyes darting around the hotel room's four walls, and she quickly pulled on Chiming arm, inviting her to sit in the chair beside the bed. Weakly, she inquired, If I faint, why won't you take me to the hospital? This is a trivial matter. There's no need for a hospital. With that, Chiming retrieved her phone from the pocket of her suit jacket and calmly asked, What would you like to eat? I want milk tea. Luna gazed at the screen of the phone displaying the Mate 1 takeout information, pouting as she asked, Can we order it? Isn't it food? Can milk tea really satisfy my hunger? So, what about actual food? Chiming refrained from voicing her thoughts, merely murmuring those four words that, I just want milk tea. Luna pretended not to hear Chiming words, resolutely repeating, Milk tea. All right. Chiming opened the Mate 1 app on her phone, and with a chuckle, she said, I'll order you a large milk tea. Such a little glutton. As Chiming completed the order, she gently placed the phone on the desk beside her and pinched Luna's chubby cheek, asking, Does your head still hurt? A little. Luna touched the back of her head, looking at the woman before her with a calm expression, but it's not so bad. Just a little. At this, Chiming stood up, placing her left hand on the back of Luna's head and her right hand around her waist, gently massaging the back of her head while softly whispering in her ear, How about I help you with that? As she was being massaged, Luna suddenly caught a familiar floral scent, reminiscent of a few months ago when she had accidentally fallen into the embrace of a stranger on the street while rushing to school. It was the same lavender fragrance. Why did this woman exude such a distinct aroma, identical to what she had previously encountered? Could this lavender scent be a limited edition from some store? Does it still hurt? Luna was lost in her thoughts when Qiming suddenly spoke to be by the way. Hearing her words, Luna silently shook her head and weakly remarked, "You smell so nice. I feel like I've encountered this scent somewhere before." Upon hearing Luna's comment, Qiming realized the truth and pretended to gaze into her eyes, softly asking, "Where have you smelled this before?" Perhaps on some street, but I can't recall," before she could finish. As Luna lifted her little head, she found the brazen woman suddenly quite close. Startled, she pushed her away, creating a 2-meter distance, angrily exclaiming, "Why are you so close? Are we that familiar? This little girl still fears me." "Can't I get close?" Qiming stepped back into the 2-meter distance, teasingly asking, "Aren't we familiar? Aren't we?" As she spoke, Luna intended to move 3 meters away from Qiming but accidentally bumped her head against the hard edge of the bed. Covering her head with her hands and gritting her teeth as she cried out, "Ouch! It hurts! How could you be so careless again?" Qiming gently patted her head, chuckling, "What a silly little thing." "You're the silly one," Luna retorted defiantly. "I'm very clever. You know, did I ask this girl always so stubborn?" "All right, I'm silly." Qiming continued to massage her head, softly inquiring, "Does it still hurt? Be more careful next time that it's not my fault." "It's because of you." Luna endured the pain at the back of her head, gritting her teeth and casting a sidelong glance at the woman beside her. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have bumped into that hard edge." Knock, knock. Hearing a knock at the hotel room door, Qiming stood up gracefully and walked to the door. Upon opening it, she saw a delivery person dressed in a yellow coat and helmet, delivering the milk tea she had ordered. She thanked the delivery person through the small gap in the door, took the eco-friendly bag containing a cup of milk tea, silently closed the door, and approached Luna's bedside, saying, "Silly girl, your milk tea. Why does she keep calling me that insignificant name? Why don't you call yourself Silly?" After hearing that name, Luna snatched the milk tea towards herself, exclaiming, "This milk tea is really delicious. What flavor is it?" As Luna raised the cup of milk tea, she noticed a light green label on it that read, "Lavender strawberry milkshake flavor. Do you like it?" Qiming asked as she observed Luna's reaction. Luna took a sip from the cup and looked at Qiming, saying, "Do you follow my every move?" "Follow? How could I possibly follow you?" Qiming teased, gently brushing a strand of hair behind Luna's ear. "Aren't you my little darling? Please don't call me that. It's so nauseating." Suddenly, she asked, "Do you have some grudge against your family?" Noticing Luna's sudden silence, Qiming inquired about her family, about my family, as she spoke. Luna's gaze fell, and she slowly placed a cup of milk tea on her lap, biting her lip tightly, a solitary tear streaming down her cheek for reasons unknown. "Why are you crying?" Qiming, seeing the painful tear on her cheek, leaned closer, concern evident in her voice. "What happened? Can you tell me? Can I not say?" Luna grasped the cup of milk tea tightly, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. "But I really don't want to talk about it. Don't cry." Qiming gently cupped Luna's face, their foreheads touching. "Please tell me, okay? Tell her. I'm fine." Luna saw the woman leaning against her forehead and gently pushed her hands away, bringing the straw of the milk tea to her lips, silently sipping while wiping her tears. "It's just something from the past that I don't want to resurface in my mind. Why does your family treat you this way?" Qiming, still concerned about the 18-year-old girl sitting on the bed, grasped her wrist and gently asked, "Why would they push you against that wall?" She's my family." "How absurd. She is merely an outsider whom my father married. Initially, my father was just fooling around with that middle-aged woman, but she resorted to all means to get him drunk and deliberately opened the hotel room door. Months later, when my father returned home from the company headquarters, that woman suddenly sent a message saying my father had gotten her pregnant, claiming he was going to have a child with her at that time. My mother had only passed away 4 months prior, and that middle-aged woman threatened my father, saying, "I have your child. If you don't want me and the baby in my belly, I will jump into the river with it. Don't forget, I have a lawyer as a witness." My father truly had no way to handle her, which is why he married her into the Liu family. From then on, he treated my brother and me unfavorably, often delegating company matters to my brother. As he is the sole heir of the Liu family, they occasionally treated him well, but when it came to me, not so much. Besides my mother, no one else has treated me this well. Darling, why are you crying again? Chi Mingyi noticed that she had not spoken much, yet sat by the bed gazing at the milk tea in her hand, which suddenly seemed bland and tasteless. A solitary tear silently trickled from the corner of her eye. These were the unspoken words lingering in Luna's heart. The woman sitting beside her was oblivious to her thoughts and the complexities of her family dynamics. Be good, please don't cry, Chi Mingyi said gently, pulling her into an embrace to offer comfort. Why is she so kind to me? Everyone else despises me. Yet this time, Luna did not resist the embrace. Had it been before, she would have distanced herself by a meter from the woman before her. Instead, she found a warmth emanating from the woman's hold that was soothing. Chapter 40. May I call you sistery? Little one, it's time to get up. A familiar voice seemed to call out to the young girl lying in bed. Slowly, she opened her still sleepy eyes, her blurred vision gradually sharpening. Luna rubbed her weary eyes with her right hand and sat up, surveying the walls around her. Did I fall asleep? She asked, fixing her gaze on Chi Mingyi, who was busy at the table. You fell asleep in my arms without even realizing it. Chi Mingyi chuckled softly. Preparing lunch. Come eat. I in her arms. How did I not know about this peculiar occurrence? Was it the warmth of her embrace that provided such a profound sense of security? Wait, what am I thinking? How could I have fallen asleep in her arms? If I truly did. Sweetheart, hurry over for lunch. Chi Mingyi's call interrupted Luna's thoughts. Always boasting. Luna ignored her words, quietly slipping out of bed and donning the hotel slippers as she approached a small round table. The food laid out did not seem particularly appetizing, and she felt a lack of appetite. What's wrong? Chi Mingyi observed Luna standing still, gazing at her. I guess it not to your liking. Can I skip it? Luna gently rubbed her full belly, having indulged in milk tea, and let out a small burp that I'm too full to eat. Come here. Chi Mingyi's gaze fixed on Luna's little belly, and she suddenly wrapped her arms around her waist. Let me see if you're truly full. As she spoke, Chi Mingyi, seizing the moment of Luna's non-resistance, lifted her shirt slightly, her lips brushing against Luna's belly, making a soft sound. The scent of milk? Is she a bit strange? What? What are you doing? Luna feigned ignorance, staring at the woman before her. What do you think I'm doing? Chi Mingyi tightened her embrace around Luna's waist, inhaling her scent, and murmured, a faint milky fragrance. Why is she acting like this again? Can you please step back? Luna saw the mischievous expression on her face and quickly distanced herself by 2 meters to preserve her sense of space. We're not that familiar, are we? How many times have I heard that phrase from you? Chi Mingyi gently inquired, her tone teasing. Are we really not familiar? Don't ask. Luna, slightly irked by the question, replied firmly, not at all familiar. A stranger to a stranger. She still calls me a stranger. Am I truly just a stranger to her, rather than someone close? Fine. I am a stranger. Chi Mingyi, hearing her insistence, patiently stroked her head, smiling softly. Come eat something. Please, I'm not hungry. Luna crossed her arms. She suddenly felt her feet lighten, realizing that the woman had swept her off her feet in a princess carry, stating, be good and eat lunch. Is she really playing the domineering character from a novel? But I'm so full. When Chi Mingyi set Luna down in a chair at the round table and quickly placed a piece of sweet and sour spare ribs in her mouth. She slowly chewed, savoring the flavor. Not bad. Weren't you just saying you weren't hungry? Chi Mingyi chuckled as Luna swallowed the spare rib, playfully tapping her head. Why are you devouring it so eagerly? Mind your own business. I love sweet and sour spare ribs, Luna replied, munching on the food. This little girl is unexpectedly adorable. The stars twinkled above. Suddenly, a phone rang on the table, displaying a familiar number to Chi Mingyi, initially reluctant to answer. Eventually picked up the call from the number starting with 139. There's something? Chi Mingyi spoke coldly into the phone. Why haven't you left yet? An angry voice erupted from the other end. Do you know you can't keep the guests waiting too long? How annoying. This old man is always in a rush. Just a client. What's the big deal? It's not like they're going to run away with a massive order. If I don't see you tomorrow, hearing silence on the line, the old man urged. All right, I get it. Chi Mingyi sighed, hanging up. I'm full. Luna let out a small burp, gently patting her satisfied belly, her cheeks reflecting a look of contentment. Why are you already full? Chi Mingyi had just hung up when she heard Luna let out a small burp. Are you still hungry? Should I get you something else? No, I can't eat anymore. Luna quickly covered her mouth, her throat still burping as she looked at Chi Mingyi, who was tidying up nearby. Where are you going? getting ready to leave. Chi Mingyi replied, glancing at Luna while packing her clothes. You should get ready too. Luna simply responded with a nonchalant, oh, and didn't say anything further to in just a few minutes. They both had packed nearly half of their belongings that Chi Mingyi took Luna by the wrist and led her to the hotel front desk to check out. Placing their things in the trunk of the car, that I'm so thirsty. Luna suddenly exclaimed, that didn't you just have milk tea? Chi Mingyi asked, glancing at her. Why are you still thirsty? Drinking so many beverages isn't good for you. Then I won't drink it, Luna replied, crossing her arms, visibly displeased, as she sulked into the back seat of the car, pouting as she muttered under her breath. After that sweet and sour spare rib. I feel a bit salty that I've finished half of the milk tea, and my mouth is still dry. Why are you in the back? Chi Mingyi asked as she settled into the driver's seat. You have 3 seconds to move to the front, did I ask, she threatening me? If this is a threat, Luna thought defiantly. I refuse to move. All right, I'll buy you a drink, Chi Mingyi said in a softer tone. Glancing at the rearview mirror. Would you please sit in the front, my lady? Oh, so now you're changing your tone. Do you think saying it like that will win me over? Luna pouted from the back seat. As she spoke, Chi Mingyi, sitting in the driver's seat, couldn't help but smile at her words, amused by her attempt to feign indifference. Before the car had traveled half an hour, it came to a stop beside a small pedestrian street. Where are you going? Lanana, upon seeing her halt the car, suddenly exclaimed, I'll get you something to drink. Chi Mingyi, gently pushing open the front door, sweetly urged, just wait here for me at UM. Why is she being so kind to me? I crave for something to drink, something to eat. Why does this woman indulge me so? Her figure reminds Lanana of someone else, who also pampered her in the same way, fulfilling her every desire with the most beautiful wishes. Holding the drink, the little one pondered over something, when a medium-sized plastic beverage suddenly appeared before Lanana. Chi Mingyi silently took the driver's seat and remarked, Lanana didn't say much, merely uttering a soft thank you. The deep black sedan parked hastily by the roadside soon sped away. However, Lanana seemed to catch a glimpse of a very familiar silhouette passing by outside. But she didn't dwell on it, simply twisting off the bottle cap in silence and gulping down the drink. Little one, is the beverage to your liking? Chi Mingyi, hands gripping the steering wheel, glanced at the small mirror above, with a teasing smile. Are you still thirsty? It's all right. Not particularly delightful, just quenching my thirst, Lanana replied. You resemble someone in my heart. As she took another sip, Lanana softly spoke, her left finger holding the bottle cap against her lips. I feel like that person in her heart. At this moment, Chi Mingyi, gripping the steering wheel tightly, pondered deeply, wondering who this person was that Lanana likened her to. Could it be? May I call you sister? Lanana, seated in the back, timidly suggested, screeching to a halt. Chi Mingyi, perplexed as to why she had stopped the car by the roadside, tightened her grip on the steering wheel, repeating those 3 words in her mind. Sister, she actually called me that, unsure whether to feel sad or joyful. She mused over how Lanana addressed her, that sister. Why did you stop the car again? Just as Lanana was about to take a sip of her drink, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt, thankfully not spilling the contents. Angrily, Chi Mingyi, seated in the driver's position, inquired, Did you just call me sister? Turning to Lanana, she questioned with astonishment, Is that true, sister? When did I call you sister? Lanana adamantly denied having uttered those words. Pretending to be nonchalant as she said, I merely wanted to call you a kidnapper. Why has it changed to calling me a kidnapper? Do I really resemble one? Chi Mingyi teased, looking at Lanana in the back seat. Can you only call me a kidnapper? I'll call you however I please. Lanana retorted with a haughty expression, adding, and dressed like such a man, how can I address you as sister? Are you being insincere? Chi Mingyi continued to jest, observing Lanana sulking. Who is being insincere? I certainly am not. Lanana maintained her defiance, feigning ignorance about why the car had stopped. The little girl, unwilling to admit her feelings, pondered deeply about who that person could be. Could it be her former boyfriend? Chapter 41. A new romance begins. A BMW sedan had parked outside a grand, sunlit hotel, where a well-groomed attendant in a deep red uniform and brown-black fitted pants, complemented by sleek black boots, politely greeted each new guest arriving at the hotel. Wow, what kind of hotel is this? Lanana exclaimed from the back seat, pressing a button to slide down the window. Her eyes wide with amazement at the castle-like structure before her. Has this girl never seen the world before? Sir, please park in the designated spot over there, another attendant in a matching uniform hurriedly instructed. Sir, ta. Lanana stifled her laughter in the back seat, muttering under her breath in disbelief. I told you, with her dressing like a boy, it's easy to mistake her for a genuine lad. Stop it. You're gonna make me laugh to death. Chi Mingyi, adjusting the car's position, caught sight of Lanana stifling her giggles and wondered if her face was truly that amusing. Get out, silly girl. Me? Silly. What do you mean? Where did you see me laughing? Lanana feigned indignation at Chi Mingyi's tone, denying her amusement. Say that again. Chi Mingyi, as she closed the trunk, leaned closer to Lanana and whispered mischievously. Tonight, I'll make sure you can't get out of bed. Are you out of your mind? Lanana retorted, her smile vanishing as she shot a glare at Chi Mingyi, muttering to herself, she is definitely 98% crazy. If she thinks she can keep me from getting out of bed, does she think I do believe that? Unbeknownst to Lanana, Chi Mingyi caught her making a face and, raising an eyebrow, firmly asked, What are you doing back there, making faces at me? Did I? Lanana feigned innocence, insisting, How could you possibly see me making faces? This girl seemed to possess an unyielding trait of never admitting her actions. Quite intriguing indeed, sir. May I assist you with your luggage? The polite middle-aged man approached them. Chi Mingyi said little, merely handing her luggage to the hotel staff, and soon after, the accommodation was checked in smoothly. Come, accompany me on an errand, Chi Mingyi said, taking Lanana by the wrist, leading her out of the hotel, cheerfully stating, My little darling. You want me to accompany you? Lanana hesitated, suddenly realizing Chi Mingyi's intentions. Wait, are you going to work? No, wait. Why should I accompany you? Lanana inadvertently released Chi Mingyi's wrist, muttering, You go by yourself. Not accompanying me is fine, but don't get lost and cry for your sister. Chi Mingyi whispered close to her ear, teasing her. Such a lunatic, this woman is clearly threatening me. Hey, sister, wait for me, Lanana called out, as Chi Mingyi had already distanced herself. Rushing forward, Lanana grasped her arm, realizing she was entirely unfamiliar with this strange place. What's the matter? Chi Mingyi turned, her voice softening. Didn't you say you wouldn't come with me? I never said that. Lanana's voice trailed off, her gaze dropping as she timidly added, It wouldn't be appropriate to leave me in this unfamiliar place. This little friend is quite entertaining. What are you laughing at? Lanana asked, annoyed at Chi Mingyi's peculiar expression. You look so ridiculous. All right, let us hold hands. Chi Mingyi gently took Lanana's wrist, who surprisingly didn't resist, willingly accepting the gesture. Arriving at a Western restaurant, Chi Mingyi chose a secluded table where they could discuss business without interruption. Just as they settled in, a tall man, approximately 180 cm, approached and sat across from them. Coolly stating, You must be the general manager of Chi Group. Chi Mingyi simply nodded in acknowledgement. Let us discuss the transaction for the external venue. Before long, as the negotiations neared conclusion, Lanana piped up. Sister, shall we grab a bite to eat? Lanana suddenly coquettishly inquired in a whisper by her ear, How are you? I'm currently engaged in business. Saying this, Kaminji gently patted the side of her thigh with his left hand. While holding a pen in his right hand, he softly remarked, Did we not just eat? Why are you hungry again? Hiss. How could he bring his girlfriend along for business negotiations? Is Chi always so infatuated? Let us finalize the deal first. I have other matters to attend to. The man, standing at a height of 180 centimeters, sighed softly at the sight of the young couple before him and stated, Tomorrow morning, I'll take you to our company group. Without a moment's hesitation, Kaminji promptly picked up the pen from the table to sign the substantial business order they had just discussed. Politely nodding to the 180-centimeter gentleman, the gentleman stood tall, his gaze drifting towards the delicate girl seated beside Chi, silently pondering. She is rather adorable. It seems Chi has a preference for this type. Shall we order something to eat? Lanana murmured as she watched the 180-centimeter man exit the Western restaurant, quietly picking up the menu. This little woman certainly has quite the appetite. Is she a pig? What did you just call me? Kaminji refrained from voicing her inner thoughts. Instead, she silently wrapped her right arm around Lanana's waist, leaning her lips close to her ear and softly asking, Could you repeat that? What was it I just called this woman? What? Lanana feigned ignorance of her previous words, gazing inquisitively at Kaminji beside her. That if you call me Sister E, I'll buy you something to eat. As Kaminji tightened her embrace around Lanana's waist. Her lips nearly brushed against her skin, she gently whispered in her ear, How desperately does she yearn for that title? I want to go out. Let go of me. Lanana hastily released herself from Kaminji's hold. rising to stride out of the Western restaurant, declaring, "This little one has quite a bit of strength. Where do you want to play?" Kim Min-ji followed Lanana outside the upscale restaurant, gently stroking her head and softly saying, "I just finished my work today, then I want to go back to sleep." Lanana yawned, stretching her arms languidly. "I'm a bit tired. Sleep? Aren't you afraid of what I might do to you in bed?" Kim Min-ji questioned, looking at Lanana with intrigue, that we're both girls. Lanana suddenly felt a surge of trust in her, resolutely stating, "What could you possibly do to me?" "Is that so? So this girl trusts me that much?" Kim Min-ji mused before unexpectedly pressing Lanana against the shady wall of a banyan tree, her lips lingering close to Lanana's ear, as she softly suggested, "Shall we return to the hotel and try?" "Try what?" "Don't get so close, we're in public." Lanana struggled against Kim Min-ji's embrace, demanding, "Girls shouldn't be so intimate in public." "Is that so? Then let us go back." With that, Kim Min-ji smirked slightly and quickly pulled Lanana by the wrist, leading her back to the hotel. However, Lanana, caught in Kim Min-ji's grasp, was oblivious to what would transpire next, merely questioning why she was following this woman into the Grand Hotel. What does she intend to do? With such a mysterious and somewhat lewd expression, it was utterly perplexing. After all, we are both girls. What could she possibly do to me? Soon they arrived in a newly checked-in medium-sized room. Before Lanana's rear had even warmed the bed, Kim Min-ji abruptly shut the door, loosening her necktie with her left hand, exposing her fair skin, while her right hand gently caressed her collarbone. "What do you think I might do?" She leaned down, a mischievous smile curving her lips as she approached Lanana's cheek, softly saying, "This woman wouldn't dare to." "I warn you, we are both girls," Lanana exclaimed, seeing Kim Min-ji's enticing actions, quickly distancing herself by a meter, firmly asserting, "You cannot treat me like this. Still afraid of your sister?" At this, Kim Min-ji suddenly seized Lanana's wrist, inching closer to whisper, "I'll be gentle. All right. This woman is even more twisted than those lewd men. Am I truly going to be taken by her? So can you move away?" Lanana feigned ignorance, suppressing her instinctual response, exhaling a warm breath as she muttered, "What do you think?" Kim Min-ji did not relent, slowly pinning her down onto the bed, softly uttering in Lanana's ear, "Be good, don't move. It will be over soon," uttering words that were rather unsavory. Chapter 42. Our romance has only just begun, huh? Lying on the bed, Lanana gazed at Kim Min-ji, who was continuously shifting on top of her, exhaling white breaths as she endured the sensations within her, gripping the collar of the shirt of the woman who was 11 years her senior. "Could you get off me?" Lanana gasped, struggling to catch her breath. "Just how twisted is this woman? She presses me down on the bed at the slightest disagreement. How desperate is she? Darling, is the bed play enjoyable?" At this thought, Kim Min-ji had bent down, whispering softly in her ear, "Do you want to go again? Go again? No, don't even think about it. Get off me, you pervert." Summoning all her strength, Lanana pushed against Kim Min-ji, angrily exclaiming, "All day, you've just been taking advantage of me. I don't even know why I ended up with you. Wait a minute. Did I really spend those months of blind dates with this woman? And now we're stuck in this. Your affairs are not unknown to me." Chi Ming-yi suddenly grasped her wrist, casually locked the hotel room door, and gently pinched her chubby little cheek, saying, "Timid baby, did I suspect she has installed a camera on me, which is why she seems to know my every move. Constantly speaking to me in a tone laced with threats. Just seeing her irritates me. That my hair is still damp, yet I find myself dragging her out to a city's food street. Though called a food street, it is bustling with life, lined with vibrant and colorful mid-autumn lanterns. Within, a fragrant aroma wafts through the air, causing Luna to involuntarily lift her little feet and step eagerly into the vibrant street. Selecting her favorite snacks, she even mentioned accompanying me. Chi Ming-yi, watching Luna's little feet as she dashed towards a snack stall selling grilled sausages, couldn't help but smile faintly, murmuring softly that she clearly wanted to go. "Such a gluttonous little darling. Oh, you want some?" Luna suddenly turned and shouted at Chi Ming-yi, who stood a short distance away, "That if you want to eat, I'll buy it for you," Chi Ming-yi replied, walking over and gently stroking her head, speaking softly. "But are you not going to eat?" At this, Luna, not knowing how to respond, timidly inquired, "Can you buy me one? It smells so good." This little girl is truly polite towards me. "I'll buy it for you," Chi Ming-yi said, pinching her little cheek and softly laughing. "Gluttonous baby. I knew Ijia is the best," Luna exclaimed joyfully, wrapping her arms around Chi Ming-yi's arm. Ijia, Has this little girl finally called me sister instead of those unfamiliar names she used before? Like human trafficker? I truly cannot fathom this little girl's thoughts. What a coincidence to encounter the biological daughter of Sister Yalin here. Among the throngs of people, Luna was savoring the delicious grilled sausage Chi-Mingy had just purchased for her when she suddenly heard a familiar voice nearby. Turning her head, she saw a woman dressed similarly to a wealthy lady. "What are you doing here?" Luna said coldly, her expression devoid of emotion. Chi-Mingy examined the middle-aged woman standing before her, taking in her haughty demeanor, wondering how she had encountered this woman again, recalling the mocking words she had just spoken. "Why can't I be here?" The proud woman looked at Luna and said, "Our family occasionally goes out to relax. What's wrong with that? Is she flaunting her family's outings to me?" Luna suppressed her frustration and exhaled softly, saying, "It's none of my business." The woman, suddenly recognizing Chi-Mingy standing beside Luna, remarked, "Isn't this the young master of the Chi family? This meddlesome woman never fails to insert herself into matters, always appearing no matter where I go. Would it be too much to wish for an unfortunate incident to remove this lady from our path? Please don't disturb us," Chi-Mingy thought, stepping in front of Luna and tightly grasping the wealthy woman's arm, coldly stating, "Hurry and go on your date with your husband. You are at least the son of the Chi group." The wealthy woman was infuriated by Chi-Mingy's words, turning to Luna to maliciously complain, "Darling, look how they're bullying me." Hiss. How disgusting. Upon hearing this wealthy woman's words, Chi-Mingy's eyes momentarily filled with revulsion, her stomach churning at the sight of the woman, mimicking a young girl's coyness. "Let us go, Xiao Na," Chi-Mingy said, pulling Luna's wrist and ignoring the wealthy lady as they passed by. Muttering coldly, "To say, she forgets her own stepmother's existence the moment she has a boyfriend. What a shameless little girl." The wealthy lady merely cast a glance at their intertwined hands, choosing to remain silent about her thoughts. However, the elder Lu observed Luna's familiar silhouette, seemingly whispering something to himself, pondering why she was still so close to the son of the Chi family despite their contract being terminated. Could it be that his daughter has fallen for the son of the Chi group? "Why did you speak up for me?" Luna halted beneath the shade of a willow tree, releasing Chi-Mingy's wrist and softly asking, "You were being bullied. As your partner, I cannot stand idly by." Chi-Mingy gently stroked her head, saying softly, "My little girlfriend." "Girlfriend? When did I become her girlfriend? I never agreed to this." "Why has she assumed it so?" "No, when did I become your girlfriend?" Luna finally expressed her thoughts, continuing in a low voice, "Don't you know we're still strangers? Why are you so good to me? What a little fool. If I don't treat you well, who will?" Chi-Mingy, taking advantage of Luna's moment of distraction, suddenly pulled her into her embrace, her lips brushing against Luna's forehead as she whispered gently, "From now on, let me protect you and give you the best sense of security. And our romance has only just begun." This time, Luna did not push her away but instead felt her heart racing within Chi-Mingy's embrace. Chapter 43. Is this appropriate? On the way back to the hotel, Chi-Mingy was on the phone, seemingly discussing some matters, and continued the conversation even upon entering the hotel room, completely disregarding the petite and adorable 18-year-old girl beside her. "I'm going to wash my face and freshen up." Luna saw Chi-Mingy engaged in a long business call and, feeling the need to speak, softly said as she approached the bathroom. In the hotel bathroom, Luna gently picked up a disposable cup from the sink, squeezed a small amount of toothpaste onto her toothbrush, and gazed at her reflection in the mirror, her expression lacking luster, as if her mind was lost in thought. Years ago, during that unfortunate incident, she, her mother, and her brother were waiting for their father to return home. The moment Luna opened her mouth, a sudden noise erupted from the courtyard, prompting her brother, Lu Weishi, to rush out like a child, and Luna hurried to follow him to greet their father. Little did they know, as Lu Weishi approached the courtyard gate, he spotted a young woman clad in a pale pink wedding dress on the threshold. Luna had initially intended to send away the woman standing by the large gate. However, this woman claimed to be pregnant with their father's child and insisted on being taken home. If he truly did not want the child, she would leap into the river with it, and she had a lawyer as a witness, making it impossible to escape the situation. Yalin did not directly respond to Luna's words. She merely gazed silently at Lulu as she wrapped her arm around that woman's waist, her heart seemingly aware of certain truths. Several months later, as Li Yalin was exiting her room, her steps faltered at the staircase. For some inexplicable reason, she felt as if she had lost her balance. The objects before her became increasingly blurred. She struggled to grasp the column in the stairwell, but her efforts were in vain. Eventually, as she tumbled down the stairs, she landed upon a sharp shard of glass that pierced the back of her skull. Her eyes gazed up at the pale yellow ceiling, while a pool of crimson blood spread out beneath her. At that moment, Luna, who stood in a dim corner, was unexpectedly witness to the entire scene. Her hands clutched the white wall tightly as she trembled slightly at the corners of her lips. Her pupils locked onto the new woman her father had brought home. The child within the woman was nearly 3 months along. Why would she harm my mother? Was it due to her greater standing in the family? Or did she seek to usurp my mother's position? Ever since her arrival, my father has grown cold and indifferent towards my brother and me. Bang, pain, pain, pain. As Luna was lost in thought, her forehead suddenly collided with something, and a familiar scent wafted past her nose, as if she had encountered it before. What is the little one thinking? So engrossed. Chi-Mingyi seized the opportunity while Luna was distracted, gently pinching her cheek and speaking softly. I've heard that voice before. Hey, how come you walk so silently? Luna looked up, her expression reflecting her surprise. You didn't realize I was here? Chi-Mingyi teased, playfully ruffling her hair. What are you so absorbed in? Upon noticing Chi-Mingyi's actions, Luna chose not to respond. Instead, she silently walked over to the bed and sat down, her mind drifting back to the person she had encountered on the night market. Someone she had wished not to meet. What are you thinking about? Chi-Mingyi, observing Luna sitting beside the bed, approached her, bending down to cup her face in her hands. Please tell your sister, all right? It's nothing. Luna unconsciously pushed her hand away, resting her feet on the bed. Did I want to sleep? Why sleep so early? Chi-Mingyi glanced at the clock on her arm, noting it was just 8 o'clock. Did this girl typically retire so early? Was there something she was hiding from me, or was it the person she encountered at the food street? What's wrong? Chi-Mingyi suddenly leaned closer to Luna, wrapping her left arm around her waist and softly inquiring, Are you unhappy? Please tell your sister that I'm not unhappy, just thinking. Luna continued to face away, speaking quietly. Why do you always seem to have feelings for me? Why is that? I don't know either. Chi-Mingyi's left hand, which rested on her waist, gently moved up to brush a strand of hair behind her ear as she whispered, Perhaps it's fate. Does fate play such tricks on people? But we are both girls. At this point, Luna swiftly turned to face Chi-Mingyi, her lips seemingly drawn to something soft and warm. Realizing what was happening, she abruptly pushed Chi-Mingyi away, exclaiming, You? Why are you being so forward? We're so familiar now, and yet you're still shy with me. Chi-Mingyi smirked as Luna distanced herself by a meter. What is so funny? Luna asked, her mind racing with thoughts, suddenly lowering her head to softly ask. Do you think we are suitable for each other? Why wouldn't we be suitable? Chi-Mingyi replied, observing her demeanor while gently caressing Luna's cheek. Besides, relationships can develop gradually, can't they? Gradually develop. What if I suddenly like you? Luna's voice trailed off as she lifted her head, her sincere gaze fixed on the woman across from her, questioning, would you reject me or even despise me? What was this little girl imagining? No, trust me, okay. Chi-Mingyi cradled her face in her hands, her nose brushing against Luna's, softly kissing her lips as she vowed, I will protect you for this lifetime. All right, my little friend. Chapter 44. Left alone again on a hotel morning. A sliver of light peeked through the window's gap, while birds serenaded from the branches of a banyan tree. As Luna lay in someone's embrace, she stretched languidly and lifted her head, her gaze falling upon the peacefully sleeping Chi-Mingyi. With a soft giggle, she playfully touched her lips, admiring the thick, dark brown brows, the high bridge of her nose, the delicate eyelashes, the fair and lustrous skin, and the rosy lips. She had never imagined that a woman could exude such a charming allure. You're awake. Chi-Mingyi noticed Luna gently toying with her lips. Why are you playing with my lips? I wasn't he. Luna quickly withdrew her right hand and tucked it beneath the covers, her expression natural as she tried to change the subject. I'm a bit hungry. I'll get you something to eat in a moment. Chi-Mingyi sat up in bed, glancing at the clock on her arm. That I have something to attend to now. Would you mind waiting for me here in the hotel? You mean, leaving me alone in this hotel room? After listening to her words, Luna's expression seemed somewhat dissatisfied. She timidly lifted her head, her gaze probing as she softly remarked. You know I'm afraid. Yet you leave me alone. Chi Mingyi truly wished to hold her hand wherever they went. However, today they were scheduled to visit a corporate group that did not permit the presence of others. And leaving the little one alone in the hotel was not an option. What should I do now? I don't care. Seeing that Chi Mingyi remained silent, Luna continued to gaze at her with a pleading expression, saying, I want to go with you. You can't just abandon me like this. Has she learned to act coy with me? She is quite amusing. Could you wait here for me, please? Chi Mingyi squatted before her, gently caressing her small face and softly saying, Be good. Your sister will return shortly. Before Luna could respond, Chi Mingyi retrieved a mobile phone from her inner pocket and quietly stepped out of the hotel room, leaving an 18-year-old girl alone in the room. Glancing around the bedroom's four walls, Luna swallowed nervously, fearing something might leap out from behind her. This woman truly rushed out without allowing her to finish her sentence. Leaving me in the silent room, as she reached the balcony, Luna noticed a swimming pool outside the hotel, with several sun loungers arranged nearby. Just as she was about to step out to play in the water, she recalled the woman's earlier words, Forget it. By the time she returns, I'll be bored. With that thought, Luna strode out of the hotel room, her eyes fixed on the outdoor pool, quickening her pace towards it. Upon reaching downstairs, she spotted Chi Mingyi standing at the hotel entrance, seemingly engaged in a phone conversation. No, I'm not contemplating that. I'm trying to figure out how to divert her attention and sneak over to the pool. As Chi Mingyi turned to the small flower pot nearby, it presented Luna with a fleeting opportunity to escape. Thud! In an instant, as she dashed towards a sturdy stone pillar, it felt as though her forehead collided with something, and her body pressed against a soft, warm surface that was irresistibly comforting. That a familiar fragrance wafted into her nostrils, reminiscent of lavender. Wait, lavender. Why does it smell so familiar? Little one, what are you doing out here? Chi Mingyi noticed Luna stealthily hiding behind the stone pillar and gently asked, Where are you in such a hurry to go? This voice sounds familiar. Could it be you? As Luna lifted her head, she beheld the woman standing before her, her expression shifting to one of astonishment as she softly uttered, How did you know I was here? Sneaking around. Chi Mingyi lightly tapped the top of Luna's head and teased, Are you here meeting a man? What man? Luna was taken aback by the unexpected remark from the woman in front of her. After a moment's pause, she struggled to comprehend the implication. No, she thinks I'm here meeting a man. I'm not familiar with this place. Where would I find a man to meet? Luna maintained a distance of about a meter from her, a defiant look on her face as she retorted, There's no man waiting for me. Hiss. Isn't there one right in front of you? Chi Mingyi smirked at Luna. You think I'm a man? I am clearly dressed as a girl. So, do you wish to meet another man? Chi Mingyi regarded the younger girl, who was a good 10 centimeters shorter than her, suddenly wrapping her arm around Luna's waist and pressing her against the stone pillar, their lips nearly brushing against each other as she whispered, Do you dare flirt with other men in my presence? Is this a threat? Is she threatening me? As Luna felt Chi Mingyi's south face close to hers, she instinctively stepped back a few centimeters, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Why is she playing the role of a domineering CEO from a novel? I'm not, Luna insisted, gazing intently at her, arms crossed defiantly as she pouted. You're the one who likes to meet men. There is no one else here besides you and me. This thought lingered in Luna's mind. Then why are you out here? Chi Mingyi returned to the subject with a serious tone. Didn't I ask you to wait in the hotel room? Luna hesitated, her eyes flickering as she finally spoke. Didn't you have work to do? Are you done with it so soon? The little girl is changing the subject. She must be doing it on purpose. I'm going back. Luna turned away silently, but the thought of the oppressive silence in the room made her halt. She turned back, her eyes softly pleading as she asked, Can I go with you? What is wrong? Are you afraid there are ghosts in the house, or... Chi Mingyi bent down, drawing closer to Luna's face, playfully teasing, Are you reluctant to part with your big sister? I can't bear to leave her. If it weren't for the suffocating silence in that room, making me feel like something was watching me. She says I can't bear to leave her. It's not that I can't. Wait, why does that seem somewhat reasonable? All right, I'll take you with me, Chi Mingyi said, noticing her silence, seizing Luna's small hand and adding, Once I finish my work, I'll take you to the seaside to fish. Fishing? Luna's eyes sparkled at the mention, her gaze drifting towards the nearby outdoor pool as she muttered, But I want to play in the water. If I had known, I would have waited until she left. Chi. Is that you? Suddenly, a luxurious black car stopped at the hotel entrance, and a man dressed in a brown leather coat, white shirt, and light gray tie stepped out. Politely bowing as he said, "Mr. Mo is waiting for you in the corporate office." "This is—" The assistant's gaze shifted curiously to the little girl beside her. "Hurry." Chi Mingyi pulled Luna's wrist and led her into the black car. Her tone cold as she added, "Don't keep M.O. waiting. Is Chi always this temperamental?" The assistant noticed Chi Mingyi's unfriendly demeanor and quietly entered the car, instructing the driver to start the engine. Before long, just a few minutes later, "We've arrived, Miss Chi." The male assistant exited the vehicle with a gentlemanly demeanor, slightly bowing to Chi Mingyi as she sat inside. Chi Mingyi said nothing to the assistant, silently leading Luna out of the car, gazing up at the MO Group headquarters, taking a deep breath before saying, "Wait for me in the lobby." But just as Chi Mingyi finished speaking, Luna suddenly tightened her grip on her wrist, whispering, "What if I get kidnapped? How will you take responsibility? What is this little one talking about? This is a reputable company." Chi Mingyi gently tapped her on the head, saying softly, "Be good and wait for me." "All right." Luna nodded slightly at her words, pouting her cherry lips, agreeing with just a single word. Thus, Luna obediently settled on a sofa in the lobby, waiting for Chi Mingyi, who approached the front desk to converse quietly with someone. The female staff member before her shot a disdainful glance at Chi Mingyi, politely bowing to her. What could they be discussing in hushed tones? Luna pondered. Why does it matter to me? Besides, who would be involved in a romance with a middle-aged woman? My sexual orientation is quite normal.